Hi, Stevie Company, 3 minutes past 4. Trust you had a good weekend. We're now going to freeze to death this week because the beast from the east, as Clive says, is back in again. This week's going to get colder and colder and colder. And then I think we go, just typical, isn't it? Just when I just bought all my daffodils, which are all potted up, miniature daffodils, only buy the miniature daffodils. And I bought 15, 35, 30, 40 pots of them over the weekend. So we've got those all sort of ready. So I watered them yesterday, which is good news. But they seem to survive anything, which is fantastic. So we're very happy. Good weekend all round. And yes, I did manage to make it to the Wendy Burger in Kingston. I'll tell you more about that in a moment. Firstly, the Duke could make a flying visit alone for the coronations. I don't know, too embarrassing, isn't it really? What if that girl who he had sex with in a field is going to be there? I mean, to be honest with you, they've managed to milk this thing for all it's worth. 1 5-minute bit of passion, and immediately it's run into pages and pages and pages and pages of her having a drunken fumble in a field with Harry. And you think to yourself, I don't know how old he was, 17 or something. In fact, he shouldn't even have been in the pub. I don't know what he was doing in the pub in the first place. He shouldn't have been served. It's 18, isn't it? I was always meant to believe it was 18. And then she had sex with him in a field, and it lasted all of 5 minutes. But they managed to drag out loads of... And in fact, it's even on the front page this morning of The Sun. Prince's first lover tells all. I had sex with Harry. Well, whoopee-doo, darling. You must be delighted. He didn't know pub romp was daughter. Embarrassed Sasha Walpole was forced to tell her father she took Prince Harry's virginity. Well, did you discuss this as well? Was this included in the 5 minutes, dear? How do you know you were the first? How do you know? Just because he wrote about it in the book, he can't remember last Tuesday. Goodness sake. Sasha, who had boozy sex with the Royal in a field, says, I'm in this situation because Harry has put it out there. Well, more fool Harry, more fool you. Apparently the whole pub knew it was you. That's what we've already heard. I had Harry in a field. I mean, really, how tacky does it have to be? I mean, I ask you, man has 5 minutes worth of sex in a field and immediately the paper's going to overdrive. As I say, Meghan must be going, you did what? She slapped you on the rump. Oh, God. And it only lasted 5 minutes. The whole story is about the most boring... But I hope to God we're not going to have all the rest of his lovers crawling out of the woodwork telling us they've had sex with him in a field. You thought he could have saved up and bought a Premier Inn room or something like that, but obviously Harry's a bit tight in the spending department. A pint of beer set to break the £10 barrier. See, it doesn't make any difference to me. I don't drink beer. And Chris Packham says he gets trolled every day. Every single day of his life, he gets trolled. Blimey. I think that's really amazing, actually. I've never heard of that before. Every single day you get trolled. Who are these sad people? Who are they? They must be really, really sad, pathetic people, that they've got nothing better to do. They're obviously very lonely. Very lonely, as we now know. You know, most of them have got sort of issues, I think we have to call it. We just call it issues. It's a lot easier that way. The girl of 16 killed by a bull shark because she was on a jet ski and then she saw dolphins and thought, let's go and play with dolphins. So she leaps off the jet ski, which probably comes to a grinding halt, and she goes swimming with the dolphins. Unfortunately, a bull shark takes her because it doesn't know. They only know until they've bitten into something exactly what it is they've actually bitten into. By the time they got her to shore, she was dead. There was nothing that they could do about it. There's a party goer in the paper today who grabs veggie burger and chips from a burger joint for how much money? £666.50. It should have been £6.50, but they made a mistake on the card reader. So he's got to go back and get the money back, which is good news. Good news. Ekin Sue kicked off Dancing on Ice. About blooming time. So bored. What are you wearing, love? Sorry, what are you not wearing? That would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? So we finally got rid of her. I'm sick to death of these people. If you've got some talent, fine. But when you sort of watch... I mean, I watched the programme. When you see them doing the dance stop, they're so slow on the ice. It's almost like they're at walking pace. We know that Gemma Collins spent most of the time sitting on her bum on the ice because that was apparently what she thought it was, but she's never been any good at anything at all. What else do we have? Oh, the hunt is on now for somebody in a wheelchair to be on Strictly. So they've done the gay dancing and they've done drag dancing. I don't know if they've done anything else. They've done... A deaf contestant, yeah. And now they're looking for somebody in a wheelchair. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not sure whether or not they're doing this programme to tick every box under the sun. Because what I'm hoping is they can find somebody in a wheelchair who is ethnic and gay. Because that then kind of ticks every single box. Why does it make a difference? I don't understand why it makes a difference to the BBC, who waste so much of your money and my money. The cost of policing the eco demos, 630 grand a day. 630 grand a day. I don't know why we bother. Why do we bother policing these demos? Let them do what they want out there. I couldn't care less. Go onto the motorway. You're on my territory. You know, you can risk it if you like, but I wouldn't advise it. What else do we have? We've got gardeners poisoning songbirds in the garden. Some bloke turns up at Gary Glitter's bail hostel wanting to know why they're looking after him. There's always going to be one, isn't there? There's always going to be one. And I have to agree with Dawn Neeson. She was saying, it's amazing, isn't it? We release a convicted paedophile early from prison. We can't work out what prison to put a trans rapist in, and yet we want to ban the singing of Delilah. I'm delighted to report that the crowd sang Delilah with great gusto and will continue to sing it with great gusto, because that's the way it should be. I refuse to be told by people what we can do and what we can't do. An airport meet and greet car firm loses 80 cars. I always think you have to be very careful with the airport meet and greet car firms, because a lot of them, these were dumped in a field. A lot of them are just dumped on housing estates, all sorts of different places. And so you take your life in your hands. You should really go on recommendations and get somebody from the airport to recommend a good company that can look after your vehicle. Weddings are off at Downton Abbey. What's the other thing? Oh, the M&S vegan food in a sugar alert. It's got most phenomenal amounts of sugar. Vanessa Feltz's husband, Ben Fudu, apparently was in some group called Fats and Small, I believe, and he's been cheating on her, so she's ditched him. But of course, this isn't the first time for Vanessa. Her husband cheated on her the first time round, the doctor. She said to me, she said she didn't have the faintest idea. She said, I was naive. She said, I just thought, being a good Jewish woman, she said, you get married to a doctor if you're very lucky. She said, and that's it. You have your children and all the rest of it. She said, I had no idea when the phone rang and he was being called out to these appointments in the evening that he was going off to see these other people. Naive, but because she writes an agony column, she'll know how to deal with this. Go and cut his little round things off, you know, and let's deal with it that way, shall we? I mean, apparently this isn't the first time he's done it. This is quite a bit down the line. It goes on all the time, doesn't it? Once, you know, people marry Pete, she'll be fine. She's 60. She's been out kicking her heels up, you know, keeping herself busy. But he was a nobody to start with. But there you go. Gary Glitter, they reckon, has hidden his fortune from officials in an offshore company, because he will still be getting royalties for all these records. Not that I think anybody plays any of his records anymore, but they might play them abroad, and that's where you will get your royalties from. China threatened to hit back over their spy balloon. They're convincing nobody that it was a weather balloon, although I thought it looked like a weather balloon, but this one had equipment in it and it was going over sensitive areas. Perhaps they're just a bit thick over there. You know, because it turned out there isn't just one of these weather balloons, in inverted commas. There were 3 of them, and they all drifted off course, you know, which only goes to prove what crap balloons they're making recently in China. What was the other one that I quite liked? Stripped from shelves, the UK's top-selling vape with the illegal level of nicotine. So I don't get vaping. I think in a few years to come, we're going to be discovering that it's not very safe at all. Liam Gallagher's undergone a hip operation. He's only young as well. Only young. And an ex-detective has queried why the missing mother, the one we were talking about earlier on, fell in the river. Why would she fall in the river but leave her clothes on the bank? They haven't found her clothes. They haven't actually found anything at all. And I don't know, you know, why they haven't found her. I mean, how can somebody vanish into thin air? And then I think, well, quite a number of people have vanished into thin air. You know, it's a bit bad, isn't it, really? And another one says, why would anyone tell him they'd had sex with Harry in a field? What a sad life. That's her claim to fame. Well, apparently Harry mentioned it in his book that he'd lost his virginity in a field. What a pathetic little waste of space he is. And he's supposed to be somewhere in line to the throne, about 560th or something like that, whatever it is. And he's telling you, oh, yes, I lost my virginity in a field. And then she came along and said, oh, it lasted 5 minutes. So obviously Harry, not much cop at it, really. A little bit of an embarrassment, I'm afraid. Also, the union pay demands, the NHS can't afford. Do you know they waste £400,000 a day on private ambulances? And the government have said there is no more money. So I don't know where we go from here. I don't know because this NHS strike is possibly the worst one, and it's going to run for some time. But they've said let's get round the table. Rishi Sunak seems to be dithering around like a ditherer. He's not. You know, why don't they just sit down? Why don't you just sort of clear your diary and get this thing sorted out? Why don't you get the RMT sorted out and go, right, let's deal with the RMT. What they've asked for so many percent. OK, we're offering this percent. That's it. OK, if you don't want to do that, you just carry on going on strike. OK, you're the ones who lose out long term. And NHS, he's already said, we don't have the money. But he hasn't actually sat down with them. You know, when is he going to start sitting down and talking to these union leaders? Because it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I shouldn't imagine they want to stand outside in this weather with a sign and a placard like the teachers, like all the other people who are out there. You know, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Pull your finger out, okay, and just sort it out. Because otherwise we're going to be here same time next year in exactly the same situation. I just don't get it. I don't understand why you can't sort this out. It's supposed to be the Prime Minister, for God's sake. But it was interesting, actually. I was listening to David Lammy the other day, because I'm quite captivated by David Lammy, still sort of doing his little, you know, Labour was so good for this and so good for that. And, you know, we saw, you know, positivity in Greece and all that. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's why he got voted out. That's why he got voted out. That's why it wasn't going to be happening anymore. Actually, I felt a bit sorry for him because he was almost like a tired old gramophone, banging on the same things, you know, and Labour, when we get back in, we're going to be doing this and that. I think, how are you going to do this? The Conservatives can't do it. Why do you think you can do it? What's going to make it look even dafter is if in 2 years' time there's another general election and Labour lose. What's he going to say then? Well, you know, it's probably our fault, you know, because Starmer wasn't the right person. Who are we going to get? I mean, we just go round and round in circles. I can't believe that I'm this age and we're still arguing in government about all sorts of things like, oh, you know, the Tories are in, they've had 12 years to completely mess it up. Well, you screwed up in the first place in Labour. And as for the Lib Dems, I don't think we really bother with them, actually. They were kind of the ne'er-do-well party, but they might be getting somewhere. Although why, I can't imagine. Fat-free celebrities are a little bit gutted at the latest treat in their goodie bags. You know they get these goodie bags when you go to the Oscars and all the rest of it. They're worth a lot of money. They could be worth over $300,000 per goodie bag. One of them in this goodie bag is a liposuction voucher, which is lovely, obviously insinuating there's a lot of old fatties out there, I'm afraid, in celebrity land in America. So it's good, isn't it? It's good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 18 minutes past 4, it's Monday morning. It's Monday morning and it's freezing cold. What can I tell you? Waj is locked into the spike. Thank you very much indeed, which we're always grateful for. And somebody called Carol says, leave Harry alone, he's really nice. You don't know him. You don't know him. You're just one of those, aren't you, little curtain twitcher. Leave Harry alone. He had sex in a field. He's a nice man. What do you know? You don't even know him. That's what's so tragic about it. But as I say, another 6 pages today on having sex with Harry, which is a minute longer than it lasted in real life. Somebody says 5 minutes seems quite respectable. Can't imagine why. I mean, poor old Harry, honestly. What else we got here? We've got Ant McPartland walking his Labrador Hurley amid a rumoured custody wrangle. Honestly, they're always arguing over. Everybody's arguing over something. We've got a dog, joint dog, which he had with his ex-wife, Lisa Armstrong, and she wants the Labrador full time, and he's gone, no, I'm gonna fight you for it. So that's the way it goes. That is the way it goes. And it'll probably go to court. Most of these things go to court now. People say, listen, you know, we got the dog and I bought it But in fact, I remember when I was living with somebody years ago and had 2 kittens, and when they moved out, they took the cats with them, which I thought was a little bit peculiar, but there again, kept them happy, I should imagine. Must have been good. I must do this one because it's quite interesting, from Les, who says, how have these migrants got £5,000 or £6,000 to pay the people smugglers? It's called working, Les. You might find what it is one of these days. That's what people do now. They work, and then you get given money, and then you save it up, like normal people. Right? Obviously not you. And did you read the other story? The other story, which I'm fascinated by, and it comes from Loose Women. They might be walking out. They might be quitting the show. Why? Because of HMRC. Now, this is HMRC, who are now, they've done it at the BBC, it's happened here, happened loads of places. They're doing away with freelance people. So freelance people who claim, that they're doing this freelance. And what they've said is, no, you'll be PAYE. They've been trying to close this loophole down for years and years and years. So ours happened over a year ago now, where they write to you and they say, this is what's going to be happening. It's nothing to do with the company, it's to do with HMRC. So I love it when the Loose Women, or some of them, or perhaps one of them, or some militant person, I don't know, goes, well, we'll leave. Well, blooming well leave then. Because it's nothing to do with the programme, it's to do with HMRC. And what will happen is you will invoice in the same way each month for all the dates that you've done. If you do sort of 10 dates in the month, you'll invoice for your 10 at £1,000 a time, or whatever it happens to be, plus your VAT. You will then submit it into Loose Women. There'll be a department there, the same as there is everywhere, an accounts department. And when they pay you, and you will have to open up an account, because the money will only be paid into your account. And so you've got to set up a limited company. If you don't have one, better pull your fingers out, girls, because that's the way it's going to be. And you don't have any say. So whether or not you decide to quit, that's your problem. If you decide to walk out the door, that's nothing to do with the company, Loose Women. That's to do with HMRC. And you will pay in, they will pay in the money after they've deducted tax. So you don't need to worry about that. You'll still need an accountant, though, to do your tax bits and pieces, filing. But you'll be paying PAYE, and you'll be paying tax at 40%. OK, just like to let you know that now, because it's between, I think, £50,000 and £150,000. And so there won't be any such thing as sort of self-employed in the entertainment industry anymore. It's rapidly been denied us. So you get paid, but minus 40% tax. So, when the Loose Women say, we could walk out. Don't make any difference to I'm sure they'll find loads of people who can sit in that job and do exactly the same as everybody else. It's not difficult to sit there and just talk. I promise you, I do it on a daily basis. So it's very easy, but it's not something that Loose Women have come up with. It's unfortunately what HMRC have come up with. So you'll have to set up a new company. You try setting up a new limited company. It's not easy. Not easy. You have to prove that you're not money laundering and stuff like that. That'll be quite difficult. And you will pay 40% tax on it before you actually get the money. And if you don't do it, then you won't have a job. It's as simple as that. So you can walk out. It doesn't make any difference to Loose Women. As I say, they'll be able to find people almost immediately. I should imagine there's a whole cast list of people who will be doing, exactly the same. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Nobody's forcing you to stay there. So M&S's healthy vegan meals have been found to contain nearly 10 times more sugar than meat-based alternatives. Its Plant Kitchen butternut, almond and pecan nut roast ready meal packs is 34 grams of sugar and 5 grams of salt. That compares with 3.6 grams of sugar and 1.6 grams of salt in a meat-based M&S roast beef Yorkshire pudding meal. I know which one I'm going to be eating. Pub bosses fear they could have to hire banter bouncers to police boozy chats under proposed laws. And a collection of more than 400 Star Wars toys in their original packaging are sold for £622,000, stored in a cupboard for 45 years and very, very rare. One of them alone fetched £35,000. That is, you get collectors and they love spending the money on things, like people who collect cars, isn't it? I love that Bangers and Cash. and they bring in these wrecks of cars, and they go, well, actually, this one is very likely to fetch 20,000 plus, and you think, blimey, for a wreck. But there are people who love doing cars up. They're so into, what's my star sign today? Here you go. Finding a balance between solo and shared moments can be the key to love and happiness. So review how time and power in shared out within a partnership. If you start the day single, new passion can link to a circular logo. Well, no, that means sounds a bit dodgy, doesn't it, really? Oh, I love this. This is they always put adverts for things in the papers, and when they take out a whole page advert, these are very expensive to take out in national newspapers. Something like The Sun, a whole page advert, I wouldn't like to imagine how many thousands of pounds it is. But they're offering a watch here, and it's normally £198, and they're doing it for 49 quid. You can imagine, can't you? It's a real class effort. And this one is waterproof to 5 ATMs. Oh, that is. A stopwatch function, because we all think about that, don't we, when we look at our watch? You know, oh, I must use the stopwatch. It's also got a date display. Oh, God, so rare. Deep black dial, just black. Stainless steel casing and bracelet with gold-plated inlays. Scratch-resistant mineral glass. Adjustable bracelet. 5-year warranty and 10-year guarantee on the gold plating. Whole £49, honestly. I mean, I don't know how you've coped without one of these things, especially when you sort of go diving to 5 ATMs. That's like sitting in the bath, isn't it? You go, oh, look, I can still tell the time underwater. I'm drowning. I love it. I love things like that. People buy this sort of stuff, though, don't they? And 84850. Oh, Les apparently says, I'm in my 50th year of working. Yes, I do have more than £5 or £6 pounds. I don't think you're very intelligent, though, are you, Les? I don't want to be rude, love, but pounds is a pound sign, not LBS, which is weight, OK? So really thick. Really thick. I didn't realise somebody could be that stupid. Steve, the Loose Women are not real, says Josephine. Be a great programme if my friend Jenny and I did it. Seriously, we'd be hilarious. Well, I mean, it is a contrived programme. I have no doubt of it being a contrived programme. But, you know, but to actually say, oh, we're actually going to leave, you know, as if that was going to be a threat to HMRC. They couldn't give a stuff whether you leave or whether you don't leave. That's what happens on that programme. That will be going on. Otherwise, the company, Loose Women, will be facing serious problems. Serious problems. My accountant spoke to Global's accountant who explained it all to him, and he said, there's no way around it. We can't get out of it. We have to open up a company. So we bought a company, and that's the way we've been doing it. I invoice, put my invoices in, exactly the same as normal. The difference being they actually take the tax away from me. And that's when you get really depressed, because you look at it and go, ooh. I love it. I love it. It's really good fun, actually. And big fan of yours. I love the idea, Josie says, the Loose Women are not real. They're absolutely real. There's no doubt in my mind that they are real. But I wonder which ones are the militant ones. Which are the ones who are going, well, we're going to leave. As if they had as if they're going to take HMRC to task. It's going to be absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Dear, honestly. How to drink less alcohol. My friend Paul has given up alcohol. He said he's not given up completely. He will have alcohol. It's just that he now knows what he can have before it goes a little bit too far. Priscilla Presley has urged people not to disrespect her family legacy. I like Priscilla Presley. I like her a lot, actually. Like her an awful lot. What else do we have? Tarquins who block motorways, spray banks and glue themselves to buildings cost $7.5 million in 9 weeks. I mean, why can't we just arrest them? You know, and if they come with a piece of tarmac glued to their hands, cut it out of the road. They've got these circular saw things now. You cut it out of the road and then it goes to prison with them and they can spend the rest of their life with it. You know, I think we have to start kicking back on this one. I'm a bit bored with sort of the Tarquins. 84840 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, a few days off from the NHS, grind, listening live with a nice cold beer instead of my usual catch-up. And I've just watched the final episode of Happy Valley. Goodness me. You would not want to live there. Nothing happy about the place at all, says Chris in Aberdeen. Les in Croydon says, I blame Alexa for the pounds. Sad, isn't it, really, when you can't even write something yourself? Never mind. You'll grow up one day. But then you really really sort of do something, and you sort of say, where do they get the money from? They save it. What do you think they do? Thieve it? They save it up. Like anybody else, you've got a job and you save up. I mean, you live in Croydon and you save money. How? I've got no idea. But I'm sure you have managed it. My phone is not working properly, says Connie. I can't receive any emails since last month. Maybe your listeners might know how to get it back on the Android phone. I keep getting correct credentials needed on the screen. What does that mean? Oh, not even people at Vodafone could help me. Oh, I don't know if somebody's got an answer for that one. Is my cuz listening? He'd know about things like that. He'd know these sort of things. And Steve, I watched Jojo Rabbit. Thank you for the recommendation. This is the one that Jack likes an awful lot. It's one of his favourite films. And Steve, in chocolate milkshake we trust. I've just tried the dipping your fries in it. Not bad. Stuart is delivering bread near Bristol. He doesn't know where he is. He's just near Bristol. Recommended your show by a colleague. I did go... Well, I'll have to tell you after the news, actually, because I did go and find a Wendy burger the other day. I went to Wendy's in Kingston. Will I be going back? I'm not too sure.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. So my big thing was to go to Wendy Burgers. And somebody said there's one in Kingston. And I went, oh, good, where is it? And they said it's opposite McDonald's. And it is. It's next to one of those German kebab places, which I've still not tried, actually. And so I thought I'll go there. So Friday, girded my loins, got on the bus, walked through Kingston, found Wendy Burger, and was a little bit disappointed to discover that you can only order on touchscreen. And as you know, I'm a bit funny about touchscreens because they're generally filthy dirty with people's germs all over their fingers, and they put them on the screens. You know, there should be some way of doing it. But anyway, and so I looked through the menu, and what I wanted was just a quarter pounder with cheese, and that was it, and some fries. And they don't do a milkshake; they do something called a frosty, which you eat with a spoon. They give you a spoon to eat it as opposed to a straw. But anyway, so I bought spicy chicken burger, and it came with all the sort of the gunk and all the rest of it, and it was fun. Nothing the matter with it. It was fine. A little bit too spicy for me, a little bit too spicy. So you know, if I go back, I might try something different. The frosty was very nice. The fries were just like fries, you know, you get them just about everywhere. It was the bloke serving who was perfectly pleasant. He just looked dirty. He had tattoos all up his arms. He was only young. And his jeans were all creased and dirty, and he just looked grubby. And I remember thinking, you're running a fast food place. Should you not be sort of looking clean? I don't, you know, perhaps I'm nitpicking, you know. And it's just one of those things, isn't it, really? It's a little bit embarrassing. Oh, I've solved that one, actually. Freddie, wait a minute. There, done. Had to do it. Bye-bye. And so that was the disappointment. He was perfectly pleasant. In fact, somebody came in and said, oh, you've done these things wrong. I wanted to do this and that. And he said, I'll give you 10 as opposed to 5 or whatever, which I thought was, you know, showed willing. But it was just the fact that it was sort of a little bit, he looked too dirty to be in there. The girls who were doing the food looked fine. But I think that what should have happened is, you know, he should have been cleaner. If you're serving food, I want you to look clean, okay? I want to know that your hands are washed, and I want to know that, you know, because his shirt was all creased, his jeans were all creased, the tattoos all the way up his arms, he just looked dirty. So whether we go back there remains to be seen. Stephen Aylesbury says the email on the phone problem, Connie, has probably got the wrong password. Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's as far as I can go on it. I don't know anything else apart from that. Timothy says, did you see Happy Valley? I have no idea what it is. I've never seen it. I know who's in it. I don't know anything about it. I couldn't care less. It's one of those things. But everybody said it was great, and they said it was fantastic, so that's very good. Danny in Upper Clapton says, are there any wimpy restaurants in London? Oh, no, darling, why don't you pull your finger out and go to Google and type in wimpy bar, OK? And then perhaps it might give you some answers. God knows how you wake up through the daytime. I've got no idea. And Steve, our birthday's coming round to the 17th of March, says Dermot in Maidenhead. God, you don't really live in Maidenhead, do you? My former producer, Elliot, used to live in Maidenhead. Ooh. Anyway, can't tell you anything else. And on the 17th, my 60th, I'll be spending mine in Colombia with my daughter and granddaughter, hopefully, and we'll be tuned into the show. How will you be celebrating? Well, I'm coming into work. That's what we do. I mean, it's only when you're young do you not come into work. You get the day off. I mean, obviously, you know, if you're at school, you don't get the day off. But when I was at prep school and I had a birthday, you celebrate it with the whole school. Your parents send in money. If you're a boarder at prep school, which is what I was at a very early age, when it's your birthday coming round, your parents send money in and the school go and buy Arctic rolls and a birthday cake. So everybody, when you're having your afternoon tea or your evening meal, which is because we were only little, so it was about sort of 4 or 5 o'clock, everybody got a slice of Arctic roll and a slice of birthday cake. They all sing happy birthday to you. So, of course, consequently, as there were about 100 boarders, you can imagine we had Arctic roll on an almost regular basis. It was quite good, actually. We enjoyed it very much indeed. So, Arctic roll, can you still buy it? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And Alison says, tell him about the Wendy burgers. I was going to go there. Well, you know, you could still go, but, you know... It's one of those. No, it wasn't Alison who said that. Alison said, why doesn't HMRC do something about all the builders and others who take cash in hand? Yeah. Well, they're dealing with sort of show business, I'm afraid. Dealing with show business. They're not sort of dealing with builders. I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're part of the black economy. In other words, you can get anybody round to do work. Builder, for, you know, painter, decorators, they'll all do cash in hand. They'll all do cash in hand, believe you me. It's like I told you before, Rugby Day in Twickenham, 90% of the restaurants, their card machines are broken. They only take cash, and they put signs in their windows saying cash only. You know why? They're on the fiddle. Because if it goes through the books, they have to pay tax on it. But if they take cash, nobody knows how many customers you've served. It's been going on for donkey's years. Nothing new. Loads of people do it. Phil says the best thing to come out of Maidenhead, presumably, is the sign saying you're now leaving Maidenhead. But he thinks it's the Toby Carvery. I was there last week, he said. It's fantastic. I can't remember if I've been to a Toby Carvery. I might not have been, actually. Camden's Wendy's is nice, sometimes packed weekends. Well, the other thing was this Wendy in Kingston was 3/4 empty. If there were any more than 6 customers in there, I would have been surprised. And it's just, you know, it's just machines. It's just machines, and you've got to touch these machines, and I don't like touching these machines. If ever I have to go in there, I go to the counter and order, and if they don't take the order, I walk out. Olivia Atwood, remember her? No. She was forced to quit I'm a Celebrity last year due to a health scare, but they're planning to give to bring her back. They want to revive plans to give her a platform for a telly career. I can't imagine why. She's got nothing to offer anybody at all. They say she's a big draw for the much sought-after younger viewers. Is she? I mean, she's 31. What age are their younger viewers? You do worry, don't you? These sort of things that go on all the time, and you start thinking, why would you want to bring her back? That's like Gemma Collins. I mean, I don't know what she's doing at all now, apart from a birthday with Jedward. I mean, that's scraping the bottom, isn't it, really? Stephen says, I find touchscreens really annoying as these devices don't speak to you. Would make it probably easier. Ian says, for the lazy, there's a Wimpy in Kingston. Is there? A Wimpy in Kingston. I'm trying to think. Actually, Kingston. Where's the Wimpy in Kingston? I don't know where that is, actually, and I know it very well. Andrew says, you're a Twickenham man. Did you go to the rugby? No. Nobody in Twickenham goes to the rugby. We just know it's rugby. You know, and it was a big match, and that's it. 80,000, I think, something like that. Here we go. Wimpy in Morden, Wimpy in Addlestone, Wimpy in... But nothing... Kingston upon Thames? Nothing Kingston. Nothing. I didn't think there was one. Just having a quick check, actually. Oh, dear. Producer hit the wrong button and all up comes Prince Harry and Sex in a Field. Oh, dear me, honestly, it gets worse and worse, doesn't it? It's amazing how many takeaways says they'll only take cash and won't take cards. Yeah, of course. It's only when you get somebody that goes round there and they've been studying the place for a while that they realise they're on the fiddle. That's how they know. If anybody says, oh, you know, I mean, I've seen it on numerous occasions, you know, sorry, our card machine's broken. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're just doing it so that you can take in cash on that day. And, I mean, you know, I wouldn't mind, but everybody would do exactly the same thing. You know, if you had the opportunity, if you had a restaurant and you had a big day with rugby or, a concert or something like that, I mean, seriously, for most of the people on all the things up leading to the rugby ground, they're all cash. They're all cash. Burgers, this, hats and all the rest of it. I mean, I reckon there's only a few of them actually have got card machines. Most people just take cash. That's the way it works. And so it's actually quite unique, isn't it, really? Picture of Vanessa Feltz putting on a brave face. I mean, the trouble is, she will sell stories on how the marriage split up. That's how it works nowadays. She's an agony aunt. You know, agony aunts, I think they're immune from things like this. But as I say, her first husband cheated on her. And now Ben cheated on her multiple times. She said she was sad. I can well imagine. She's incredibly naive. She doesn't believe that people would do that. She didn't realise it with her husband. He was a doctor. She thought he was going out to tend to patients. He was, but not in the way she thought. And now Ben's been doing it exactly the same. You know, she says, I hear Kylie Minogue is single again. If she wants to hit the town, look me up. You know, because it must be difficult at the age of 60. But you'd be surprised how resilient she is. She's very resilient. Very resilient. There's a lovely picture of a donkey. And it's a miniature donkey. They're so cute. I mean, they're absolutely cute. And this one does painting. Well, it doesn't. I mean, what they do is they stick a brush in its gob and it sort of just moves the brush around the piece of paper. It's the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen in your life. And they go, oh, the donkey's a painter. And you go, no, it's not. I promise you, it's really not. And forget Action Man. A mullet man is in the works, thanks to Pat Sharp's iconic hairstyle. Good Lord above. The presenter said he was amazed to find out a toy firm is making a Pat Sharp action figure. We need to go down that route, thank you very much indeed. A Pat Sharp action figure. Oh, well, there you go. And everybody raving about Nolly. This is the Noel Gordon and Crossroads, and it's got amazing plaudits. Everybody's saying it's fantastic, got to watch it. It's this, it's that, and the late Victoria Wood used that programme as an inspiration for her classic sketch series Acorn Antiques, because the programme was live and they had to hit the timings right. You could not, television, unlike radio where, you know, I'll pad out before Nick's arrived in the studio downstairs and then the producer will go, he's there. And, you know, I just keep talking until it happens. If that happened in Crossroads and they were running short, the producer on the floor would go stretch out and the phone would ring and Noel Gordon would have to pick it up and have a conversation with nobody going, yes, I can definitely do that for you. We'll wait. And then the producer would do the wind up and she'd go, OK, well, I'll book that in for you. Thank you. Dum, 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 dum. And that would be it. That's how they did it. In the same way that the Generation Game used to film two endings. One would be where they would count all the prizes that they'd won at the very end and then set them up. The other would be them just standing there going, see you next week. Thank you very much indeed. Goodbye. And that would be it. That was the way it worked. That was the way it worked. You know, a lot of programmes were live. A lot of programmes were live and a lot of programmes were, you know, you have to be able to talk to time. Chris Packham says social media can be a force for good despite being targeted by trolls every day. He says, I've got to turn it to be more positive than negative, then you make progress. Oh, absolutely, yes. Yes. And he said social media is vital for raising awareness of important issues. He's absolutely right. But I love the idea that he's trolled every day. I mean, you know, all these other people who get trolled every day, I always said to them, just block these people. It's not difficult.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Apparently, somebody said that one of the columnists, they think that Meghan Markle will be really unhappy about this woman coming out talking about taking Harry's virginity, and you think, you stupid woman. He wrote about it in the book. Why don't you have a word with him, love? Because he's obviously far more impressed by that than anything recently. Steve, do you think the Vine Tree Inn is doing better business now? Well, what amazed me is that Harry was 16. What was he doing in a pub in the first place? And they were doing shots. They've already told us they were doing it shots, so obviously drink doesn't affect him. But it was all over in 5 minutes. Steve, you're 100% right. Where I live, all the cash card machines are not working. No menus, they're so due to prices going up all the time. Well, we've got a new Greek restaurant that's opened in Twickenham. And it was, what was it before? It was another sort of restaurant. Anyway, that went under. And this one's opened up. The amazing thing that they don't have is their menu in the window. So, in other words, until you sit down at the table, you've got no idea what food and how much you're being charged, which I thought was a bit ridiculous. I mean, it's been open now for a few weeks, so why they've not done it, I've got no idea. Shan't be going there. Ken says, I like Lucy Worsley's historical programme. Was she a guest for In Conversation? No, but I like these historical programmes as well, very much so. Steve, you have to watch Nolly. Helena is amazing. You'll love it, says Chris. You're totally correct in how you described how they made the programme. Oh, I know Crossroads backwards. You know why? Because some years ago, I interviewed Miss Diane, and she was one of the waitresses in the Crossroads Motel, and she brought me in the box set of Crossroads. You know, they did 10,000 episodes. It was shown every single night. It was phenomenally popular. Amy Turtle couldn't remember her lines, but because it was live, they just had to leave it in. So she could, and when you watch Acorn Antiques, you will understand they're taking the mickey out of Amy Turtle. You had Shuey McPhee in the kitchen, David Hunter, who was a very superior gay guy, who would sit there. He was sort of like the motel manager. They talked about the swimming pool, but you never saw it. And he used to listen to classical music. And it was very interesting. It was very, very interesting. But she was a huge star. She was the one who went to America. They flew her to America so that she could learn how to make soaps. And she came back and they made Crossroads. It burnt down about twice or three times. I mean, only in fun. I reckon they needed the money, actually. But it's very good. Helena Bonham Carter is very good. The only thing she doesn't have right is the voice. It was a very, very distinctive voice that Nolly had. So now you know. Gillian McKeith says that fans quiz her about their What's It Every Day. She investigated... Oh, dear, I can't believe she's still going, actually. She was the one who went on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here and spent most of her time lying down on the floor doing the old fake stand-up, lie-down bit, which was very boring. And Graham Norton's bagged one of the best-ever lineups for his chat show. The lineup includes Dame Judi Dench. Well, you're a bit late on that one, Graham, because it's already been done by Louis Theroux. Already been done. Hugh Jackman, Michael B. Jordan, Paul Rudd, Michael Douglas, Eugene Levy and Pink. Hardly anybody's going to get a word in, are they, really? Frankie Bridge from Loose Women is giving a family the chance to join her at the BAFTAs. What's she doing at the BAFTAs? Obviously just invite anybody nowadays. But Carter has had... so much fun producing his own movies. Carter is 7, by the way, so I don't think he's actually up for a BAFTA just yet. But they need to find some more people for Loose Women. What they need to find out is who are the rebels saying we will leave if we don't remain self-employed, which you won't be able to manage. You will not be able to manage it, unfortunately. And that's the way it goes. I'm afraid. You know, you can't sort of change it. What else have we got? I was trying to find something else, actually. Priscilla Presley saying, don't diss me. We like Priscilla Presley. And the unions accused of risking lives of the biggest ever NHS walkout. It is. I mean, I don't think that they're going to end up with the money that they want. And... romantic intrigue at Downton Abbey led to 8 weddings amongst its characters, while Highclere Castle, where the series was filmed, has hosted nuptials for people like Katie Price and Peter Andre. But apparently the party is over. The Countess of Carnarvon, who is quite lovely, quite lovely, the owner of the castle, has announced that the wedding season is cancelled because of lack of seasonal staff. She says, we have tried everything, but there's no point, staff shortages have led to rising employment. The staff shortages all over the place. You go to a restaurant, they don't have enough people to actually serve at the tables. It'd be a lot easier, actually, if we all went and got it ourselves. Make it a bit easier, I suppose. What else have we got? Teachers giving toothpaste to poor children. And angry vigilantes tried to storm Pedophile Glitter's bail hostel. How do they know where it is? Unless it's been sort of put up. No arrests have been made, but then people go down. You know what people are like? People go down there. I mean, as I say, I can't but agree with them that this man should have served his full sentence. He was jailed in 2015 for abusing 2 girls aged 12 and 13 and 1 who was less than 10. He shouldn't have been allowed out ever. Ever. I see no reason why this paedophile was allowed out. I couldn't care less whether he's 78 or anything. He's only spent 8 years behind bars. God. Really? What kind of country are we living in? Answering a country that doesn't know right from wrong, I'm afraid. And another one here. Church of England is lagging behind on gay rights by not permitting clergy to marry same-sex couples. Lord Herbert said he hoped one day the church would decide to conduct same-sex marriages. Well, go into another church. You'll always find somebody who'll do something for you. I don't think you need to worry about stuff like that, do you? 84850. Russell Brand did a stand-up show telling us how he'd reply to trolls' messages with a positive message, the best way to stop them. It doesn't stop them. They're stupid people. They're a bit thick. They can't help it. It's not their fault. That's just the way they are. They're a bit simple. They didn't do very well at school. They don't have anything going for them at all. So all you do is you just delete them. Just delete them. Then they can write as many as they like. You just don't see them. So when Chris Packham says he gets, one a day, well, he gets trolled every single day. It would just be amazing. Do you think Gemma Collins would be a good addition to the Loose Women panel? Well, she's got nothing to add. She doesn't know anything. I mean, for an old woman of 40-something, she really is incredibly dim. Incredibly dim. Jeff thinks that Nolly got a terrible review. Sadly not. 5 stars all the way through. Not one bad review. Not one bad review, Jeff. And in fact, I'm now going to... Done it. Bye-bye. I do love doing that so much. It's so much fun. See you later. And somebody else talking about all the people who are charged. £33 for 2 kebabs. Says this one here, says Terry. They go, where in God's name are you going? 33 quid for 2 kebabs. They're ripping you off, mate. You know what they done? He said that it was 33 quid for 2 kebabs, so I did a Steve Allen. I walked. Absolutely, I wouldn't pay that. Not in a million years. A kebab, 8 quid max. 8 quid. 16 quid for 2. Anything more than that, that's called rip-off. That's called I would definitely not do that at all. I wouldn't want to pay anything like that. It's just that people taking the mickey out of you. They'll all regret it. They'll all regret it. We've lost a few businesses. And then I walked down Marylebone High Street yesterday. Very strange. Because at the time I was telling my friend that we've lost Lloyds Bank, Barclays, NatWest, HSBC, Santander. They've all gone in Twickenham. And just at that moment, we're standing right next to... not HSBC, NatWest. Sign in the window, this branch is closing. 2 doors away, Lloyds Bank, this branch is closing. I said, so what have you got left in the high street? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. They're just closing banks left, right and centre, which I should imagine would really annoy the staff who work there. Who haven't done anything apart from the bigwigs who close them down. And they're not exactly big branches. Not exactly big branches. Not so good, is it, really? Also, a Tory ban on fur and foie gras imports is being shelved, which is a huge blow to animal welfare campaigners. Therese Coffey signalled the move was no longer a priority. Would they like to tell us what is a priority? I'd love to find out, but I suspect we'll have to wait years. What do you reckon?
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end. and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Monday, February the 6th, and the digger driver, because that's what she does now. She's a digger driver. Says she's the one who took Prince Harry's virginity in a field behind a pub, which he shouldn't have been in, but he was drinking shots. He'd had about 10. She says, I wasn't warned he was going to reveal details of the romp in his new book. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why he did. Basically, he's got nothing else to talk about. This is where I lost my virginity. Sasha Walpole, 40, added she expected their sexual encounter to remain secret. Harry, 38, wrote in his book a steamy encounter with an older woman when he was he was only 2 years older, dear. Honestly, you make it sound like it was sort of Hello, Mrs. Robinson or something like that. Ridiculous. Sasha, who knew the prince from her time as a stable girl, she certainly was very stable, and the royal residence Highgrove, said she was so stunned she almost fell off the sofa. She feared there were enough clues in the book for people to identify her. Well, everybody in the pub apparently knew about it. She was obviously, you know... I mean, he just looks like a child, I'm afraid, at the time, because he was only 16. And they are pictured. She said, I kept it secret for 21 years. Well, you would. Why would you want to tell people who you had sex with? Goodness sake, honestly. She said she was 16 at the time, and the royal security team collected him in a Ford Fiesta after the romp. A Ford Fiesta? A Ford? The ignominy of it all. I mean, at least a tractor or a horse or something like that. I mean, dear God in heaven, dear, they collected him in a Ford Fiesta. Oh, dear, how embarrassing. OK, so now can we find out all his other girlfriends where he had sex with them? Because that's obviously what everybody's talking about. I can't believe they've dragged it out for another day. This has gone since Saturday, Sunday and Monday. I had sex with Harry. Ugh. Boring. What else we got? People who delete TikTok from their phones should keep personal data safe from hostile threats. Everybody, I mean, I still think... I mean, first of all, I thought these Chinese things were weather balloons because they looked like weather balloons to me, because I've seen weather balloons before. And they're fairly big and they go up very, very high and they monitor everything. But these ones were flying over restricted areas, and that's what made me think that maybe the Chinese were telling the old porky pies... You know, it's a weather balloon, you lying little toe rag. How could you say that? Look at the size of your nose. Goodness sake. Because they were all flying over restricted airspace, where they've got their silos, where they've got their, let's just call it restricted things. And so the Chinese go, oh, it flew off course. Really? Do you know, you must be so stupid and so dumb that you thought we would fall for that one. So the Americans shot it down. And then it turned out that because they were worried if they shot it down, it would crash into something. It's a weather balloon. They've normally got very, very small transmitters in there, which, you know, register bits over America. Over America. You know, we know they're lying through their teeth, but that's what people can't tell the truth nowadays. I don't know why. You know, people just tell fibs. Ridiculous, isn't it? And Steve says, Chris... After the horrible news of her cancer diagnosis, I think the Loose Women should invite Esther Ranson to join them for the time she's got left. The woman is TV royalty. I would probably agree with you that she's TV royalty. I mean, she certainly ruled TV. She was very powerful on television, and the programme was very, very addictive. Very addictive. So, I mean, depending on which ones want to leave the programme, if they really think that they can argue with HMRC, they're even more stupid than I thought they were in the first place. I think they just have to... They're going to need somebody on the panel and somebody at Loose Women to say to them, no, this isn't our decision. This is HMRC. OK, and if you didn't know about it, you must be very ill-informed because this has been running through the business for the best part of 18 months. Simple as that. Simple as that. Very busy weekend, Steve, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. He was at the Midwinter Lions Convention in, is it called St. Cloud? See, I never know how to pronounce things in America. They put something up there. I'm hopeless. He said, where I'm presiding over the memorial service for Lions members who passed away during the last year, emceed the luncheon on Saturday, presiding over the Protestant worship service, and led the toast to the King at the banquet on Saturday evening, on top of preaching at my 2 worship services on Sunday. I've barely got a voice left. Gosh, you must be the busiest Methodist minister in the whole of Minnesota. You must be really busy. I didn't realise you had to do all of those sort of things. I think that's lovely. I'm looking at the St. Cloud's Lions clubs, and so the meeting time was 5, then they have dinner at 6, and they do all sorts of fundraising, family picnics and everything else. You see, I think that the churches in America are far more together. I mean, look at this here. They've got service projects for adopted highway and park cleanups, assist with city tree planning, diabetes awareness testing, ring the Salvation Army bell at Christmas. And over the years, the Boys and Girl Clubs have donated 20,000, the Boy Scouts 40,000. I mean, just phenomenal. They are literary communities. Literary communities. I'm very jealous because we have the same thing here, but it's just not as big as you have it over there, Jake. So you're doing really well. You're doing really well. You are assured of your place in heaven. You're definitely going to be getting your own cloud, I'm telling you that. No messing around. I might have to come and share it with you as well. So well done to you. Mark says, just boarded the 0502 Thameslink from Purley, 0412 Brighton, as per the norm as we ride into the city. Isn't it cold this morning? Isn't it cold? Have you noticed how cold it is out there? I think people need to wear a vest. And last night is bad as well, really? Well, they've said snow. They've said snow. I mean, I'm hoping they're joking and it's not going to be snow. I'm hoping it's not going to be snow. But you can certainly feel it. You can certainly feel it. I certainly felt it this morning. It was terrible. And Steve, like you, I love Joe Allen's been going for around 30 years. And I've been to the one in New York. It's a shame they had to move from the old venue when Robert De Niro bought the building. They were going to build a hotel, which never happened. Really missed it during lockdown. And interesting. My husband has the burger, even though it's not on the menu, but somehow all available. Yes, it's been a standard Joe Allen thing for 40 years. They always have a burger, and it's not on the menu. You have to ask for it. Bacon burger, cheeseburger, everything else. Say, I've been going there for a long time, and always enjoy it, actually, as long as I don't get too drunk. All the banks in Riverwood, have closed, Steve. And this is for poor old Shane, who says, I have to go 2 suburbs away to get money at the ATM. Well, I can go to... Where did somebody else I could go to? I mean, look, I could go here if I needed money out, if they all close in my area. I can go to Drummond's. I could walk into Coutts and use their cash machines because that's part of RBS. And I can probably go... but there's still going to be cash points around. Do you remember the time they used to charge you for using a cash point? You'd put your card in and they go, you've been charged £2 for this transaction. I'm like, whoa, I don't want to pay for taking my own money out. Thank you. Excuse me. You still pay, do you? I think if you find a cash machine in a club or something like that, I think, not in a club. You're not going to those dodgy places, are you, Aaron? I've told you about... Oh, honestly, Trevor, I'll try and wean him off these sort of places, but you know what it's like. He's been a few times, he meets people, he likes going there, so he doesn't mind paying the extra. Jan in Crawley says, Steve, visited Joe Allen's for a second time last Thursday before seeing Les Miserables with my daughter and friends from Spain. What a fab day we had. Well, that would be perfect. That would be perfect for me. Joe Allen's Les Miserables, although I'd probably do it the other way round. I'd probably do Les Miserables and then Joe Allen's, because after I've eaten, I get a bit tired. And I have been known to go to the cinema and go to theatre and just fall asleep, I'm afraid. I'm a bit hopeless. So if I go and do anything, I've got to go and see the production first and then go. But I'm glad you had a nice time, Jan. Always good. Completely agree, Steve, about touch screen, says Dave, especially in fast food places. Yes, would be weird if I started carrying antiseptic wipes to clean them. I think we should put gloves on or something. You know. Bonnie and Clyde the musical returns to the Garrick in March. Must recommend it to you, especially as it's next door the studio. No, it's not next door. It's at the back. It's at the back of our studio. In fact, I couldn't be further away from it. I really couldn't be further away. I wish I could be, actually. And somebody says here, all these... Yeah, a lot of people talk about the banks that are closing. Steve, Mark Gattis says Larry Grayson is very good in Nolly. He gets him just right. Yes, do you know that the bit that was filmed with him turning up, you know that was completely done separately? There was nobody on set at all. It was just a bit that was filmed and then just dropped in. And I've always liked Chris Packham since The Really Wild Show. So don't let the trolls get you down. All he's got to do is just bar them. It's as simple as that. And it's a case of, let them carry on writing things, Never have to see them at all, I think. So what else we got here? This is who they think could replace Ken Bruce, who I'm amazed is still on Radio 2. Absolutely. I mean, seriously, I'm amazed. Normally, if you leave a radio station, they go, thank you very much indeed. They put you on what's called gardening leave. They don't let you carry on doing something. Ridiculous, isn't it? Don't forget, you can send a comment to LBC by just saying, Alexa, if you're listening via an Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And then it will get to me. Steve, we have plenty of Lions clubs in the UK. Have a look at our website. Oh, all over the place. So Lions clubs you can find. Steve, if you run a little company, sometimes you need cash to pay the bills. They need cash to pay their bills. Yeah, but that's fiddling, isn't it? Come on. I know what illegal is. I know what illegal is, because it means it doesn't go through the till, which is a little bit naughty. I see they've found a fly tipper. This one's a complete thicko. James Atkins. He drove 25 miles to illegally dump a huge pile of bricks in a car park. He shouldn't be driving. He's banned. He's a real thicko. He went from Essex to Kent to dump the rubble at a business park, but he was caught on CCTV. Firms at the site in Dartford had to pay $3,000 to clean up in February 2017. He got 16 months at Chelmsford Crown Court. That'll teach you, sweet cheeks, won't it? That'll teach you. Filthy fly tippers. I think we know what sort of people they are. Filthy, ghastly, awful. What else we got? Hundreds of recent police recruits should not have been appointed. They weren't vetted. They weren't vetted properly. Slightly disturbing, isn't it? Seeing as the recent stories about police officers we've had before.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. No, we've got a confession from one member of staff today. Aaron's just confessed to me that he's got tattoos. I mean, to be honest with you, we're having a bit of a dispute over this one, because we were talking about cash machines and how you, on some of them, have to pay to use them. And so I said, oh, right, so you use it? He said, yes, in the tattoo... Well, I could have fallen off my chair. In the tattoo parlour I go to, he says, they've got a cash point machine. I said, so I went, as you do, you've got tattoos? And he went, yeah, I've got 4. I said, you haven't. Now, you know me. Shorts and tattoos are verboten on this programme. I mean, I can't believe that he's actually got 4 tattoos. I don't know if this is a rebellion side of him coming out, or whether or not he's just making it up and he's got one of those little things you stick on. You get your arm wet and you put the piece of paper on there, then push it down, then peel the paper off and it leaves the tattoo there. You used to get them free with Bazooka Joe bubblegum. Proper actual tattoos. We'll see. We'll see. Albert says, since Harry's little romp in that field, things have gone downhill ever since. I like the idea that he's embarrassed the wife more than anything. I mean, should we not be told, really, where he first had sex with Meghan Markle? I mean, if we're really being stupid about the whole thing, I don't know. Steve, do you remember the spread you used to be able to get for toast? It was called Toast Toppers. Yes, you can still get it. And Aunt Bessie's mashed potato on wholemeal toast. No, absolutely not, Phil or Bard. We don't do ridiculous food. Mashed potato on toast? I don't think so. Steve, a device needs to be invented to wipe the self-service screen after each use. Yes, I would go for that. I would definitely go for that one. And I always use my knuckles, says Karen, to tap out the order at the burger bar. I just think that they should clean them all the time. Don't you think so? Thank you for the recommendation, Steve, of Jojo Rabbit. Watched it last night. And thank you for that one. Oh, right. Nick, no, he's not, unfortunately. I know who it is, but I can't tell you because it's not been officially released. But no, definitely not Gary. Definitely not Gary. Steve. Somebody else told me about plenty of Lions clubs in the United Kingdom. And Kenneth says, thank you for your suggestion to Jo Allen. Took the wife on Saturday for her birthday. Good. Steve, we have a Wendy's in Ilford. You go to the counter and say what you want. The man or woman then says, sit down, they'll bring it over to you, says David. Well, this one is all screens, and it's got the picture of the burger. I just wanted a straight burger, but there is no facility for just doing a straight burger with cheese on it, which really annoys me, I'm afraid. Really annoys me. What have we got here? Staff at the Robin Hood in Tring in Hertfordshire were very surprised when Keanu Reeves popped in for lunch. He comes in and he says, fish and chips and shepherd's pie or something, and then goes and sits in the corner, and then he has pictures taken with the bar staff and the kitchen staff, who apparently got really excited. So we have another one here. Thank you for your suggestion, Jo Allen's. The food and cocktails are amazing. Cocktails, we had Singapore slingshot, Hummingway, salmon and ribs. The dessert was pecan pie with peanut chip ice cream. Oh, I don't think I've had a Singapore slingshot, but to be honest with you, anything, I don't even know what it is. I've got no idea what's in a Singapore slingshot. I mean, I like just normal cocktails. I quite like the colours. As well. I don't really have a favourite cocktail. I just I wouldn't have a top three. I don't know. The last time I had a paper plane. I don't know what it is. The Singapore Sling has got Grand Marnier, cherry liqueur, herbal liqueur, often Benedictine, pineapple, lime, bitters and club soda. So that sounds quite nice. Paper plane. Put paper plane in, because that's a bit potent. 2 or 3 of those and you're singing Rule Britannia, I tell you. That's not difficult. Paper plane cocktail, there it is. It's not what I call big, but it's nice. And it was invented by Sam Ross, and it's gin, lime, maraschino liquor and green chartreuse. And there's a balance between bitter, sour and herbal notes. It's very nice. It's my favourite spirit for a cocktail. I don't really have a favourite spirit for a cocktail, because I don't know until they produce it and put it in front of me. I didn't know what a paper plane was until about 6 months ago. Now I'm an aficionado on a paper plane. I tell you, 3 of those, I mean, I'm ripping my clothes off. It's a bit embarrassing when you're sitting on the top of the bus, but it makes no difference. It's the colour of it. Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, there's something nice about it. The trouble is they're too drinkable. I mean, it's not like you've got a long, sort of vodka and Coca-Cola or something like that. It's a drink that you drink really fast, and you go, right, now what? Christopher's Wine Bar is very good. Cocktail bar just by opposite the Lion King. That's very good. That's very, very good. And Jo Allen's do a nice little bits and pieces. Carol, you're boring. Go away. Stop being so nasty to Prince Harry. Well, he was the one who talked about having sex in a field, dear. Do you like him? Is he your favourite? Well, you have to write to somebody else now, because I put you out of your misery. I love doing it. It's great. Steve, we've got a Wendy's in Ilford. Somebody else told me that. Same thing. And somebody says, I've lost it. Just 1 more year and you will equal Ken Bruce's record as the longest-serving presenter on the same station. Oh, no, I do better. I'm the longest-serving commercial radio presenter. He doesn't do commercial radio. He's come to that very late. And he said, when you pass that, they will surely give you a knighthood. I don't really think you should ask for knighthoods or things like that. I saw somebody the other day was given an award, and I remember thinking, for what? For what? They go, for charity works. I thought, well, I've been doing charity for years, but I don't expect any reward for it. It's just something that you do, isn't it? That's the way it is. What else we got in the papers? Alison Hammond, apparently, throwing a star-studded birthday bash. She invited Dermot O'Dreary, that must have been a conversation and a half, Gok Wan, and Holly Willoughby and Carol Vorderman. The trouble is you've got to pour Holly Willoughby out at the end of a session. She drinks like a fish. I mean, we've seen her at the end of all these award ceremonies. She arrives in the next morning, same frock, because she hasn't been home. She's party hard, really party hard. And it's happy birthday to Alan Carr. And so I think he's doing a series with Amanda Holden at the moment. And also Ashley Roberts was there, and Lisa Faulkner, and all sorts of business. And don't forget, just around the corner, in fact, it's a matter of days away now, Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day. And that's, 14th, isn't it? So I was looking at, they were selling roses the other day, 30 quid for sort of a dozen red roses. It seems a lot of money, doesn't it, really, for red roses? But, don't get them. I don't want to be honest with you. I think they're really expensive for what they are. But you can go to some top florist shop and you can pay £100 for roses. Really, really very, very easy to find rose. But also, why would a rose be sort of... What's romantic about a rose? Nothing romantic about it. I mean, I don't know what would be considered romantic. Packet of condoms, I suppose. I can't think of anything else. Well, I mean, bottle of booze, not really. Chocolates, is that... I don't know. I don't know what people consider romantic. I just don't like the idea that it's one day where you go, this is the day I tell you I love you. The rest of the time I can't stand the sight of you. So I just like you for this one day, and we're going to get all lovey-dovey, and the kids have nicked daffodils from the local park. So here you go, you got some daffodils. We bought you chocolates. And you think, yeah, that's it, is it? In Vanessa Feltz's case, nothing for Valentine's Day. But at least she's rid of him, which is the best thing to do. If somebody's cheating on you, for goodness sake, Steve, at the Wimpy, they still do the little trick with the sausage. It's not a sausage. It's a Frankfurter. And all they do, they just make little cuts in it, and as it cooks, it slowly bends into nearly a circle. That's the way it works. Somebody says, what do you prefer, McDonald's or Burger King? Neither. Burger King, because they used to do little hash browns, little round things, about that size, which were great, because you get a bag of them. And the girl who used to work at Waterloo Station, she liked me. She liked me a lot. And so I would always get, the ones which you got to think, and then she'd add another scoopful. And every day she'd go, put some extra in. I'd say, oh, that's nice. And so then I started living on these little hash browns. I mean, you could eat them just sitting on the train, like, just, open mouth, pop in, open mouth, pop in. It was great. And then they closed the Burger King. And they went, it'll be opening soon. Well, that was 2 years ago. So far, nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't know why they bother, actually. Because they seem to be closing Burger Kings all over the place. The one in Twickenham went, and they took all the equipment out. Everything went out. The fridges, the cooker. I don't think they cook anything in Burger King. I really don't think. I think they microwave, and they cook the chips and the other bits and pieces. But the rest of it, I think, is microwave. You can see them opening the microwave door, putting it in there and closing the door. So it's obviously cooked elsewhere. And it was sort of nice while it lasted, but then they closed it. The funny thing was, they took all the equipment out. It is now an empty shell, and they put a sign on the window, Burger King closed permanently. I thought, no kidding. Never guess. No kidding. Steve, apparently Harry's ratings in California have gone from 38% to 3%, and Harry and Meghan are not being invited to A-list events. Well, they didn't get invited to Oprah Winfrey's birthday. They didn't get invited to that. Well, either they were busy, perhaps she was doing her nails or something, or, busy. When I say busy, that's where you stay in, you turn all the lights off and you hide behind the settee. Makes it a lot easier. Andrea says, didn't know you went to prep school. Were you a boarder? Of course. What else was there? You had to be a boarder. My parents lived 400 miles away, so I boarded. That was fun, I'm telling you. A lot of 9-year-old boys in a bed. For some reason, we just seemed to go to sleep fairly quickly. I don't know why. But in fact, at boarding school, we had baths. In one bathroom, there were 3 baths. So you were like a conveyor belt. You went into the bath. So it was the same water. You didn't get fresh water each time. It was the old water from the person before. So if they'd been particularly dirty, you kind of inherited it as well. We were only little, we were 9, and we weren't, how dirty can you be? We used to do rugby and stuff like that, but when we came back, there were showers. But the funny thing was, they were freezing cold. Freezing cold. Middle of winter, you tried doing up your shirt buttons. You're like, oh, God. There was freezing cold, I know. I mean, I don't know if we'd coped if they had a sort of a heated shower. Steve, we haven't got a Wendy's, says Taffy Knight, but we've got a Taco Bell and a Kentucky next to each other. Tidy. I had Taco Bell before. I didn't mind that. That was okay. I mean, given a choice, Kentucky's quite nice. But I only like the drumsticks. They're easier to eat. You just hold it with your fingers. And whereas the other bit, I don't know, it's all over the blooming place. But yeah. Popcorn chicken, is that what you like? Oh, God, honestly. I'm afraid I've got the team from hell on today. They like all the things they're not supposed to have, popcorn chicken. Why is it called popcorn chicken? I don't know, but you get about 30 pieces for £1 or something. Paul says, Valentine nonsense. Thankfully, hubby and I don't fall for that tosh, which is good news. So there you go. But florists everywhere were saying, shut up, we've got to make money, which is good news.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
We can now confirm that Aaron has tattoos. He has 4 tattoos. But he said if it's fleshy, apparently when you have tattoos done, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, right. This is a needle going in. Like basically, it's somebody who's doing the roads, but this time they're equipped with a needle gun. And they've got these things. So he's got shoulder, back, thigh and leg on his calf. And they're all fairly big. And he said, oh, the one there was only £200. I went, 200 quid for a tattoo? Mind you, I've heard of some people who spend an awful lot of money on tattoos. It becomes addictive, I think. I mean, because when he said he had 4, we weren't too sure whether to believe him or not. But I can promise you he has 4 tattoos. Which the fun thing is, he's done a deal with his dad. As long as he doesn't have any that are visible, if he's wearing a short sleeve shirt or something like that, that's okay. Because, the bloke in Wendy's in Kingston, he's got them all the way up his arms. They call them sleeves, don't they? They put it's a sleeve all the way up the arms. I'm thinking, how long does that take? These things must take forever and a day. But he seems quite happy with them. Makes him and they all signify something, don't they? Each tattoo means something to people. Mine just have scared written in big letters, I think. But very nice. Steve. A lot of people out working this morning, which is good news. And a lot of people are sort of thinking it's not really going to get that cold this week, is it? It is. It is, believe it or not. They've sort of decided that this is where the weather. I thought we were in for spring. I thought we were in for something a little bit lighter, something which could be, I don't know, just something that sort of warms us up a little bit. Because we had some weather the other day, and I remember thinking, oh, this is good. This is the start of it. And then they went, oh, by the way, the weather is going to change, I'm afraid. Steve, I presume the selling of family secrets by Harry and Meghan puts any celebrity on edge to be anywhere near close to them. Can you imagine trying to share a confidence with them, knowing it'll be on Netflix or in a book they've isolated themselves and just getting their just desserts? Well, I mean, fancy saying to this, well, they didn't say anything to this girl, he didn't, that she's going to be in, I'm writing a book and you're going to be in it because you were my first bit of sex in the field. I was only 16 and you were 18 and we drank loads of shots and everything else. Oh, it's embarrassing, really, because loads of people had to deny it was them. People like Elizabeth Hurley had to say, well, it's not me. Until along comes the former stable girl called Sasha Walpole, who is now 40. She enjoyed a passionate and sparky encounter with it. It was 5 minutes, dear. It wasn't sparky. That's not sparky. Sparky is like, whoa, were we in that field for days? Did we do it once? We did it 10 times. It was fantastic. But apparently not. So it was a tryst. It wasn't a tryst at all. A tryst makes it sound romantic. It was just, as they say in the business, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That's all it was, really. And then she slapped his rump. She said, we were quite drunk. I gave Harry a cigarette. He started to kiss me. He was wearing boxers. I told you he wears boxers. There was no chatting, no words. It was exciting. We were away for 15 minutes, but the sex was about 5 minutes. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. What a claim to fame. My first sex lasted 5 minutes. God. I mean, please, no more. We don't want any more details. I'm really not remotely interested. The fact that he was drinking and smoking was quite bad enough. But I'm just amazed that he didn't sort of book into a hotel or it didn't go to to a second go, which it obviously didn't. What have we got here? Oh, yes, the Gary Glitter story. They've moved him. This bail hostel, believe it or not, is beside schools. And so angry protesters gather to demand he's moved, with one man even attempting to scale the fence. This is located in Hampshire. I mean, what possible reason would they have for putting a convicted paedophile in a hostel near schools? I mean, do you really have to be that thick to do this? Anyway, a crowd of people is understood to have gathered outside the property on Saturday, and he's 78. The protesters outside the Bail Hostel, which is in a residential area, shouted for him to be removed from their neighbourhood. It comes as Richard Scorer, who represents one of Glitter's victims, says his release was particularly distressing and traumatic. And Richard said the early release devalues this girl's suffering and that of his other victims. The Hampshire police said the police were called to reports of a public order incident. No arrests were made. Well, no kidding. No kidding. What, you're defending him? Because that's the way it appears to me. Ridiculous. Honestly, absolutely ludicrous. A bail hostel for a paedophile next to schools. I mean, you just couldn't make it up, could you? Policing just stop oil protesting cost taxpayers $7.5 million over 9 weeks in London alone. Police data revealed the daily bill was as high as £630,000. Wow. Just stop oil supporters climbed motorway gantries and blocked main roads in London. They sprayed orange paint over buildings in the capital and staged protests. Why don't we just take them and throw them in prison? Make it an awful lot easier. You stay there, and when you come out, you will be charged to clear all this mess up. You start spraying buildings with orange paint, you have to pay for it. You know, we've had all sorts of stupid people out there. As I say, the ones who really annoy me more than anything are the ones who sort of superglue themselves to a road, and they sort of sit there being all aggressive, you know, just like this and all the rest of it. And you sort of think to yourself, I tell you what, let's leave you there. I don't want to release you. I want you to stay there for as long as possible. And Steve, on the continent, if you've had tattoos, you can't give blood. Oh, I don't think he's thinking about giving blood. He's not interested in giving blood. I've got to give blood very shortly. That's not, you can't. Oh, right, you can't give blood. Okay, just telling you. There's a reason. I've got to give blood shortly, actually. I hate giving blood. Every time I look at the size of the needle, I always think, oh, please, no, please. So they have to put my arm on a cushion and basically sit on it because my hand moves. And no, it's not today. I've got it in, what's the date today? It's the 6th. Yeah, I've got it in 5 days' time. Which, I mean, I hate giving blood. The needle is about 10 foot long. It's ridiculous. And they sort of strap up your arm and then they find the vein by flicking it. I mean, like, that's going to help me. And then they slide the needle. I've never been able to look yet. In all the years I've given blood, I've never been able to watch the needle going in. I look away and they always go, little scratch. They used to say something else, but they had to change it. And they do a little scratch, and then they put the thing on there, then they strap it up, and then they sort of take off one syringe full, then they connect another syringe up, and so then they take 3 syringe fulls. My arm is so weak. Seriously, at the end of it, it's just ridiculous. And then they say, OK, there you go. Then they give you a little bit of cotton wool to put over the top of it as the blood pours out, you know. Where the blood goes? No, it's not a donation. No, this is the blood that goes to the pathology department, and they test it and see how ill I am. Oh yes, I'm not donating blood. I haven't got enough blood in my body to donate. What are they going to want with my blood? I've got 8 pints, and 8 pints is what I'm keeping. I have no intention of sharing. But no, it's for the diabetes. They have to do a blood test every 6 months. You have it, but I always have to look away. But the funny thing is, the nurse who takes my blood, she's needle phobic. It couldn't get any worse. Seriously, she doesn't like needles either. Yet she can more than happily take blood out your arm. But I have to look away. I try and be big and brave about it, but I'm afraid I'm not very good. Naz says, Steve, why are there so many footballers with tattoos? Perhaps they think it's butch. Perhaps they think it makes them more of a man or so. I don't know. I don't know what the reason for it is. Yeah. I mean, but the trouble is, you know, if you didn't have a tattoo, would you let somebody loose with a felt tip pen? You know, I'm just sort of saying, you know, with a felt tip pen, different colours. I've got different coloured felt tip pens. I bought all these Sharpies in all different colours. And, you know, you could do a nice drawing or something like that. Yeah, the needle's fine. Are you lying down or sitting up? You lie... Oh, depending on what it is. OK. On your leg. Right. Back sitting, thigh sitting. But calf was what? Was that? Right. Oh. It still seems like a lot of pain and a lot of money that you have to pay out for these things. But if listen, if that's what somebody wants to have done, I mean, some of them are very attractive, but you've got to remember you've got it for the rest of your life. I mean, you can have them removed, but it's a bit more complicated now. And Steve, see the difference, says Johnny G, between Harry and Meg's and William and Kate. Class. You can't buy class. You can't pretend you have it. Yes, exactly. You can see people through Knightsbridge. You will see people wearing, you know, deerstalkers and things like that, terribly well spoken, and you think you've obviously come from a place which is, you know, fairly well heeled, but they might not have threepence to rub together, which is interesting. Penny says, if you didn't live in Twickenham, where else would you consider living? We've lived in Henley for 20 years and thinking of moving somewhere new. My mother was in Henley for about 20 years and then moved to Penn in Buckinghamshire. And that was quite nice. And I would probably move to Richmond. Probably Richmond, I would think. If I was going to move anywhere else, I would think so. I mean, I've seen a nice house. It's got 7 bedrooms. I mean, seriously, I've just got to find 7 friends. And yeah, that's quite nice. It overlooks the river. The trouble is, the price, we got to negotiate. They're looking for 7.5 million. And I was thinking that might be a little bit too much for the bank account to bear. If I can get them to knock off 500,000, we're in. Yeah, the figures are up. You never know. You never know. I'll just do another podcast. Yeah, another podcast, pay for the house immediately. And then I could change the car. I don't want to change the car, actually. Lauren says, do they give you a cup of tea and a biscuit after they take your blood? No, because I'm not donating blood. This is blood for my blood test. I'm not donating. If I was donating blood, they take a pint, don't they? I think. You have to lie there on a bed and your arm goes to pieces. And I've never given a pint. Never. I just do 3 syringefuls, and they send them away, and then they phone and go, would you like to pop in, Stephen, and we can have a look through the results of your blood test. It tells you everything. Tells you all sorts of bits and pieces. But the moment I feel fine. The moment I feel fine. Jane says, I'm with you. I can't look when they take blood samples. The best people to take samples are the phlebotomists at the hospital. I used to have 2 women up at Roehampton. 2 ladies up there in the pathology department, and they used to take my blood. And to be honest, I didn't even know the needle was in. They were that good. The needle went in. I never felt a thing. And only on a couple of occasions have I sort of gone, oh, no, don't. I hate it. So I always have to wear a short sleeve shirt when you go in to give blood. There'll be people listening at the moment going, oh, please, God, stop talking about giving blood. If I mention needles to a friend of mine, he just goes to pieces. He can't even bear to think about it. He's diabetic. And I said, but one day you might have to sort of take insulin by injection. He said, I won't. He said, I'll think of another way of doing it. I said, well, it's the only way, I think, you know, of a needle. You could have a little machine under your arm, actually. And Carol says, ask the nurse or the blood tech to use a butterfly instead of that big old needle. When I get blood drawn, they always use a My God, look at the size of the needle on it. Look at it. I mean, that's good heavens, Mum. I got parts of my anatomy smaller. It's ridiculous. Isn't that terrible? That's freaking everybody out.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Tried to give blood on Thursday, said Tara, but failed, so got to go again today. Some people, it doesn't work. Some people will sort of go there, and for some reason they can't either find the vein or they can't get the blood out. I've done it before where I've tried to take my blood, you know, just to test for the all the numbers and all the rest of it. Yes, I'll have a tea. And that hasn't worked. You've got to wait for your hands to warm up. If your hands can't warm up, then you can't get the blood out. And I could always tell because my hands in the winter time, like now, get really, really cold. And if I'm outside and I can't wear gloves, I've discovered I'm not a glove person. It's a real pain because you buy a pair of gloves, you think this will be nice. But then every time you want to use your telephone, you've got to take the gloves off. It's so... I mean, yesterday, somebody's picked up a very nice pair of my sunglasses. I went to Marks and Spencer's, and I took my sunglasses off, which are polarised, and they're very nice indeed, and they're Oakenfeld, and then they vanished. They vanished completely. I had my reading glasses on. I walked out of Marks and Spencer's thinking I'm now, because it's sunny outside, I need to put my sunglasses on. And blow me down, I couldn't find them. So I'm assuming I must have thought I put them in my pocket and they must have dropped to the ground or something. Anyway, somebody's picked up a pair of sunglasses worth about 113 quid. So I had to order another pair of glasses. And then the trouble is I then clicked the wrong button. I've now ordered 2 pairs of glasses. I only realised when they sent me through the notification saying, "Oh, you've got 2 pairs of glasses. They'll be arriving very shortly." And I thought, oh God, honestly, this month is very expensive, very expensive. Steve, I have says Kevin the Milkman, a large tattoo on each leg. Each took 3 hours of work. I don't know how long Aaron spent having his. He said, never too late to get you one. I was 50 when I got mine. Well, I think I'm way too old for that kind of thing, don't you? Can you imagine somebody going, you've got a tattoo at your age, Steve? Are you mad? The answer is no, not really. But I don't know. I mean, it can take quite a while, can't it? I've seen them doing it on these Kavos programs, and they try and make it look, really sort of clever. But how long it takes, I've got no idea. We'll ask him, shall we? We'll ask how long it took. Because I don't know. Because now we know he's got 4 tattoos. Here comes the tea. So you've got four tattoos. Yeah. So how long did it take to do? How long did the leg take? Approximately.
An hour. Around an hour.
Hour?
That was 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
That was 2 hours.
2 hours?
2-3 hours.
This is on the back. 2 or 3 hours. And the shoulder?
Very large, the back one.
It is quite large, yeah.
The shoulder one thing was like hour 40. And
it's like half.
You do get breaks during it.
You get for what?
Just standing up, getting, so you're not just getting...
Oh, right. Oh, live and learn. Live and learn. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. There you go. Now you know how much of your life you're giving up. Stella says, when I have a blood test, I ask the phlebotomist to recline the chair in case I pass out. Also, sometimes they struggle to find a vein and I end up having it taken from my hand. Oh, I've never heard of that one before. Kev says, he's got the tattoo on each leg. Gary from Stanwell says it's an armful of blood. I know. And spare a thought, Steve, says, is it David? For the thousands of dialysis patients having to put one very large needle into their arm 3 to 5 times a week just to survive. Well, I just give up. I'm just not very good with it. It's odd, isn't it, really? Some people are good with things like that and they don't. It's like people who feel the cold and some people who don't. I've been out, and you know what the latest fashion is? Shorts. Kevin and my postman Darren, they are leading the fashion stakes. The reason being that apparently it is now called the trend to wear shorts in the winter. So, and of course, I think they're all going to the gym. They're not. They're just wearing it because it's fashion. Still don't like the idea. Steve, you can buy special gloves to conduct the electricity from your fingers. I have said they don't work for me. Ozzy Osbourne once said, if you want to be different, don't get a tattoo, says Robert. Jackie in Northfield, also about the gloves, thank you. And as a person with type 2 diabetes, says Martin, using the Libra 2, I'm so happy eating a Wendy's, Dave Triple and pot of chili. My blood sugar moves up only 3 points or more. I've tried Burger King and McDonald's, only no fries, and my reading shoots well up into the red. Why is it? I think everybody's different. Every single person is actually different, when they go and sort of take their sort of bloods. But that's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? Which is a bit of a shame. Somebody else saying you can use all these special gloves if you want to still use your telephone. I still find it a bit fiddly. Little bit fiddly. Little bit. It's not, I feel sorry for Tara. Cat in Slough says, Steve, I wouldn't recommend living here. Pete says, good morning. Hope you're well. He says, love a Monday, coffee, gym and pools, my daily fix. It's the chocolate for you, isn't it? We know you like the chocolate, which is lovely. Andy Peters, he says, good morning. He's in Cape Town at the moment. That's a bit nice, isn't it? He says, I'm in the gym listening. He said, I shall I shall see you on the telly later. Thank you. In Cape Town. My God, they're flying you around the world, aren't they? It must be quite nice, actually, to be flying around the world. Then he's going to the gym because he's super-duper fit. Like Pete goes to the gym, but he's not super-duper fit. Freddie doesn't go to the gym because... I can tell you don't go to the gym. I bet you don't go to the... I bet you go, oh, do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. Whereas, you know, some of the people out there in the newsroom, they go to the gym twice a day. Twice a day. And I don't think Aaron goes to the gym either. Yeah, a bit... No, not really. Yeah, you used to, but used to is not the same. Oh, you used to go between lectures. See, the trouble is, I used to go because we had a trainer at the Barbican Health and Fitness Club. It's a David Lloyd club, and the trainer was very good because he would get you motivated. Because otherwise, you can't get motivated. I can't do things like that. I need motivation, and I don't have it. Steve, drinking a bottle of water before the blood test helps, says Lara. No, I promise you it wouldn't. Drinking water would not help me in the slightest. Knocking me out would be good. Knocking me out. Yeah, I'd be more than happy. Knock me out and do what the heck you like. I couldn't care less. Steve, if you have a fall, you have to self-inject in the stomach for a week to prevent blood clots, says Jackie. Oh, I spend my life falling. Only occasionally. Pauline says, you've already talked about Nolly, but I enjoyed it. Helena B. Carter is great, and Miss Gordon had a remarkable life. It was. But lampooned in Victoria Wood's programme in Acorn Antiques, and that's why. She did that, you know, would you kick a dog when it's down? Oh, lovely, lovely. So what's going to happen with Nicola Bulley? And the answer is, I've got no idea. They've got a picture of her, CCTV, leaving the house at 8:30, and then there are a couple more sightings, and then that's it. She was putting her dog Willow. Apparently she was a very good swimmer. So I don't get the problem. I realise that if she was wearing her clothes and she fell into the river to catch a ball, although to be honest with you, if you're a dog lover and the ball happens to go in the river, you blooming well leave it. You're not going to start risking climbing into a fast-moving river, are you? But they've now got underwater forensic experts, and they've got this high-frequency sonar equipment. But she was a good swimmer, and so I don't really know. Nobody knows where she's gone to. The family don't know. The police don't know. They're sort of trying everything known to man, but not having much luck, I'm afraid. Mystery lover in Duke's book admits I'd still meet him for a drink if he asked. You think that's very likely? You can't be that naive. What, with Meghan round his neck? You must be joking. There's no chance she'd go, oh yes, let's go meet the first person you had sex with. How exciting. Of course not. Of course she's not going to go for that. Honestly, why these people? I've got no idea. Return tickets are set to be scrapped as part of an overhaul of the railways. Mark Harper, who's the Transport Secretary, will unveil the plans in a speech to the industry representatives tomorrow. You know what they're doing? They're putting the price up. That's what they're doing. So in other words, you know, if you get a return, there was always a discount, wasn't there? You're going there and back and you get a bit of a discount on it. I think now it's a case of they'll be able to put up the price of things. I'm always amazed at how often I seem to be topping up my Oyster card. And that's just for the journeys within, you know, public transport. You wait till they bring in this, what's this, another tax that they're bringing in? It's ULEZ. They're bringing that in. Luckily, I'm all right. I'm fine. I don't have to pay. But loads of people are going to get caught out. Loads of people. And they're extending it. It gets further and further out. They just see us as a cash cow, don't they? It's just ridiculous. I tell you what we'll do. We'll take a short break for the news at 6. Then we'll be back with more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. I know we hate it. Everybody hates Monday, don't they? Oh, not Monday. And you go, is it a strike today? Certainly is. NHS. I don't know how many days this week they're striking. I've lost track of who's striking, who's not striking. Most people appear to be coming out at various times. And they've said, this is what is happening. This is what you should be aware of. You see, and this is the opportunity for the government to pull their blooming fingers out and do something. Why they can't sort this out, I've got no idea. I really find it absolutely amazing. They're going, oh, yes, has Rishi Sunak sat down with anybody? Have they actually had meetings with people? Ridiculous. Jacob says, my partner, Steve, wanted me to give blood and I was a bit unsure. So she took me with her to make me feel more at ease. It was all going well until at the end the nurse was worried about the bruise where the needle went in. At that moment, her face went white and she had to be flipped upside down to stop her passing out. Oh, dear. Ridiculous. Okay, what do we got today? Nurses, ambulances. The nurses are also for tomorrow as well. Nothing on Wednesday. 9th and 10th, universities start physio and ambulances. Nothing on 11, 12, 13, 14th, teachers, university staff. Ambulances on the 16th and 17th, university staff on the 14th, 15th and 16th. And then on the 20th, ambulances, 21 university staff and teachers, 22 ambulances, 23 university staff, and nothing 24, well, bit of 24, 25, 26. So, but so far we haven't got anything on the trains again. So we don't know where we are on the trains and the Abellio buses and stuff like that. I've got no idea. No idea. But ambulances you need to be aware of. You need to be aware of because that's going to be for a few days. OK. And Steve, I don't mind needles at all. COVID jabs, blood test, fine with me. But the needle in the mouth from the dentist scares the life out of me, says Connie. I know the feeling. There's no easy way of getting it. They always rub a little bit of something on your gum, don't they? And then they put the needle in. And you sort of go, oh, try and be all big and strong. I wish they'd just give you gas, and then just sort of leave you and sort of knock you out. But if they're going to give you gas or anything like that, you have to have somebody there with you to make sure. Because if they're going to do anything in your mouth and they give you an injection or whatever else, they need to put something in your mouth to keep your mouth open. Because automatically, when you go under the anaesthetic, your mouth closes and they can't get it open again. So they've got to put something in there which keeps it open. Ridiculous. Princess of Wales has hired a straight-talking PR guru as her right-hand woman. This is Miss Caulfield, described as loud, persuasive, and a breath of fresh air in the palace. She's 51. I wonder how long she'll laugh. Wonder how long she'll last. Apparently, she led Chef Jamie Oliver's campaigns on childhood obesity and free school meals. There you go. She's going to join Ken Palace this month, expected to build on such projects. How many staff have they got? They seem to have loads of staff, don't they, really? It is quite amazing. And return tickets we've done. And the most popular Thatcher since Margaret. This is a guy called, he's in West Sussex. He's called Thatching Guy. Because his name is, he's Shane, really, Thatching Guy. And what he does is he does thatching on buildings that need thatching doing. And he's had 50 million views because he does it with his shirt off. I can't imagine why that would be significant, but he does it with his shirt off and he's got very tight jeans. And so the reporter, Imran Ramzan, as opposed to just doing a feature on him, she had to climb up onto the roof with him, didn't she? I think that kind of gives us a rough idea where she's coming from. Average thatch, 45 grand. Should last for about 25 years. I remember one of my brother's daughters said she hated the idea of a thatched place. She said because you get spiders and everything else underneath it. I don't like the idea. But when it's done, it does look absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. What else have we got? Lots of deep fake videos sweeping the internet. There's loads of fake things. A picture of Zelensky will pop up and it'll go, Zelensky surrenders, Tom Cruise with Paris Hilton and things like that. And you think, no, absolutely not. Also, the company behind Britain's best-selling vape used illegally by tens of thousands of children last night admitted inadvertently breaking the law after they found its products far exceeded maximum nicotine whole levels. The Chinese vaping giant Elf Bar wholeheartedly apologised after they found their 600 line of e-cigarettes were at least 50% over the legal limit. And you don't think these things are getting dangerous? They bought them in Tesco's. Tesco's were selling these things. School children are buying these illegally over the counter. No questions asked. No questions. Give us a £5, we'll send you this sort of... I mean, we don't vape, as you can well imagine, because we're very good about things. I'm just worried that in the future they're going to find out that they're really not very good for you. And then it's going to be dreadful. Steve, trams in Croydon are due to strike soon. I agree with you. Nobody seems to be talking to the unions. They don't seem to be doing anything, which I'm a little bit worried about. But trams in... I'd forgotten Croydon had trams. I quite like trams. They've got them in Blackpool. End of story there. And why are you topping up your Oyster card if you've got a Freedom Pass? Well, it's not valid all the time, is it? You know, at the time I travel back in the morning, it's not. And also, they've now changed the time the Freedom Pass comes in. It comes in at 9:30. So that's why. So you have an Oyster card as well. Steve, I'm knocked out for a blood test, bit of gas, and I know nothing till I wake up. Oh, right. I didn't know you could get things like that. I haven't seen Happy Valley, so I shall tell you yet again that I haven't seen it. And had no interest in seeing it, actually. No interest in seeing it. A former nurse... This is an interesting one. Her name's Sarah Stout. Paid £2 billion by the government for PPE gear, has been accused of riding roughshod over a quiet village. Pandemic tycoon Sarah Stout had already raised eyebrows by treating herself to a £30 million Caribbean holiday villa with vast profits made from 2020 and 2021. She's now bought an equestrian centre. She wants to put in 411 stables. Dear. Where'd she get the money for this from? So they were spending like a Euro Millions jackpot win. Well, that's what I would expect people to do. If you won the Euro Millions, I would expect people to, you know, do all the usual things that you're expected to do when you win a lot of money. It's supposed to change your life. You don't want it not to change your life. You want to sort of, you know, make sure that you get different things. Could you smell the difference between Chanel and M&S scent? Esther Walker is in the paper today. They've tried all of these different, I think they're called smell-alikes. And the worst thing about them is that they don't really last as long as the original smells. They're a pale imitation. So I've got here, we're looking at one on Classic Floral, number 5 by Chanel. And the smell-alike score, that also gets 5 out of 5, which is not bad. Modern Florals, they say you can barely tell the difference, 4 out of 5. Citrus Fresh, Neroli Portofino by Tom Ford, that gets 3 out of 5. Floral Meets Amber, Chloe Eau de Parfum by Chloe, and the lookalike there gets 3 out of 5, which is not too bad at all. But people like the lookalikes. My mother used to use Diorissimo, and I used to like the smell of Diorissimo. It sort of smelled quite nicely, actually. So why are the trams going on striking? Silly question, isn't it, really? Obviously money. Has to be money, doesn't it, really? And somebody says, fine with needles and jabs, but the last time they took blood, I was in a cold sweat, says Matthew, with my head on the nurse's desk. Bit dramatic, isn't it, really? Like, oh, my God, what am I going to do? All I do, they put a cushion down, and then I put my... And I know where they take it from. It's the middle of your arm, isn't it? Still don't like it being done. Do not forget that if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. You just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Alexa, send a comment to LBC, and that's how it works. Another one here. Listened to you for many years, says Phil, and texted you as tanker driver Phil. Was always upset at letters from listeners talking to you about the loneliness of the early hours when people have been bereaved or suffering illness. Never thought it could be me. He says, my lovely wife is suddenly very ill. She has things in her chest and head. We're waiting for MRI results to see what's going to happen. She loved listening to you, and if she comes home to me for me to care, we will be here giggling in the early hours, says tanker driver Phil. Well, you make sure you are. You make sure and send her lots and lots of love. And Jill, it'll be fine. Steve, how come Royal Mail have stopped striking? I don't think they have, actually. They've got one on the 16th of February, says Neil London Bound, from 12:30 on the 16th of February. So, did they just want to mess up Christmas, says Ray? No, as I say, they haven't stopped having their strikes. They're having strikes, and that's the way it is. Steve, there better not be a train strike on the most important day of the year, Sunday the 26th of February. Don't I know, I thought that as well. Leicester Square Theatre, says Nessie. Fingers crossed, get that spangled jet. Yes, I mean, that would kibosh everything, wouldn't it? If we ended up with a train strike. Let's hope we don't, actually. Which is a very nice idea. There we are, I've had to do it again. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, Freddie. I beat you to them on some of these. Steve, 25 years, you'll be lucky. I've got 17 years out of mine in Hampshire. Oh, right, this is for Thatch. It's not the spiders you need to worry about, it says up here. And another one that says, I saw the film Jojo Rabbit on Saturday. It was bittersweet, says Sarah. I don't know what bittersweet is. Is that good? It's good, it's sad. Yes, I mean, I thought it was a comedy. You loved it? Oh, right, Aaron loved it. I thought it was a comedy. When I first watched it, the way that they were showing this clip, and I thought, oh, it's funny, it's two kids dealing with, the war situation, and they suddenly realise it's quite dark, actually. In fact, yeah, a lot of comedy are dark, yeah. But, it was good. I need to watch it again, actually. Steve, I don't have any problems giving blood. It's just amazing that you forget about it being in there. That's what it sort of does to you. Paul says, good news is no train strikes this week. Well, I'm lucky. I get, what do I get? Southwestern. They've been very good. I'm keeping them sweet. Because they've been very good. They get me home at just the right time. It was just the buses that screwed up a little bit. But luckily, there's other buses that can get me back to where I need to go. And being Monday today, I like a Monday. Because I got carried away over the weekend spending money. I was buying all sorts of bits and pieces. My brother's wife's birthday tomorrow, so I've had to send her chocolates, courtesy of Amazon, and they're delivering them today. They get the chocolates delivered today. Just hope she's going to be... she is going to be in, actually. I know that, because she's one of these people who works for the NHS who works from home. So, which is quite good. Bill says, have you had blood taken from the wrist for oxygen levels? No. I don't like the sound of that at all. Not very good, is it?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. Steve, have you thought about getting an electric car? No, absolutely not, Sunil. I'm really not remotely... It's funny, isn't it? Some people like them and they go, it'll be good. Somebody says you can use your Freedom Pass on Transport for London services only after 9:30, I'm afraid. What chocolates have you sent, says Jane? Charbonnet and Walker. It's the only one she likes. So I've sent her, I think, three boxes of... There's some whiskey. They're about the... Put it this way, they've got a royal warrant. Good enough for Her Majesty the Queen, good enough for my brother's wife, I think. Somebody else asked me about about electric cars. I'm really not interested, mainly because you have to keep charging the blooming things up. And that's the problem. So you can't put the heating on, and I do like the heating on. So when my car's in full swing after about 5 minutes, I've got heated seats, front and rear, and you can aim the hot air either onto your face or onto your feet or in your middle and all the rest of it. And I think it's actually quite nice, actually. I do like the heat. On the other hand, I like, in the summer, air conditioning. I don't go anywhere without air conditioning. I'm obsessed with it. Steve, the other day, says Stella, I went to the gym. Here we go. And my instructor asked me how flexible I am. I said I couldn't make Tuesdays. You're barred. You know it doesn't last long on this programme. Steve, talking about vaping, I promised my wife I'll stop smoking on my 40th birthday. 1 year on now, and I don't have that horrid cough. And I don't stink. It's clearly not good for you, but I find it better. I smoked for since I was 14, so... you can't teach me anything about smoking and doing anything else. I just never got into vaping. I only got into smoking cigarettes, and then I stopped smoking cigarettes for 2 years, and then I went back onto them, and then I stopped again. So it was just the way it went. I mean, I can understand the addiction. Don't get me wrong, but all the amount of people that you hear, especially on the radio, you can tell, listening to somebody who sort of phones in, you think, I bet you're a smoker. And 9 out of 10 times you're not wrong, they are smokers. And it's very difficult to give up. So I always say to somebody, if you want to give up smoking, you really have to want to give up smoking. It's woke up in the middle of a nightmare, Steve, switched you on to calm me down, and you were talking about giving blood? Awful. Meg says, went to see 2.22 yesterday. Amazing. This is one with Cheryl, which is very good. She's not in it for much longer. I love the way one of the TV critics, desperate to be famous, sort of saying, "Oh, she's done marvellously." No, she's just done one thing. She hasn't done anything else. She hasn't done anything else. I mean, generally speaking, all these people do one thing, and then that's about as far as it goes. And Steve, what do you think of my breakfast? Says Johnny. Fried potatoes, veggie sausage, and an egg from my hens. Oh, no. I don't mind the fried potatoes. I'm not sure about the veggie sausage. I mean, it does look slightly peculiar. I mean, it's quite nice, but not... I don't like veggie sausages. I'm sort of meat eater. Yeah, I prefer... I have had veggie sausage before, and also only one egg. You see, I think on a plate that size, you could put 3 on there. And also, you're going to cut into that yolk and it's going to flow all over the place, and I don't like that. I would have to have it fried on both sides. I don't like any of this sort of runny yellow yolk all over the place. Makes me feel quite queasy. But that's just me. Other people are different. Steve, and... I watched what was the other one who said somebody else talking about, do you know, somebody was saying a short while ago, they reckon they could ban smoking in this country. And I said, do you think so? They said, well, they've done it in other places. Is it Norway or somewhere like that where they've stopped kids buying, Sweden or something like that? New Zealand, where they've stopped kids buying cigarettes. I don't know how they get away with it here. We're a much bigger country. I think it's highly unlikely. Lettuce Liz Truss has moaned she was not given a realistic chance to be a decent Prime Minister, but she admitted she was not blameless for tanking the pound with her disastrous mini-budget. And, you can read that, because she did an open piece, was it to the Telegraph, I think. The older woman who took the publicity-shy man's virginity has been praised for sharing her side of the story. Praised by whom? Who would actually say, oh, well done you? Well done you. They say she's come out as genuine and not remotely malicious. I think he's been extremely malicious. She didn't know he was going to write about it in the book. This is where I lost my virginity, in a field, because I was drunk. Of course, Harry spent much of his formative years drunk, I'm afraid. Can you believe that some people will be paying, in this country, over 10 quid a pint? £10 for a pint. That's what they've said. They said the first time is some pubs, as the energy crisis forces brewers to raise prices. The amount of breweries that are closing down, the amount of pubs which are closing down, they can't afford to stay in business. It's really difficult. There's this, somebody says here, if we pushed all the price increases over to the consumer, you'd be talking about 10 quid a pint. Nobody's going to spend 10 quid a pint, are they? I'd be very, very surprised, very surprised. But the good news is a village football team has a new goal: to buy a closed pub and reopen it for all their friends. They've raised £90,000 and they reckon that they can open the pub. How long it lasts, I've got no idea. Strictly want to feature a wheelchair user in the next series. The Glitterball winner was the show's first deaf contestant, Rose Ayling-Ellis, and last year the programme featured Paralympic swimming champion Ellie Simmons. A BBC source says this is an extremely challenging project, but it's yet another example of how progressive and inclusive the programme is. We are in the year 2022. This programme has been running for God knows how long. What a load of garbage they talk at that programme. We just want to prove how inclusive we are. Really? Why didn't you do it last year? Year before? Year before that? How about the year before that? Year before that? Year before that? None of it. Load of old codswallop, I'm afraid. But somebody said, Dave Weir, who's a Paralympian, said it will certainly make me watch it. Wouldn't make any difference to me, the slightest, actually. I couldn't really care less either way. You know, I appreciate them doing it, but to be honest with you, a little bit late, isn't it? Should have done it in the first series, but they didn't. Punk icon Glenn Matlock says he should have stayed at art college instead of joining the Pistols, the Sex Pistols. The bassist believes he could have been a famous artist. He's 66 now. He says, I tell my younger self to stay at art college. But he didn't. He decided to go on the road. And also Johnny Rotten, Mr. Lydon, didn't get the gig representing Ireland in the Eurovision Song Contest. They decide. You can use the Freedom Pass from 9 Monday to Friday. I think it's 9:30 now. I think it's 9:30. I think they've actually changed it. And Catherine says, the other day my husband said jokingly, Alexa, I like you. Alexa said, I like you too, but I also like talking to Cat, because my nickname is Cat. Alexa is always listening. I know. I'm always fascinated. Back in the days after giving blood, you could help yourself, says Mick, to a whole range of goodies. Biscuits, crisps, chocolate bars, tea, coffee, orange juice, no limit. Now when you go, you get given one measly packet of 3 biscuits and you've got to take your own coffee in a flask. I kid you not. Not so good, is it really? Not so good. All eyes on Elton John's hair at the Grammys. I don't know what he's done to it. I don't know if it sticks on or I don't know where it came from, actually. It looks even more unusual, shall we say, than it does do normally. This was at the Artist Showcase pre-Grammy do. I don't know why he just doesn't take it off. Nobody's going to be sort of laughing at him or doing anything else. There you go. Doesn't make any difference, does it? And somebody says it's 2023, not 2022. Yeah, no, that's the name of a show. God, honestly. Some people.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 26 minutes to 7 is the time. Welcome to Yuck, It's Monday. Yuck, It's Monday. Not so good. How do you fancy a holiday? Always like a nice holiday. This is a fantastic New Year holiday. 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives. You and a friend or partner will stay in a beautiful beach bungalow at the Kuramathi Resort with speedboat transfers and return flights. You could go snorkeling to spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy the sunset from your own hot tub. All of that thanks to Kuoni Travel. For your chance to win, just text the word holiday, 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 and send it to 84850. Holiday to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise charity. You've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over to see the list of participating Global stations. And full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So just text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, to 84850. And good luck, because somebody's got to win it. And we seem to be particularly lucky on this programme. Steve, the only thing I find having blood taken that hurts is removing the sticky tape and cotton wool. Really? Oh, is it such a little tiny hole? Such a little tiny hole. And Ben says £2.39 for a pint of Abbott's Ale at my local Wetherspoons. I tell you, people are falling over themselves backwards if they thought they could get a pint in London for £2.39. That would be quite nice. And happy memories. My father bought them at Christmas for us and his staff, says Mandy. Thank you. I'm trying to recover from surgery and a burn. Oh, don't talk to me about burns. I'm the classic example of somebody who's an absent. We were talking about shorts the other day, and I said there was no chance of me ever wearing shorts for the simple reason that my legs are so terribly burnt. But it's okay. I mean, nobody's going to see them, apparently. 84850. steve@lbc.co.uk. And so £2.39 for a pint of Abbott's. See, I've never heard of Abbott's, so there must be a local brewery. But £2.39. I mean, because I've never drunk beer, I wouldn't know what it... I mean, I thought it was always about that sort of price, but not so in London. What are we paying in London at the moment, Freddie? Freddie knows these sort of things. He's our expert on pintage and everything else. £6.50 for a pint. Is it? Do you get food and cabaret with that or something, or is that just the pint? £5.50 to £6. Whew, blimey, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So, although actually, I was talking to somebody the other day. Oh, that's right. It was a friend of mine, actually, coming back from the breakfast. And he said, the trouble is you go to a pub, because we were driving round the back of Marylebone and there was a little pub there. And I said, look at that. I said, do you think that does any business? He said, we went there for the Christmas party. He said, it was heaving. He said, the trouble is, he said, it's around, like you said, about £6 or £7 for a pint. He said, after you've had two, you don't really care. He said, so you end up going, yeah, I'll have a pint, I'll buy a pint, I'll do this. And so that's what happens. People end up buying drinks. And before you know where you've done, because I'm dying to find out tomorrow that Jack went out to watch the rugby on Saturday, but he didn't go to watch the rugby. He went to a pub to watch it on a television. He might as well have stayed at home. I couldn't really see what it was. And he was going out with somebody from here. And I remember thinking, I wonder how much he spent. I wonder how much he spent on that sort of one, because it would be very easy in a pub nowadays, if there's, say, 2 or 3 of you drinking, to blow £50. Can't be that difficult, can it really? If you're sort of saying, I'll get this round, and they go £32.50, and you go, what? It starts getting really expensive. You know, I can understand people going out going, could I just have an orange squash? You know, they look at you like you're mad. In fact, I don't think they'd serve you an orange squash. I used to sort of say, could I just have a lime juice and water? Used to really annoy them. They never liked things like that. And another one here, talking about the ambulance strike. They've got to sort this out. I mean, they really have. This cannot go any longer. We've got strikes all over the place. It's just ridiculous. What with that and the America shooting down the weather balloon, or the spy balloon. I mean, how can it be a weather balloon that's blown off course? What a load of old codswallop. They do come up with some rubbish, I'm afraid. And then Vanessa Feltz putting on a brave face. Oh, she'll be telling OK, Hello Magazine, all sorts of magazines about it, I should imagine, after it turned out that her relationship to... Thank God they never got married. Well, I don't think they're married. I don't think so. A 16-year relationship is finished. She claims that Ben cheated on her multiple times, and she said she was very sad at it. But as I say, she's an agony aunt. She writes about things like this, so she'll be well versed in saying, I'm now going to be taking some of my own advice. Popular phrases, jump the gun, roll with the punches, and deadline have been outlawed by the woke police for being too violent. Somebody says, I'll take a stab at it. I'll take the first pass at it. I'll bite the bullet. I won't avoid it any longer. We have to pick our battles. Can you shoot me an email? Who says, can you shoot me an email? Nobody says that. They just go, you send me an email. Which reminds me, actually, I've got to get an email from Freddie. Shoot me an email. That's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. Nobody says that, do they? Nobody says. I mean, blimey, listen, if Aaron doesn't say it, nobody says it. Oh, do you think? You think it's regionalised? Have you heard this one? Let's just roll with the punches. Oh, you've heard? Oh, right, okay. I'll bite the bullet. Oh, you've heard that one as well. Okay. We're going to pull the trigger. You've heard that before? Oh, right. Oh, well, I must be out on a limb on this one, I'm afraid. I've got no idea. 84850, Steve at LBC. Grace says, Steve, you don't really buy a beer. You just kind of rent it for a while. I know. I wouldn't mind if you were keeping it in your body, but it goes through. I think in the toilets in pubs, they've got some system that you go for a wee, and then it goes back and it's filtered and all the rest, and they sell it back to you again. I mean, it's so expensive, isn't it? But you don't keep it. You buy a bottle, but I know bottled beer is so much safer. Well, I tell you, when I used to work in a pub years ago, we used to reuse the beer that came back in the glasses. You know, when you collect all the glasses, we'd pour it all into a filter, and it would go back in and come out as best bitter. The only thing you couldn't add to it was Guinness, because it darkened the beer down. But everything else, lager and bitter, you know, and everything else, you had to be a little bit careful, you know, if it had sort of things like lime juice in or something like that. But it went back into best bitter. People used to compliment us on how on how nice the bitter tasted. I thought, yeah, because it's a combination. I like the idea, though, Grace, that you kind of rent it for a while, which is good. Make sure you got some money for Jack tomorrow. He will, says Dave in Wandsworth, be absolutely. Well, anyway, he won't have very much money. I'd love to. I'm taking a bet that he blew about 70 quid in the pub the other. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling that he might have blown that much money on the booze. Have you tried your cream, says Anne from Margaret Dabbs. The Miracle Foot Cream has just arrived from Amazon. The only problem I had with it, make sure when you you've got a little spatula with it, put it in your wrist, and then you rub your hands together until it starts breaking down and dissolving. Then you can do your feet. Make sure you've got with you some towel, kitchen roll or something like that, because your hands get covered in this stuff. And if you're sort of lifting your leg up and you're rubbing it all over your feet and all the rest of it, you get it all over the place. And then put your socks on afterwards, because you've got to wait for it to dry. So basically do it when you're going to bed, and then it will do it. Make sure your feet are sort of clean and all ready, but make sure the kitchen towel is, I stupidly put it on and I'm stuck with it. And of course I've got this all over my hands, because it's sort of become this Margaret Dabbs foot cream. Do you remember? The one that Andy Peters recommended. So I bought it on Amazon. It was about 16 or 17 quid. But you need towels to take it off again, because it's all over your hands. And you've got to try. You're going to touch things, and it's madness. Absolutely madness. It really is. Do you know how many people... how Brits store up to how many snaps on their telephone? I don't know how many snaps I could stop. I don't take that many snaps on my phone. But they reckon 10,000. 10,000 photographs. Mind you, I have seen some people, and they go, I'll just go through it, and you think, how many photos have you got on your telephone? And it turns out they've got loads and loads of these things. Loads and loads of them. What is the most requested song at a funeral? You'll never get this one. My Way would be a good choice. Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven would be a good choice. A little bit cliched. No, believe it or not, Bat Out of Hell. Who plays that at a funeral? And like a bat out of hell, looking bomb in the morning. I mean, what sort of funeral are they going to? People jumping up and down in the seats and everything else? Well, that's it. Apparently, a spokesman for a firm. Oh, they also like Blue Oyster Cult's Don't Fear the Reaper. I mean, it's a bit scary, but Bat Out of Hell. Much as I adore Meatloaf, my favourite Meatloaf would always be Midnight at the Lost and Found. And I've got him on live, and I think very good. Fire off an email. Yeah, we're not sure about this, actually. Steve, I had blood tests in A&E last week. They left a plastic tube hanging out the arm for 2 hours while I waited for the results. Oh, you waited for the results? Blimey, that was good. I normally sort of go away and then they come back in a few days. Still to come, reports that have been put up for sale about the Kray twins, kept for over 50 years by the officer who put them away. There was a programme on the Kray twins the other day. Both mad as fruitcakes, thick as bricks, ruled by fear. They were one side of the Thames, and the Richardson gang, I think, were on the other side of the Thames. And it was just like, it was sort of carnage. They say, everybody was safe when the Krays were around. No, you weren't, really. If they had something you wanted, in the case of Ronnie Kray, mainly your son, that would be something. And yet they always played that bit of it down, the fact that he was gay as a goose. They sort of played it down because he was a violent, paranoid schizophrenic. Completely mad. Steve, I can make 40 pints of homebrew lager for 15 quid, says Phil. 15 quid? Don't tell my lot, they'll be down there straight away. Home brewing, how lovely.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7. Steve, just finished that book that you recommended by Simon Napier Bell. What a Life. Yes. And Meatloaf the Musical. Well, actually, Meatloaf the Musical, strangely enough, is in Vegas. And I watched clips of it on YouTube, which was very interesting. Steve, hearing you say when you worked in a pub, leftover beer went back in the barrel. What do you think they did? Throw it away? I've never heard of anything like that. No, that was all recycled. Said, I'll never buy draft beer again. Growing up in my mum and dad, they owned 3 pubs and only beer from the drip tray went back. Supposing somebody had spit in the beer, says Kath. I don't think it's going to make any difference, actually. It comes out pressurised, so it's not going to make any difference. This was about 500 years ago, actually. And Steve, another one here. Many years ago in a nightclub, I went to drink what I thought was a glass of something cheap and nasty, only to get a mouthful of cigarette ash. Do you know, people used to in pubs, if you had a pint of beer, when it came down to the dregs, you put your cigarettes out in a beer glass, in a pint glass. Lots of people did it. It was quite normal, actually. Steve says, Sarah, any tips on how to get rid of birds perching in the eaves of your house? Move. And I can't think of anything else, actually, because once you got them, you can't get them out. When I saw ABBA Voyage yesterday, I have to say it was absolutely amazing. Yeah, my brother loved it, and his wife. It's good. And another one here says, I've got an electric car. Oh, right. I can drive with my heated seats, heated steering wheel, and heating on, and it barely uses any power. Oh, still not going to convince me. I wouldn't be remotely interested. I mean, I get cars in the morning. Some of them are completely electric, and they don't put the heating on. I spoke to the guy this morning, and I said, the heating's not on. And he said, no, because it seems to drink it. It depends what you've got, I suppose, doesn't it, really? And wait a minute. Somebody's talking about blood tests, actually, and how much Jack has spent on this, on the rugby. Who won the rugby? Did we win the rugby? I say, did we win? Did Scotland win? Oh, my Godfathers, we can't mention that ever again, then. Scotland beat us. Oh, God, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? What can we do? Nothing. Oh, crikey. I'm still liking Grace's. You don't buy beer, you just rent it for a little while. I think is one of the best explanations. And so rock star Liam Gallagher has revealed he's undergone a major hip operation. I mean, he's only 50, and he says that he'll make sure his trademark swagger returns by getting his physio to study old videos. So, you see, every time somebody says to me they've had a hip replacement, I always think it's like they've sort of taken your body and popped it onto another set of legs, and then you might fall off it, and it kind of worries me a little bit. That's quite a big thing to have, isn't it, hip replacement? They can do everything. My brother had a knee replacement some years ago. His knees were crumbling. And they put a camera in and showed him the knees were... honestly, it looked like the White Cliffs of Dover falling apart. It looked terrible. I worry about stuff like that. So people show them down place. Angry dad. What else we got? Beijing threatened revenge on the US. Oh, Godfathers, where's that going to go? After the American fighter jet shot down a Chinese balloon, it was feared to be spying. But surely when you shoot the balloon down, surely you then get a ship to go out there, pick up the remains of the balloon and see what equipment is in it. You'll know if it's a weather balloon because it'll have a completely different piece of, equipment in there, as if it was taking photographs of silos and things like that. So that's what it should be. That this stealth fighter jet fired a Sidewinder missile at this inflated. They're quite big, these balloons. Apparently, US have said the position at 60,000 feet was suspicious. Because I think what it does is they go up, and then they just sort of go up, and then they sort of pop, and then they just sort of descend to Earth, I suppose. But this thing has been tracked for 4 days. China called it an overreaction. Well, stop telling fibs. We'll come around and smack the back of your legs. It was a spy thing, as well you know. Otherwise, what do you mean it's gone off course? You must be real amateurs. Matt on the Isle of Dogs says, tell the woman with the bird problem, buy a vulture. Yeah, well, there's a bloke in Trafalgar Square. He has an eagle. He has an eagle that he sets off to keep the pigeon, but you still get the buffoons who feed the pigeons in Trafalgar Square. And you see the pigeons taking off. They'll settle on the mess and the cost of clearing it up is absolutely phenomenal. But, he flies I think it's an eagle or a hawk. Might be hawk, actually. I might have got it wrong. Hawk, and you can watch him doing it. It's fascinating to watch. He sends it out there, and the pigeons go, run! And the pigeons run for their lives. Scott says, how do you get rid of birds in the attic? Send the cat up there. Yes, I should imagine. Steve says, Dean, my daughter had bat out of hell at hers. I can't believe that people would use bat out of hell at a funeral. It seems the most odd thing. Like a bat out of hell. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was something remotely that sounded like you're moving on to another place. You can understand. And now, of course, I mean, even if you think of Sinatra, and now the end is too late. What do you mean the end is near? It's not near. It's finished. That's them in the box. You know, I think they should. That's me in the corner, losing my... That could be another one, good one, I think, actually. But I don't know why you have to have music at a funeral. Why do people want to... If you have on certain funerals... I've been to a couple of funerals, which are very interesting because they're it's a non-denominational funeral. And I quite like those, actually. I think they're actually quite nice. You don't have to sort of... But I'm not sure about the basket coffins. I've seen a few of those around our way. And they look a bit wobbly. They're wicker baskets. And, if the person inside is of the larger disposition, they do move a little bit. And I always worry about them, that they might not sort of get you in. Steve, 2 months ago, my local pub increased a pint of bitter to £2.05. People left in droves. Now they've reduced it back to £2.50. No, good Lord above. So, pint of bitter 2.05. Now they've reduced it back to £2.50. Doesn't seem like a good deal, actually, does it really? And another one who is sort of recommending different things. It's pub. You get much better deals in the pubs out of town than we get. You know. It's it's one of those sort of things, actually. But I'm not sure whether you can just go and buy a vulture. I've seen vultures. They've got them at London Zoo. They're really unattractive. And I've seen them on the wildlife programmes. And you sort of watch it and you think, oh, not sure about these things. They sort of scavenge. They sort of float around. They're in the thermals until they see an animal that's sort of lost its life and they're down. And they lollop. They lollop along, vultures. They're quite big, actually. Quite big, not my favourite birds. Not my favourite birds. I think that's just about it for this morning. The Times this morning are running a piece on delusional trust will cost votes, the Tories fear. They can't get things right, can they? Everybody's in total disarray. The only people who get it right are LBC. It's the only people. I mean, seriously, if we were a political party, we'd walk it. We know what people want. We know what they don't want. Everybody's got to be, happy. Unions accused of risking lives with the biggest ever NHS walkabout. This is really a job for the Prime Minister to sort out and as quickly as possible. More on the missing mum. This is Nicola Bulley. And as I said to you before at the beginning of the programme, if she fell in the river, she was a strong swimmer. She was known as being a very strong swimmer. And so people then say, well, she'd have been able to swim her way out of any sort of problems. I don't know how fast running it was, but whatever it is, they're having no luck at all at the moment, which is a great shame. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company, and it is nice to have your company. Yes, Harry's 5 minutes in a field. Underage Harry, drunk as usual at the age of 16. She's still droning on about it today. Lord love, give it a rest, please. Harry Styles wins at the Grammys. Well done to him. And the Chilling Archive up for sale for about $5,000. This is slightly chilling. I warn you in advance. The Bishop in a COVID fraud £60,000 bill. Many banks' online services offer open doors for scammers. Fleetwood Mac coming back? They don't think so. Mick Fleetwood said he didn't think so, not after the death of Christine McVie. The death of Hilary Alexander, the life and soul of fashions. Everybody remembers her from the Telegraph and television. You couldn't miss her. Once you've seen a picture, you go, that was Hilary. The Dizzy song, acts from the Coronation. And Vanessa Feltz, who says, I won't let shock and sadness write me off. Get over yourself. OK? Come on, dear. We know about it. We know what happened. He cheated on you. You've got rid of him, kicked him into touch. End of. OK? Now we pick ourselves up, dust ourselves down, and just get on with life, which is the advice that you would be offering to people, I would have assumed. The fossil hunters who discovered the remains of a sea crocodile on a beach, I think in Dorset, 185 million years old. 185 million years old. Can you imagine? Isn't that the best ever? I like things like that. Also, women will be treating themselves to Valentine's this year, mainly because blokes are too tight to spend money on a bunch of flowers, so women will buy their own, which I suppose makes perfect sense. The food that vegans miss the most, the family who paid for secure parking at Heathrow came back to find their car had been stripped of its catalytic converter. Looks like it could be a write-off. And Susanna Reid, stunned by her TV team's latest blunder. They can't get it right. Where are they getting these people from? They got the date wrong the other day. They put it down, it was Friday, and in fact it was Monday, which meant somebody hadn't changed the auto cue. A little bit embarrassing, isn't it? Travelodge are seeking staff for full or part-time jobs. There's like 450 they're looking for, so if you're looking for a job, Travelodge with a place to go to. And football's oldest referee is not going to retire. He said, I'm 89. Why would I want to retire? I agree with him. And the Beefeater from the Tower of London fired from work for a WhatsApp chat, which was inappropriate, so they've got rid of him. I've never heard of a Beefeater being fined before. Not just fined, but got rid of. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Man City facing the expulsion threat for all sorts of misdemeanours. And when it comes to the crunch, how long have we been eating crisps for? About 200 years. I mean, when you think about it, it was just a sliced potato put into oil, or in the most cases, they'd probably just put it onto a metal skillet over a fire, and you would end up with crisps. The thinner you cut them, the better chance there was of turning them into something interesting. Matt Dreary, boring, why don't you just go away, Hancock, teams up with one of the Chuckle Brothers as he appears on Dancing on Ice. He can't get away from it, can he? Just so desperate to be famous. He'll be heading off to Turkey next to get the hair transplant. And what was the other one that I quite liked? I quite liked Question Time's Fiona breaking the accuracy rules. She just basically lied to people. I don't know why. She's got an earpiece in. Somebody surely in the gallery must have said to her, no, you're wrong on that one. She claimed that the audience said they wanted a general election as soon as possible, and they had done no such survey at all. Liar. Pants on fire. Got to get rid of the BBC. It's got to go. It'd be so much easier just to put a picture of a girl on a blackboard. You know, that'd keep me fairly happy. And I'm also intrigued by the Welsh school wrapped for letting pupils speak too much English. It's a Welsh school. I don't see why that would make any difference, is it? I'm assuming that most people in Welsh Wales are bi. They do the Welsh and they can do English and other things like that. I mean, I don't think Welsh is spoken that often. I don't think it's not exactly the most common language. I think it's lovely. I love listening to people speaking Welsh. But whether or not, you know, this school gets itself into trouble, I've got no idea. Jim says, as for Harry's romp, she's obviously found a great agent just as quickly. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's just absolutely amazing. 1 5-minute little how's your father in a field when you're both drunk, and it's just gone on and on and on. Shut up about it. Boring, boring, boring. Steve, I used to live in Ham in Richmond before I retired. Says we're in West Wales now, which is good. And Trucker Joel says, I'm just starting my 2-week holiday and could join you live at what? Why have you taken a holiday? This time of year, it's freezing blooming cold. What's the point of that? Goodness sake. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, said an icy day here in Minnesota, which is where he is in America. Glare ice now. What's glare ice? Is that where you sort of look at it and you get the reflection back again? The roads are awful. Awful. And this evening I went to the All Stars Bar and Grill with my friend, Missy Birdquist. We played darts and she absolutely destroyed me in darts. Missy serves as a guidance counsellor at a local high school and she makes a massive difference to many students. Hard worker and a wonderful friend. I'm very lucky to have her as a friend and a mentor. How is the weather over there? Well, it's cold, but we don't have snow, which is good news. Sorry. We don't have snow, but they've said it could happen this week. Which actually, I think I need to go find another coat. But the trouble is, all the Marks and Spencers, because they're about the best place for coats, they seem to have stopped selling coats at the moment. They're practically bordering on summer wear, which is very annoying. He says, hopefully it's better than ours. I think it is better than yours. I mean, unless you're out of town. In which case, you know, the out-of-towners suffer. But I'll tell you what I was looking at on the news the other day. These earthquakes which have devastated Turkey and Syria, people standing outside a building, and then all of a sudden behind them, the building just goes and vanishes before your eyes, and then people go, run! Stand there like divots? Goodness sake, they reckon 10,000 people could be dead. It's that bad, because you can't really predict earthquakes. You can do them at volcanoes, and you can do a seismic thing. If it starts moving, you go, oh, I've seen the films, and you think, oh, it's going to blow, it's going to blow. They did one in Iceland a short while ago, which is the place of earthquakes, volcanoes, and they blow, but you can see in advance the ground starts moving a little bit. There'll be, shuffling around and everything. But apparently in Turkey and in Syria, they didn't think about this. They just didn't think that there was going to be such a bad... And when you watch these buildings coming down, if somebody had been in one of these flats in these buildings, and they're not necessarily high rises, but they're at least 10 stories, the whole lot just collapses. Basically because the ground space that it occupies has been destroyed. Like if we had an earthquake here, we build into all our tall tower blocks now movement. So when you look at the Shard, that's just not bricks built up to make it go as high as possible. That will have a structure inside it, which means that the building has got sway. So you can put sway in there. When we were in Hong Kong back in the 60s, we had a typhoon and buildings moved. You could see the buildings move because they didn't build anything in. And they either moved too much and then the whole thing just fell off its hips. It just disappeared. It was dreadful. I mean, absolutely dreadful. 75% of people in a recent survey admitted to having a work spouse, somebody that you confide in at work. You sort of say, oh, so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And I generally said, listen, please, I've got more than enough people on my shoulder to sort of try and carry through this. Go ask somebody else. Please don't waste my time. Do I have a work spouse? I probably have, yes. I wouldn't be discussing that with anybody now or ever. Yes, I do have spouses. In fact, I've got one. I have 4, mainly because I'm very needy, which I love. I love being needy. Kyle says, Steve, it's a Welsh-speaking school. They're meant to only speak Welsh whilst in school. We have many Welsh schools for the purpose of keeping our language alive. Well, you see, I think that's wrong. I think you should give people a choice. Being able to speak Welsh or not. But I suppose you don't go to that school, do you, really? Steve, 185 million years ago, and yet we've got young people brainwashed into believing the planet will end in a few years, says Roger. Well, there are certain people who don't believe in dinosaurs. They don't believe dinosaurs ever existed. They think that the Natural History Museum is made up. They think that is fake. I can remember Clive used to speak to a woman fairly regularly, actually. And Mad says, if you were a wrestler, what would be your entrance theme song? I think it would be the Bay City Rollers' Bye Bye Baby. I don't think I'd be going into wrestling. I always thought wrestling was a bit of a fake. When we used to watch it on the television, they'd sort of go 1, 2, and then throw them across the ring, and then they'd sort of fall out the side of the... I used to think it was just fake. I never believed any of it. If you really want to knock somebody out, you go, like that, and they go down like a sack of potatoes. So I really wouldn't worry too much. I was thinking of having a Hungry Jack's, says Shane. That's similar to a Burger King. A Canadian businessman came to Australia and started the chain. The ad is similar to Burger King. Oh, right. Interesting. Because Jack went out the other evening by himself, and he ended up in Covent Garden in a place that serves, wait for it, chips, cheese and gravy. I mean, I ask you. It's called what? Poutine. Yeah, as in you poutine in here. I've never heard of such a thing in my life. So he thought this was the height of luxury. Chips, cheese and gravy. And it's about he even knew the price. It's about £8 something. And they do beer. Apparently it was really banging. And they really enjoyed themselves because it's just a portion of bloody chips with some cheese on it and a bit of gravy. I've never heard of gravy and cheese together. Doesn't that sound just the most disgusting thing you've ever had? He was so excited about it, but I was absolutely right yesterday when I predicted how much he would spend on Saturday. I said 70. How much did he spend? 70 quid. I'm almost Psychic Steve. Almost psychic, because I knew that it would go over the 50. Because I knew that he'd be slightly tiddled. That's why he ended up in Covent Garden buying overpriced chips, cheese and a bit of gravy, 8.5 quid, for something that probably cost about £1. Seriously, I mean, I couldn't believe it. It's like going to Five Guys, isn't it, and saying, I don't want that many chips. Take them back. What a waste. They must get thrown away all the time. Ridiculous. Steve, my sisters and her hubby My sister's and her hubby. What sort of marriage is that? Tune in from Hong Kong. They love the show, says Rebecca. Thank you. And that was it at the moment. So we'll take more of those in a moment. I'm going to tell you about this chilling archive in a moment. It's a real weird one. It's a weird one. I mean, it is really the oddest thing I've ever mentioned on the programme. Although I have seen them before, but you won't have seen them or know exactly how much they fetch. This one, they reckon £5,000, but I think it could go more because of its provenance, which I'll tell you about in a moment.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Carol says Steve, poutine is a big deal in Quebec. It doesn't appeal to me either. I mean, can you believe it? £8.50 for a portion of chips with some cheese and gravy. He was so happy. Seriously, like a pig in whatever. He absolutely loves things like that. You know why? Cheap and cheerful, and it's soaked up the booze. That's what it comes down to. It's a Canadian bar, is it? What is it? I don't know what it means. It just poutine. It's the national dish of Canada, says Sally. Poutine is the national dish of Canada. There's a place you want to avoid, isn't it? If that's their national dish, you can imagine. So what do we have? We're having the national dish. Oh, lovely. Would that be roast beef or turkey or grouse? No, chips with gravy and cheese. Right. And that's the national dish. Yeah, peasant food. Peasant food. It's not normal, is it, really? Not normal, but what can I do about it? Mark says, I'm having my cup of tea with Graham's Jersey milk, a big glug of cream. I bought some Graham's milk yesterday. Which was very nice. But I buy the smooth one, which has got the cream already mixed through. There you go. Rebecca says, chips, cheese and curry sauce, best way to ensure a night out. I think you've all gone mad. Absolutely stark staring mad. What an odd thing to want to go for. Chips. I wonder what sort of chips they are, though. I hope they're not hand-cut chips. Because I only like them if they look as though they've come out of McCain's and they're frozen and they're crinkle cut. I like crinkle cut chips. I bet these weren't. No, they'd be buying sacks of potatoes. In Five Guys, they have their sacks of potatoes sitting in the front of the shops. Like we've never seen a potato before. You know, and it's a bit embarrassing. Somebody wrote in a rather nasty little piece of work, so I banned them completely now, saying, why do you have to spell holiday? Everybody can spell holiday. And I remember thinking, unfortunately, they can't. They can't. And obviously, you're a nasty little piece of work, so you are banned forever, which is great news because you were a nobody to start with, and now you're even worse. They sell poutine in KFC in Canada. I'm definitely not going to Canada. Definitely not. Why would you want to go there to get a portion of chips? I don't even like KFC's chips. They've still got the skin on. And I don't like the skin on chips. Why can't they just do normal chips like everybody else? They go, oh, it's really healthy. No, of course it's not. They're deep fried. Deep fried's not healthy at all, but it is if you've had a skinful. And you've had a lot to put, yeah. Poutine. You go, put it, come on. We'll get you chips. I'll buy you chips. Up goes the bill, 70 quid. I bet it was packed with those sort of people. All right? Yeah, mate, yeah. You seen that bird over there? Look, she really fancies me. All right? You just imagine it, can't you? Had you had the haircut before you went out for the poutine? And you still didn't pull. It's always entertaining, isn't it? Yeah, no, come on, seriously, you will find somebody someday. Have you tried maybe some of these agencies? You know, no? You can do these apps now where you can meet somebody. The apps are not very good, no. Is that because you didn't pull on the apps either? Yeah. I don't know why, actually. I mean, I can't understand why you didn't... They never lead it... Oh, right. Isn't there one of these applications where if they don't like the sound of you, they just don't bother talking to you ever again? And I thought to myself, so unless you sort of go, hello, whoopee, you know, and pretend you're Coco the Clown or something, nobody's interested in you. I think that's really embarrassing. Because they probably aren't all that either. Mind you, I watch Love Island. Have you seen the chats on there? My God. And also, a couple of the girls, foul, potty-mouthed old bags. I've never heard such language. Small wonder you have to go on a television show to try and find somebody. I should imagine after you've had a couple of drinks, you must be even worse. Ghastly. Jordan says, first day off in 7 days and I'm wide awake from 3 a.m. Who did I speak to the other day? Oh, Aaron we were talking to. He can't get to sleep at all. He really can't. He's too busy having tattoos, I should imagine. But no, he finds it dreadfully difficult to get to sleep. So whereas me, out for the count. I climb into bed. It must be a matter of about a minute before I'm under. I'd like to sort of, film it. Well, not necessarily, but I mean, I'd like to sort of see how long it takes to go out, because I don't know, but I had the best dreams ever last night. They were really cracking dreams. I can't remember what they were about at all. I have no idea. You never remember them because they last seconds. And this was really good because it involved sort of people I knew and all the rest. But what it was to do with, I just remember waking up thinking, that was good. It wasn't one of those sort of dreams. I gave those up about 15, 20 years ago. That was another pointless exercise. But it was a case of they were really good dreams. I had very vivid dreams. And I sort of look on them and I think, good. Sometimes with people I know. Sometimes people that I work with feature in my dreams. Or I've never had a nightmare. I don't think... I might have had a few scary moments. Because you're supposed to be able to analyse your dreams, aren't you, and your nightmares and things like that. So you write it down. I remember doing it. We had somebody in who came in to analyse dreams. And she said, Steve, just write down, what your dreams consist of. And so I told her what my dream... She said, sex. I said, your pardon? She said, it means you're frustrated. And I didn't need things like that. Honestly, I had to take a month off. I was in a dreadful state. But a lot of it came down to sex, which was, a bit disheartening, I'm afraid. Steve, put some crispy fried onions on top of a chippy melted cheese and gravy. Pure heaven, says Marie. Can you imagine how glorious they'd be in a white bread butty? No. No, absolutely not. No, that would be my worst nightmare. It's like, have you ever been out to a car boot and they do, you got curly fries? Curly fry, I ask you. Curly fries. These are fries that they sort of cook and then they stretch them. Is it the Chinese or the Indians in their street markets? They do these sort of things and you watch them doing them. They're really good. And they put your curly fry on a stick and then they pull it out and it sort of goes all, and then they fry them and then they give them to people and you burn the roof of your mouth off but they look really interesting and then they dip them in all sorts of things like that. But it's the kids in India who make chips. Chips are obviously a big deal, yet go to Belgium. That's all they bloomin' well serve. You're in Belgium, you've got to have chips. And you go, all right, they go, you want French fries? And you go, oh, sorry, have you got anything else? I mean, I like potato dauphinoise or Hasselbacks or anything like that. I mean, I like something that's a bit more adventurous than a chip. I can't get excited. I've seen people serve them in the markets where they do chips with curry sauce, but I've never had that. Very common, and not the sort of thing. Although yesterday I did have a curry. I had a Thai green curry, which I bought, and then I did it with the wrong rice. I should have done it with jasmine flavoured rice, but I did it with special fried rice. It didn't work. It soaked up the curry sauce, which didn't quite work as well for me as it probably should have done. But nevertheless, anyway, if you have just joined us, nice to have your company. I trust you well. And you had a good day yesterday, and you're having a good day today. I think we're all in fairly chipper moods. Clive was in a chipper mood. Everybody's in a good mood. Jack's just watching the bank account diminishing, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That that amuses him. He goes onto it at night on his telephone and goes, and it's the way it goes. I mean, we all do it, don't we? Like that, because that is the thing. Sometimes you look at it and you go, well, how can it have gone down? And then I suddenly realised I did a bottle of Prosecco a few nights ago and I went mad. Because I had my sunglasses on, I went home, and then I went to Marks and Spencer's. And outside Marks and Spencer's, I took off my sunglasses, put them, I thought, in one of the pockets, put on my glasses so I could read, came outside, couldn't find my sunglasses. And they weren't cheap. They were £113 a pair. And so I thought, I've got to buy some more. I've searched everywhere. I mean, literally, I've searched, and I was so cross because they're polarising and they're really good. And I look pretty cool as well. I look pretty cool in them. I was like a bit of a fashionista. And so I go on to Amazon, which is where I bought them from last time, and just put in men's sunglasses, and and I found them again. If you want to buy this again, it's this price. And so I bought them. Unfortunately, I pushed the wrong button, and I've now got 2 pairs arriving. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, I also found... Wait a minute. I'd ordered from JML. They had a special offer on sunglasses a while ago, and it was buy 3 pairs and get a pair free. So we ordered 6. So I had so many pairs of sunglasses, and pretty cool, eh? Pretty cool. How cool are these? I think they're good. I've got boxes of these in the car. Seriously, I think I look like somebody out of Men in Black. I think they look really good. So I've ordered those, and I've got the other ones arriving tomorrow. It's ridiculous, isn't it, really? But I do need sunglasses, mainly because I worked for the first few years of my life working in radio in the night time, and my eyes became very, very sensitive to daylight. You know, my eyes used to go bloodshot, and people would say, what's the matter with your eyes? You go, they're bloodshot, I can't cope with sunlight. So I go out, I've always got spare sunglasses sitting in the car, just so if I go out driving, I can put, but I think they look quite cool. Very nice. They come with a little case and all the rest of it. Steve, a friend ordered one cocktail and a ginger beer in a club. The cocktail was 41 quid, and the soft drink, says Roger, was 23 quid. What clubs are you going to? £41 for a cocktail and a soft drink 23? No, £41 for a cocktail? I mean, I pay on average, if I was doing Joe Allen's, they're about 12 quid. I think, and I think anywhere between 8 and 12 for a cocktail is about £41. I'd expect to take the bar staff home for that. 41 quid. That is just ludicrous. It really is. And a soft drink, £23 for one soft drink. Because when we used to go to a place in Epping, or me and the godchildren and everything else, we would always ask for a jug of water and a little jug of lime juice and a bowl of ice, so we could have lime juice and water, because I love lime juice and water. I wouldn't be paying 23 quid for that. £41 for a cocktail. They used to do one in Stringfellows years and years ago, and it was about 250 quid. But it did have a bottle of Courvoisier and a bottle of champagne and all these other things in it. So you were sort of paying for it. But that, I mean, for a normal cocktail, that is a lot. That, I mean, seriously is an awful lot. How are you getting on using the Margaret Dabbs foot cream? Good. As I said yesterday, though, you need some kitchen roll so you can wipe your hands after you've done your feet. That's the only way to actually do it, because otherwise this stuff it's sort of semi-greasy. It's got no water in it. But so you've really got to go, I can't touch anything. You know, you go, no, I've touched something. It's dreadful. Dave in Tottenham says, I often put ground cardamom in rice when I cook it. Oh, right. I actually don't cook rice. I was lying. I don't cook. I just buy it ready done. Who cooks? What is the point of cooking? That's why God invented Waitrose and Marks and Spencer's. That's what he did it for. He said, you shall have Waitrose and Marks and Spencer's so that you never need to cook ever again. All I do is reheat. I don't do anything else. There's no point. What, you spend ages, making this and then grind. I enjoy watching the chefs on the television, but I can't be bothered to stand there for an hour and a half doing something. You know, I mean, Jamie Oliver did a nice thing the other day with chicken pieces, put in this outside cooking sort of open fire oven type effect. And that looked quite nice. And then he took them out and then he put the potatoes in the bottom and it looked delicious. But I mean, it took forever and a day. I can't wait that long. My life's, short. 41 quid, Steve, would buy me a good bottle of Prosecco plus some nibbles. Well, I paid for a big bottle of Prosecco the other day, big bottle, litre and a half, £21.99. And that was in Waitrose, £21.99. And I thought, well, as a snifter, that's okay. It's not too expensive, but I wouldn't do nibbles. I'm not really into, well, you mean like sort of nuts and crisps? No, not for me at all. No. If somebody was cooking, when we came in this building years and years ago, we all went over to All Bar One over the other side, and I get a bit carried away when I've had a few drinks, and I become immensely generous. I ordered, in total, more than 21 bowls of chips. I just kept ordering bowls of chips, because they brought, well, of course, the more chips you eat with salt on, the more you want to drink. So I looked at it, I was doing All Bar One a bit of a favour, but it was great. The chips arrived. I'm shoving your hand in, because we hadn't heard of COVID or anything like that. Should we take a break? I see no reason why not, and get the latest news headlines with Charlotte Morgan.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company this morning. Steve, what do you think of Wendy's Burgers? You'll have to podcast yesterday's show. We talked about it then, just after the news. I can't remember which one it was, actually. And, Steve, I remember in Stringfellows, if you ordered a screwdriver, it was double the price of a vodka and orange. Yes. Well, in fact, all the girls who used to work in Stringfellows, they paid to work there. They weren't employed by Stringfellows. They paid to work there, so they made their money out of tips, which was a lot easier. Steve, look on Amazon for Trust Foot Cream. Amazing stuff. No, I'm sticking with this with Margaret's. Margaret Dabbs's foot cream, because she's got clinics and she's got an award. So I'm sticking with that one. I've listened, believe you me, I've tried everything. Apparently, poutine should be drizzled in olive oil. The reason is, Steve, it makes it easier to slide off your plate straight into the bin. Well, there you go. Somebody says, seems like you've cornered the market when it comes to sunglasses, says Ash. Are you going to be selling them from the boot to the Bentley? I've got so many pairs in boxes. I gave my brother some pairs because they come in tortoiseshell or black. And it was only because I was panicking, thinking I can't go out without sunglasses on. Nobody will recognise me. If I've got sunglasses on, then they recognise me. That's the way it works. Steve, I imagine the street food in Vienna is to die for. Well, there isn't really any street food in Vienna. The only street food they've got in Vienna is the Wurst stands. And they're all over the city, but they don't sort of have any street food as such. India and Thailand and China, that's where you're going to find the amazing street markets where you can literally, they go there first thing in the morning and they're deep frying chickens and everything. It's just amazing to watch. It really, absolutely fantastic. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So when were crisps invented? When did the first person make crisps? And it wasn't Gary Lineker. Okay, I'll give you a clue there. This was a cookbook printed in 1823. Very good guess. What do you think, Jack? 1825? No, 1817. 1817. That's when the thing first appeared. They're coated in flour, fried in lard, and dripping and sprinkled with a very little salt. That's how they were originally. And they used to cut them thickly. Which actually I've had thick potato. That's just like you slice a potato and then you deep fry it. But you've got to remember, you've got to dry it off completely, because if you slice it when it's wet, when you put it in the fat, it'll bubble all over the place. It'll be an absolute nightmare, so don't do that. Smith's Crisps, can't even speak now, were founded in London in 1920. They added seasoning, and flavoured crisps appear in the 1950s. Because I can remember we were with my Auntie Ivy. We went to the beach several years ago. Me, my mum, my brother, my Auntie Ivy, and her two boys, Stephen and Martin. And they just brought out Golden Wonder crisps. And we'd never had really crisps. My mother had made crisps, but we'd never bought them. And they were threepence a packet. 3D. That's how expensive they were, which wasn't expensive at all. And they came with a little blue packet of salt. And so you opened the bag, you took the little blue packet out, and you sprinkled the salt in it. And I think, I might be wrong, they were the first people to bring out flavoured crisps. And it was cheese and onion, salt and vinegar, roast chicken. And it was just a flavour. I don't think they'd ever seen a roast chicken. I don't think they'd ever seen salt and vinegar. I don't think they'd ever seen... Because cheese and onion was my least favourite crisp. Please don't write in with your favourite crisps. This is not BBC Radio Shropshire, OK? While it's still here. Back from China with fiancé very soon, says Kevin. We're expecting a baby. Oh, lovely. Was this planned or something? Oh, look at that. That's very pretty, isn't it? Oh, we like that, actually. That's very pretty. So I've got a thing about looking at Chinese lanterns. They've got them here in Chinatown, all the way across the streets, all Chinese lanterns. They look amazing. And he said, came across an Aldi in Shanghai. Not sure whether that's a recommendation. He says, more like a super posh Waitrose. He said, very upmarket. Photos are of the recent Lantern Festival. I think they're great. I love the dragon dances. I love all of those sort of things. I love the clothes, the costumes, everything. I just can't speak the blooming language. I so want it. It's always been a dream of mine. If ever I'd had a dream, it would be to go to bed not speaking Chinese and wake up speaking Chinese. So you could go into a Chinese restaurant and the waitress would be saying to her sort of friend in there, these pair, what a right little pair of nobodies they are. And you can go, you can have an absolute field day. She'd be going, oh my God, you speak Chinese. You go, yeah, slight Cantonese accent. Slight Cantonese accent. I always thought that'd be the coolest thing ever. Do you not think so? I think so as well. Steve, so anyway, so nice to have you back with a baby. So I'm assuming that was over in China somewhere, in a hotel room or something like that. Let's face it. I mean, you know, Harry, can you believe it, though? I've only just thought about this. So Harry at 16 gets drunk. And he's got his bodyguards with him, or they're a fat lot of blooming use they were. And then he ends up in a field, having had loads of shots, to have sex with this woman who worked as a stable hand or something. And one or other of them just happened to have a condom. How lucky was that? I mean, honestly, the chances, unless he went to the machine in the toilet and put his 50 pence in. I mean, it could have been that, couldn't it, really? Steve, have you ever popped a little bit of cheese in a hula hoop? No, I haven't actually. No, I'm fairly boring and standard when it comes to, you know, sort of food like that. I did eat crisps. Occasionally, as a bit of a treat, I might have a packet of crisps. But I used to like those cheesy puff things. And they're called, I can't remember what they're called. They're cheese, but no, they're sort of like, they're orange. You eat 2 or 3 and your fingers are covered in orange colouring. And they're quite nice. Cheesy Wotsits, they're very nice. But again, I mean, they can't be any good for you. But then I've discovered all the things that are bad for me, I like. Which is amazing, really. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Crushed in their sleep, the blocks of flats in Turkey, which just collapsed. Because this earthquake is coming from under the ground, so it vibrates. And I shouldn't imagine in many of these towns all over Turkey and in part of Syria as well, I shouldn't imagine they even thought about anything like that. Oh, there's going to be an earthquake. Why would people ever think about it? They didn't. They moved in, so that's why they say 10,000 people could have actually lost their lives, which is, you know, 1 minute you'd be feeling a slight shake, and the next minute, the building would absolutely just collapse. Not so good. So the winners at the Grammy Awards, Ozzy Osbourne had 2 messages for everybody. I love you all, and why don't you F off? Yeah, why don't you F off, Ozzy? Do us all a favour, please. Record of the year was About Damn Time by Lizzo. Album of the year was Harry's House by Harry Styles, who's done very well. Let himself go a bit with the tattoos, but there you go. Song of the year is Bonnie Raitt, Just Like That. Best new artist is Samara Joy. Adele got best pop solo performance. They almost covered themselves in every way. Best way of standing up, you know, without your boobs falling out your bra could be another award, I should imagine. Michael Bublé got best traditional pop vocal album. Best pop duo group performers, Unholy, for Sam Attention Seeking Smith and Kim Petras. Best dance album, Renaissance by Beyonce. Best metal performance, there you go. This is the one for the boys. Here it comes there. Banging, Degradation Rules. Ozzy Osbourne featuring Tony Iommi. Whoever he is. I don't never heard of him either. You heard of Tony Iommi? Of course you would have done. Honestly. Best rock album was Ozzy Osbourne, Patient Number 9, which he has been on many a times. Best alternative music album, Wet Leg. You've heard of Wet Leg, yeah. Whoever in God's name they are. Beyonce got best traditional R&B performance. Best rap performance went to Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar got best rap song, and the best rap album also went to Kendrick Lamar. So Kendrick did very well indeed. And best music video, All Too Well, the short film by Taylor Swift. So well done to everybody. And everybody did very well, and they all went home very happy. Whether or not it increases record sales, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But I just know that Madonna's appearance was slightly peculiar. She was wearing a floor-length black suit and skirt and introduced Sam Smith and Kim Petras. And she's sort of got a different look now. She basically looks like she's been Botoxed up in the 9s. She's had her lips plumped up and all the rest of it. I mean, I was talking about this. Who was I talking about? Perhaps this was in my dream. I might have had a dream about Botoxing, and somebody saying, why don't you get some Botox? I go, you must be joking. What, let somebody stick a needle in near your eye? No, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, the most I'd ever succumb to would be liposuction, if I was going to have anything at all. Yes? Yeah. Liposuction or Botox. When you see some of these hilarious acts and they have their lips plumped up and they look like they're sort of out some cartoon. They look ridiculous. You know, I don't know why they don't tell these people. I always tell them, go back and get your money back. You look stupid. You know, but the trouble is, I think it's an addiction. It's like tattoos. It's like tattoos. You know, when I told Jack that Aaron's got 4 tattoos, he was horrified. Horrified. Really. And I said, and he showed me them as well, you know, which was even more horrifying. But no, he's got 4. He doesn't even look like the sort of person to have tattoos, does he? Mind you, I don't think there's a look that goes with having a tattoo. I mean, I couldn't do it. I don't want pain. I don't want any pain, thank you very much indeed. That's just not my sort of thing at all. It's 5:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, we were having fun. I do beg your pardon. We have to do these things occasionally. Very foggy out here in Essex, Steve. Night shift finished. Roast chicken and mash and gravy waiting for me at home. You're not seriously going home for roast chicken, mash and gravy and then climbing into bed. I mean, that would be the worst thing you could ever do. You know, you're supposed to, you know, if you want to sort of lose weight, don't eat before you go to bed, which is a bit of a pain. What do you think of Mother of Pearl? It's a track, isn't it? It's a song. And it's by Roxy, isn't it? I don't think I know it. What's her name? Virginia Plain. I always thought there was something very odd about Brian Ferry. Didn't he have a son called Otis, named after a lift company? And was it Otis or one of the other brothers had a girlfriend, and then she finished with the brother and went out with Brian Ferry, which I always thought was slightly peculiar. Yeah, Otis Ferry. They're all sort of semi-good-looking boys. Charles Frederick Otis Ferry, and he's joint master of the South Shropshire Hunt. He's a British model. Oh, isn't everybody? We're all models, goodness sake. And they also went into the House of Commons. Apparently Tatler put Ferry at number 2 in its list of 200 most desirable men. So there you go. But he's 40 now, so his occupation is model and fox hunter. So youngest master of the foxhounds in 300 years. I believe, actually, he appeared on the panel of Question Time back in 2005 with people like June Sarpong, Justine Greening, Lembit Opik, but he turned up for the opening of a fridge. I mean, every time they went, oh, it's not Lembit Opik again. But in fact, in 2020, Ferry was reported to be the long-term boyfriend of Lady Alice Manners and was living at Belvoir Castle, daughter of the Duke of Rutland, which was very nice. But I think it was odd that Brian Ferry, the father, went out with a girl who used to go out with one of his sons. How peculiar is that? Rob and Natasha, good morning. And John says, I didn't even manage a full week for my dry February, but no, it's the taking part that counts. Why are people doing this? Can somebody explain to me why? Are people doing it because they're drinking too much? Would that be it, actually? Steve, I remember Smith's hamburger-flavoured crisps, which cost 3p. This was in Ilford. I don't remember hamburger-flavoured crisps. I used to dip crisps in salad cream. Not everybody likes salad cream. It was a bit too tart for them, but that's what I used to do. I quite like that, actually, sort of in a bizarre way. Steve, I use Margaret Dabbs's cream. Oh, there you go, cheeseburger flavour. Lay's Chips Cheeseburger. I'm not sure I like the look of those, actually. I'm sure they're quite delightful. But, I mean, how can you have a cheeseburger flavour? Because it's chemicals, isn't it? They haven't actually ground up anything like that. Margaret Dabbs's cream. I put my hand into a clean plastic bag, put the cream onto the hand using the bag and rub onto my feet. Your hands stay clean and not greasy. Well, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That would work for a number of things, wouldn't it, really? Putting your hand in a plastic bag. And then you only get it on the plastic bag. You're just going to be so careful, haven't you? That's like people who... I shouted at somebody the other day. Their dog went to toilet in Kingston, and they looked around. I could see what they were doing. They weren't going to clear it up. They just sort of looked around furtively, and then just wandered away. So I shouted, "Not going to clear up after your dog?" I thought I'd do that just to make them feel a bit better about life. Luckily, they turned out to be deaf, so they couldn't hear me. Bit of a shame. Steve... And, yes, we can't read that one. Richard says, maybe the Crown Protection Officers provided Harry with the contraceptive. Would you seriously think they went, you're 16, so you're smoking and you're drunk. Here's a condom. You know, it just kind of fits, doesn't it, really? I'm surprised he didn't write it in his book where the condom came from. But he was drunk. He was drunk, we know that. It's just bizarre, isn't it? Tony Iommi was the guitarist in Black Sabbath along with... Was he really? Well, there you go. I couldn't tell you the names of anybody in Black Sabbath, mainly because I didn't follow Black Sabbath. I mean, I always thought Ozzy was past its sell-by years and years ago when Black Sabbath had their hit, which was Paranoid. Kind of describes the family to a T, doesn't it? I mean, they're all mad as fruit bats. They really are. But interesting. But I love the way he thinks he's going to get better and go back on stage again. There's no way he's going to go back on stage. He's shuffling along at the moment. Do you know that marriage reduces the chance of getting diabetes? If only. If only. Honestly, I could have saved myself an awful lot of aggravation. But then poor old Susanna Reid and the crew on that programme of Risk the Wrath, another howler, days after she was left furious after a string of on-screen errors. I mean, to be honest with you, they should all be fired. That would come down to somebody who was doing the links, which they put on the auto cue. You put it on the computer, you push a button, it sends it to the auto cue. And they said she was tearing her hair out. Oh, don't do that, dear. But she said it started off this week with a voiceover announcement. You're watching Good Morning Britain on Friday, the 3rd of February. Unfortunately, it was Monday the 6th. I mean, you know, it's just this time of bemused Susanna and Ben Shepherd were able to laugh off the calendar cock-up. But to be honest with you, it's very embarrassing, Susanna. As you know, it's shoddy. And the person who did that should be fired immediately. You know, there is no room for idiots in either television or radio. As somebody said, it's really rather sad. The production team seemed totally incapable. They just seemed overwhelmed. They only had to write a thing saying, welcome to, and get the date right and the day. I mean, how complicated is that? Obviously, the people they're employing are complete and utter bozos. So she sent an email, or somebody has, saying, can you take... I mean, you shouldn't have to tell people this. It's like me coming on air and saying, welcome to Monday, February the 6th. And somebody will write in and go, no, it's the 7th and it's Tuesday. I go, yeah, and whatever. You know, there is no room for error nowadays, really. See, Brian Ferry married husband-son's girlfriend at a small ceremony somewhere in the Caribbean. They're now divorced because she wanted kids and he didn't. Well, of course he didn't want kids. He'd be paying for them for the rest of his life. It's not stupid. You're quite right about Thai street food or beach food. No need to take sandwiches with you for a day on the beach. I remember a Thai man with 2 woks. He would come daily to your pitch and cook fabulous chicken spiced up for your delectation, says Alison. Yeah, I mean, really, what these people can cook. In India, they go around on a bicycle and he cooks. He'll do a pancake with everything. Just really beautiful. But it's the boys with the chips that are amazing. They literally working, you know, really hard to make these chips. And as fast as he makes them, they sell. Obviously not used to having quality food. But, of course, when we have it over here, you have to have it with gravy and cheese on it. He just sort of puts ketchup and stuff like that. Talking about somebody's Northern Thai curry the other day. No, not a Northern Thai curry. They do a green Thai curry or a red Thai curry. That's what they do. And I just ate one at a Thai-Japanese restaurant in Sydney. Aha, interesting. Yeah, I do like... Phil says... Oh, that looks quite nice, doesn't it? What are those things in the little... What are that's chicken, isn't it? I'm assuming. Does that look like chicken to us? Yeah, that looks quite nice, doesn't it? Noodles look a bit dated. Those little things, they look like the sort of things you get out of, you know, the cheap packet 3 for £1, and you put them in hot water and they end up like that. And I don't know what the other stuff is at all. I like the look of the sauce. That looks quite nice. A lemon wedge. Way! And why not? And why not? No, it looks quite nice, actually. No one could show me this food at this time of the morning. I just get jealous. But no, I had green Thai curry. I haven't dared have a red Thai curry because somebody said to me they're a bit spicy. The green is nice. The green's very nice. Steve, I remember Tudor Crisps doing a flavour called Hedgehog. Yes, Hedgehog flavour crisps were fairly popular. Do you remember Chipmunk chips? Oxo flavour? Used to have them at the local swimming pool. No, but we always used to have crisps at the swimming pool. You'd sit down, you put the towel around your shoulders, you'd be drying off sitting on the grass, and then your mum would go inside and come back with 2 packets of crisps. I just think it was quite good, actually. Very nice indeed. What else have we got? Cheeky roadwork signs written with a regional twang have been pinched. People do nick the oddest things. Oh, and the best song for karaoke, Sweet Caroline. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good times never seem so good. So good. I mean, everybody did it. They never used to do it when that song first came out. But now, even at Neil Diamond concerts, which he doesn't do now because he's very ill, everybody used to do the same thing. And we loved it. We really loved it. Philip says, do you remember Potato Puffs? Philip could be Jack. We don't know. A little bit difficult to tell, really. I don't think we remember Potato Puffs. I don't think so. I should imagine it's quite exciting. Vanessa Phelps gives a thumbs up as she's seen out for the first time since her split from Ben. She was spotted yesterday in Central. Well, she's got to go to work. She can't disguise herself as anything. It makes it so much easier. And theatre bosses have urged rowdy customers to stop singing along to Whitney Houston hits during the musical The Bodyguard. Well, and that's what people want to sing along to. And I will always love you. What other hits did she have? Ooh, I want to dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat with somebody. I miss her. She was good. She was very, very good. But I do like the story of Joshua Clark. Joshua Clark is 15. He's blind. He's a schoolboy, and his ambition was to take over the tannoy as an airport announcer. And he achieved it. He told passengers their boarding gate was open using the EasyJet intercom. He got a round of applause. He was at Liverpool's John Lennon Airport ahead of a flight to Belfast. He comes from North Wales, from Carnarvon, and he wants to work in the transport industry. He's previously announced trains. Good for him. Good for him. At 15 to have an ambition to be able to do something. Fantastic. Well done you. Well done you. I hope that you get your wish, which would be very nice. What else we got? An artist who lives in a floating caravan on a lake has won a court fight to prove her dream home is not a boat. Janet Jaffe's caravan floats on a platform, so they've said it's not a boat. Good for her. It's all good news this morning, isn't it? Well, it will be by the time you've all woken up. They're sort of lying there going, I'll do it in 5 minutes, Steve. No, come on, do it now. If you don't do it now, you'll never do it. Once you're up, it's great, because once you're up, you've got to get out. No point hanging around, is there really? But we'll take more of your texts and emails after the news. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So you've got about 3 minutes to get yourself together. Come on.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. If you lived in Walthamstow in 95, I didn't, and you liked playing And I Will Always Love You, I know who you are. I could hear you singing it for days, says Liz. No, we didn't live in Walthamstow in 95, so thank God it wasn't me. My dad used to take us for a drive to the Brecon Beacons, Steve. We'd stop off and have a real bottle of Coca-Cola and a packet of plain crisps. What a treat! At the Traveller's Rest, says Pauline in Exeter. Oh, this reminds me, actually, of this very unusual object, which is coming up for sale. Now, the reason I mention it as an unusual object is because I've never heard of these things coming up for sale at all. And this one comes with a bit of provenance, a little bit of provenance. And the provenance is that it was owned by somebody very famous. And I was thinking to myself, who would buy something like this? And how many times had it been used? And I'll tell you what it is. It's from Albert Pierpoint, who was Britain's last hangman. And it was the hood that he used to put over the condemned man or woman's head. Why making a difference putting a hood on, I can't imagine. Because you're going down whichever way. There's no way back from it at all. And it's coming out. They reckon it could fetch about £5,000. It comes with other little bits and pieces, including a pass saying, that you are who you say you are. And I remember thinking, how interesting that the hood that he used, somebody's kept. Because in Scotland Yard's museum, which is all in boxes at the moment, but it was a museum of basically people who'd murdered people. They had hangman's nooses, and this was the hood. So the the condemned man would be in his cell. Next to him would be the execution cell. They would move them into it. They didn't know that next door to where they were was the execution cell. So when they needed to do work in the execution cell, which was test the trap door, they would take the condemned prisoner out for a walk in the yard. So they could walk around while they were banging away next door to make sure that the trap opened when they pulled the lever, and to make sure that the rope was stretched out. So they would have to have a look at the condemned man. This is what Pierpoint did. He would see them the night before. He would look through the thing and weigh them up and go, they weigh about, 12 stone, something like that. And then they would have a big bag of sand, which would weigh the same. And they would put this at the end of the hangman's rope, and they would stretch it overnight, because ropes stretch. And this meant that when the person dropped through the trap, 6 seconds he could do it in, 6 seconds, very fast, it didn't pull their head off. Only on one occasion did they not measure properly and the head came off. I mean, whichever way you're looking at it, it wasn't exactly a great day for them. They weren't going to be remembering too much. All they actually got out of it was a brandy. Pierpoint would walk into the cell, go drink this, give them a brandy, hands behind the back. The wall would slide apart. They'd go in, they'd climb up 2 or 3 steps onto the trap door. He'd bind their feet with like a belt kind of thing. Noose would go over their neck, the hood on the top, lever down. Simple as that. And then they would have to leave them hanging, just to make sure that they were really well hung. And they would then sort of, Pierpoint would then have to go back hours later, take them down, undress them, and put them into their coffin. I mean, it was a humdinger of a job, I'm telling you. It's just amazing. But they decided that they were going to sell this hood that went over. It was very simple. Literally, it was just, 2 bits of material sewn together. Why they did it, I've got no idea. I can't imagine. In one of this year's Near the Knuckle and most random shows yet, the Really Rude Puppet Show has not struggled to sign up stars. Believe it or not, Martin Kemp and Kerry Katona have put their names down. I'm sorry, is Martin just on everything nowadays? I've never known anything like it. A source said Martin and Kerry have both agreed to take part. Well, she'll take part in the opening of an envelope. She's never contributed anything at all. And Colleen Nolan, God in heaven, mind you, if she walks out of Loose Women, if you missed yesterday's programme, there was a story that the Loose Women were going to walk out. We weren't told which ones were going to walk out, because they're being told that your status of self-employed does not apply anymore, as it has not applied at the BBC or anywhere else. In other words, you invoice as per normal, even if you've been self-employed, which I was for 40 plus years, you invoice and the company take off the tax. And in Colleen's case, 40% tax she'd be taking off, because she's got various jobs. So I should imagine she qualifies for 40% tax, and I'm assuming she's registered for that as well. And there's nothing you could do about it, because there's nothing to do with the company he's worked for. It's to do with HMRC. So poor old Colleen, Melvin O'Doom and Sam Thompson, whoever he is. Who's Sam Thompson, for God's sake? Oh, he's not another one of those drearies from Made in Chelsea, is he? Oh, my God, he's still around? Blimey. But apparently it's sort of it'll be a celebration of erotic fan fiction with puppets. Imagine a world where Jackie Collins meets Thunderbirds. I'm not sure about that, actually. That sounds very odd, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't sound at all interesting, And Kerry Katona again. I mean, dear God in heaven, how to drag out a tortuously short career. Very embarrassing. Steve, the hood was like the blindfold on somebody being shot, so they didn't have to look in their eyes. Well, no eye holes in it. Dave, no eye holes at all, which was, it just went off. Steve just boarded the 0502 from Purley, 0412 Brighton. As we zoom into the city, you'll be bored of me saying, but like you with shoplifters, I can always spot somebody who's going to push through the train station barrier. I've yet to be wrong with 100% success rate, says Mark. You get it a lot. get it a lot. It goes on all the time. I think the only way is to shoot them. I can't think of any other way. I think what we have is we have armed soldiers at all the stations and Alsatians. Basically, you want to risk going through the barrier, because what they do is they push in behind you. So I go through very slowly, and make sure that my bags are through before the gates close. You're not trying it with me. But I've seen them before jumping the barrier in Richmond. People jump the barrier. They're so tight-fisted, you know. But you're right, actually. But I see the shoplifters. I can't do anything about that. I see people, women, especially at the moment, women with prams shoplifting, hiding it in the pram. And Maria says, hope you and the boys are well. I don't know, actually, a bit difficult to tell. Jack's got his new haircut. I say the best thing you can say about that is the barber, you know, made a nice job of it. And you had 2 goes at it. How much did you... Should we have a guess at how much he paid for it, Freddie? How much do you reckon for that? How much do you reckon? I reckon he paid about 25 quid for that. 25, 26. How much do you pay? 25. I can spot a bad haircut. I know how much they charge. Seriously, £25? Look at this. 11. You know. Not at the moment, no. But, so you don't think that's worth £11? I don't think yours is worth £25. £25 for a haircut. I wouldn't mind if they were adding to it, but now you've got nothing to run your fingers through, have you? What are you going to do? I mean, I should imagine you wake up in the morning, you don't really need to have a shower or anything like that. Just sort of get some water or milk on it or something like that and just sort of run it through. Do they give you any sort of products? On the day? Oh, you don't get takeaway products. Do you put any product in your hair? Like what? No, I'm sorry, I knew the answer to the question before I even asked it. But I was just sort of wondering whether or not you might put sort of, you know, sort of mud in it or something like that, or mousse. Nothing like that? No. There's a reason? It's a little bit too sort of mamby-pamby, I suppose. Too expensive, yes. Well, you don't have to ask. Anyway, so you're going to get the puppet show back with Kerry Katona and Colleen Nolan, who obviously thinks she's something very funny. Because every time I see her on Loose Women, she's always doing something as if she's sort of doing the sort of the double entendres and everything else. What else have we got? Every day I read something about Alison Hammond. And they say if the This Morning bosses were thinking about giving her a pay rise or promotion, they'd better do it soon. Sky has already signed her up for its new TV-themed quiz show On Demand. So the trouble is, why would you think that she can present a TV-themed quiz show? You know, how would that work? I don't think so. I mean, she got a Best Presenter gong, voted for by the public, but they don't provide the audience for you, I'm afraid. I wish they did. Make it so much easier. But... Rob Beckett is hosting. He says, if you've got Alison as a captain, she's a brilliant addition to Sky. I'm going to have to disagree, I'm afraid. I mean, it doesn't even sound like it's going to do well, does it? You know, it's called On Demand, but it's on Sky, so nobody's going to watch it. Great shame. Oh, Dermot O'Dreary must be spitting blood, I should imagine. You know, why have I not been offered all these jobs? But everybody becomes, you know, famous for their fine... Oh, that's cheap, isn't it? A pair of trousers. Everybody becomes famous for their own 5 minutes. That's what Andy Warhol said. Everybody gets the right to be famous for 5 minutes, and then it disappears. I'm always amazed that some of the cast of Made in Chelsea are still actually operating. I mean, I've never seen such a bunch of drearies in my entire life. They're exactly the same as the Essex crowd. It's just that they kind of speak better. That's all it is. They're exactly the same. The girls are putting it about all over the place. They're arguing about who's going out with whom, and you think to yourself, God, you're boring. Really dreary. Steve, when we were kids living in Lewisham, someone here was the Corona man who used to come around once a week. So you get the fizzy drink from the Corona. Yeah, well, it was the Corona man who came round, and you'd buy a bottle of Corona, which was 1 and 10p or something. And it was red, orange, green, ginger beer, ice cream soda, all sorts of things, and people quite like it. Small wonder people started having to go to the dentist all the time because all these drinks were just sugar. But it was a nice bottle. It was quite good, actually. Not bad at all. Steve. Another one telling me about the things. Phil says, I'm doing really well this morning. I've had 2 cups of coffee, 2 cheese and tomato toasty sandwich. I've got the washing done, and I've already stripped my bed and made it again. Oh, something very appealing about stripping the bed, isn't there, and putting sort of new stuff on there. Alison says, my friend Chris has been signed up to host the BAFTAs with Richard E. Grant. Yeah, she's not so much hosting the BAFTAs. She's in a tent off to the side interviewing people. So it's going to be Richard E. Grant, but she's in this sort of tent thing at the side. Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens, won't we? Steve, my old girl, who's my guide dog, has just jumped back on the bed. I'm pretty sad at the moment because she was going to retire at the end of next month. And I was told a couple of weeks ago I'm hoping to keep her until Christmas. Do you not keep them forever, guide dogs? I mean, obviously, the moment they retire, they just become a normal dog, don't they? I thought that's how it worked. But anyway, he said, I've had her a long time, 9 years. She'll be 11 in June, but still super fit for her age. It's awful when they have to go. I'm trying not to think too much about it. I didn't know they did go. You've told me something I didn't know. I thought that you just sort of kept them and then they saw out their days with you. So the dogs usually retire 9 to 11. It's common for the guide dog to remain with the owner or family who've been associated. Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to take the dog away? No, you push for it. I can't take the dog away. Says, yes, sod off. Not taking the dog away. That's been my friend for ages. You know, it is an emotional decision. You know, but you don't want to give them up. Definitely not. Should we take a break? 5:15. Should we get the travel information for you for this morning? And here she is, Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
18 minutes past 5. My friend Chris says, well, she's on the billboard. I think it's one of Ashley's on the A40. I believe it is one of ours. We have lots of these billboards everywhere. All controlled from here, I believe. All controlled from here. But I think she's in a tent at the side interviewing prospective candidates. I'm pretty certain that's how it is. Did you see the film of Albert Pierpoint, played by Timothy Spall? I did. And I told Timothy Spall how fantastic he was when he came in to be interviewed, which was lovely. Terry the cabbie says, we used to collect the tops from the Corona bottles, and then he gave us a refund. Yeah, we did the same. When we were buying them at our little tuck shop, he would give them to us he would take the money off. So we used to pay, what did we pay for it? I think we used to pay, I can't remember. We got 8p off or something. I can't remember. Whatever it was, it saved us some money. So when you took the bottle back, because everybody recycled, even in those days, you didn't get any money back on it, which was good. Steve, now we're heading towards spring. Would you be planting anything different on the patio? No, I'm doing, at the moment, mini daffodils in their pots. We've got about 35 of those, me and Lindy. She's a bit more organised, and in fact, she's very much more organised than I am. And I'm debating whether to put begonias in all the pots this year. I've done, no, not begonias, impatiens. I've done loads of different things over the years, and I want something as easy as possible. So I think it might be going against my better judgment, lobelia, mixed lobelia, because it's quite pretty. But the trouble is, when it dies, it goes all crispy, and you cut it out and everything looks a bit bad. So I thought I could probably use lobelia and impatiens, or busy lizzies, I think. And that would be easy. It's cheap and cheerful to fill up the pots, because when you've got about 25 pots to fill up, that's a lot of bags of earth I've got to lug back and stick on a blooming trolley, actually. Steve, when we lived in Shooters Hill, we had the Macintosh Man for our fizzy drinks. Their bottles had the pop tops, not like the Corona screw tops. And if the Walls Man came to, an ice cream float in the summer was great. Oh, an ice cream float. Oh, I love an ice cream float. Or a Coke float. They were very good. So you do the Coke and then you put a dollop of ice cream in the top. But I had this thing, when I went to Wendy's the other day, they do a thing called I can't remember what it's now called. It's not a milkshake. Oh, it's a Frosty. And they give you a spoon to eat it with. So you eat it, but then, of course, it starts melting, so you can then probably drink it. I thought it was quite nice. I had a chocolate one, and it didn't have that sort of taste to it, which makes it sound like it's a bit chemically. Steve, another one here says, Bluebird was a Conran restaurant before he was bought out by the company I work for. I'd pop in 2 or 3 times a week and constantly saw the Muppets filming Made in Chelsea. Dined there a few times, and dear God, great service, great location, but Botox everywhere. We used to go and eat at Conran's because it used to be an old garage, and it was very famous, very, very famous. But you're right, there was also a place right at the end of it was in World's End, and you used to get all the Botoxed ones from Made in Chelsea on there. It was like listening to a lot of screeching hens It was really terrible, really terrible. But all they were complaining about was who they'd been out with. And most of them seem to have been out with just about everybody. Lady pictured holding a sign today. I think she's the nursing boss, Pat Cullen. And she has got a sign that says, fair pay for nursing. It's time to pay nursing staff fairly. Bibendum. That's the one. That's what it was called. Thank you, Christopher. Bibendum. You ever eat at Bibendum? No, it's not. Obviously not. No, they don't do chips and stuff like that. They're doing something a bit more upmarket. But I used to love it. It was really nice. An Art Deco garage converted into this restaurant. We used to eat there. I don't know how we afforded it. I've got no idea. Perhaps I wasn't paying. But no, we used to love Bibendum. It was fantastic. Petunias are nice and tend to look after themselves rather than Impatiens that need deadheading, says Gillian. Well, I'll probably use Busy Lizzie's because they just keep going. They just literally, you can practically leave it. They make so many different varieties now. And there's a company that I went to last year. We managed to fill up everything. All the baskets were all filled up with everything. And it's a company called Thompson and Morgan. And so they're doing 36 Easy Grow Busy Lizzie's for $3.99. But they come in like a blister pack. So it's a plastic pack, so it's their own little greenhouse, and you open it up and then you take out 36 of them and you pop them in. I didn't think they were going to grow, actually. Most of mine went. There was only a few of them that didn't sort of go. Busy Lizzie's, there you go, 36 plugs in carmine, pink and orange, $3.99. Sun, partial shade, reward with very little effort. So that's what I like. I like the idea of very little effort. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, the film that had Timothy Spall playing Albert Pierpoint, says Taffy Nysh from Pontyclean in South Wales, is a great watch. Well tidy. Yeah, it was. It was good. It was good. I like the story of Albert Pierpoint. He ended up writing a book saying how anti-hanging he was after he'd hanged all these people, war criminals and everything else. But it was a shame, really, because he sort of wrote this book. He had a pub as well. And I don't think people were allowed to talk about it in the pub. They would just look at him and go, that's the hangman. And if he wasn't there, they knew that he was off on a job. The Frosty is thicker than a McDonald's milkshake. Thank you. Busy Lizzie and Patiens are lovely, but have so many little flowers that drop off and die, looking a right mess. I've had a look at the pictures, John. These look absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And so I think I might be going for them. In fact, I'm pretty certain. This is the Busy Lizzie Beacon Salsa mix. I've looked at them and I thought that could do really well. In between the lobelia, they've got a new lobelia out, which is very, very hardy, which I quite like. I don't like it when lobelia goes off, because once it goes crispy, it starts looking dreadful. But I think that could be it for this year. I'm looking for something quite easy. And don't say fuchsias, because they attract ants, and that's where the ants come from. I've got no idea. Drives me mad. Steve, I love cheese, so I was happy to see cheese hot cross buns in Marks and Spencer's. They're delicious with some cheese slices, says Connie. If you love cheese, think you might try them? No. You know why? Because hot cross buns are so fattening. They are absolutely so fattening. So I have to steer well clear of things like that. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it sounds delicious. Sounds absolutely delicious, but it's not for me, I'm afraid. I have had them in the past. And it just sends me right round the bend, I think. Boffins have discovered a new planet hailed Earth 2, which they say could support alien life. You can tell which newspaper this is. The distant planet, officially called Wolf 1069, is the same size as ours, habitable and likely to have water on the surface. Yeah, but there's no Burger King, there's no KFC, there's no Marks and Spencer, there's no nothing. There's no cars up there. You've got to take all these things up there. I mean, it's just a bit of a trek, isn't it? It's not like just putting a towel in a rucksack or something and heading off into the distance. It's going to take you for God knows how long to actually get there, I think, in the first place. See, if you can't beat Sophenia over Petunia, much more colourful, says Lee, and longer lasting. Yeah, it's the longer lasting and easy maintenance that I go for. I like the easy maintenance. I don't like anything that's too fiddly. I don't want a deadhead. I just want to literally plant them out, water them, feed them, and just wait for it to go. Because one day you come outside, you go, wow, that half looked good. Half looked good. But if you have any chilly nights, it kills off stuff. You've got to be very careful. So I shall have a look. I shall have a look at all these other things. We've got a story about a preacher convicted of fraud for selling a bogus COVID cure, has been given a suspended prison sentence. What hope, ladies and gentlemen? Bishop Climate Wiseman warned his followers they may end up dropping dead during the pandemic. He urged them to get the mixture made of hyssop, cedarwood and olive oil as soon as possible. He sold it for 91 quid a time. As part of a divine plague protection kit containing a card and scarlet yarn. He was sentenced to a year in jail, suspended for 2 years in order to carry out 130 hours of community work. He was also told, because he's a crook, to pay a total of £60,072, which is what he raked in. He said of the Kingdom Church in Camberwell, he told the court he was inspired by a visitation from God. Oh, here we go. The usual. Oh, God came to me. You liar. He didn't. That's why you've got to pay the £60,000 back. Otherwise, you'll be asking God to pay it for you. These people, honestly, but people buy into this rubbish, don't they? It really is not good enough, I'm afraid. I'm sort of a great believer in telling people the truth, not sort of filling their heads with a load of old mumbo-jumbo. Thank you very much indeed. I like Shania Twain. That don't impress me much. That's good, isn't it? One of my favourite songs. And any rumours of a rift between Taylor Swift and Harry Styles were put to bed at the Grammys. She was one of the first people to congratulate her ex. All she's got is exes, have you noticed? Taylor Swift. I'm not saying, she doesn't deserve them. But, I mean, God, she's putting it about a little bit, isn't she? I mean, she's been out with this bloke. The latest one, I think, is a bit of a model. A lot of people say that about me. They go, Steve, were you a model once? And I go, yeah, I could have been. If I decided to put myself, through the ringer and go to the gymnasium and everything else, I could have been, put the sunglasses on. I could have been on the catwalk in Milan quite easily. People think it's complicated to be a model. I'm having to tell you, all you do is you have to be able to sort of walk up and down and look mean and moody. I do that all the time. I look mean and moody. I walk up and down, and then you undo your shirt a bit. And people go, they all scream and get very excited, And then I show them off my new haircut and it's good. It's very nice. Anyway, you can't have everything, can you, really? Happy Valley's finale was a ratings blockbuster. 7.5 million people tuned in, which is very good indeed. And Daisy May Cooper, who we had no idea who she was the other day. We had no idea. And she finally met her crush, Ben Shepherd. So she said, my heart is pounding out of my chest. She was unmasked as Otter on The Masked Singer by Mo Gilligan. I don't even know who she is. Why do I not know who these people are? I need to get out a bit more, don't I, really? What have we got here? God blimey. The In-Betweeners, James Buckley and his wife, never argue, even though he regularly annoys her. He played Jay Cartwright. He's been married to an ex-model, Claire, since 2012. I quite like The In-Betweeners. It's a bit rude, though. You couldn't watch it with your parents. You'd have to explain all the words that they use in it, because sometimes it is really rude, really rude. And beavers will be back in London since they were first hunted to extinction 400 years ago. I thought there was beaver all over the place. I had no idea that it hasn't been here for ages and ages. They set up home in Ealing. Queen of the suburbs. What a place to go to. Ealing. At least one male and one female will be released there this autumn. Well, I mean, how do they afford a property? How is this possible? Have you seen the prices of houses in Ealing? It's like, for something average, it's £600,000 or £700,000. They will take a small stream and turn it into a series of pools and marshes. Oh. They're very clever, actually, beavers. I like watching them sort of diving down. They build these things which stick out above the water, but they go, it's like sort of your own little magic house. I quite like it, actually. I could do with one of those myself. It's 5:13. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines for you this morning with Thomas Watts.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains. Now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you company. Did you ever go to the Chelsea drugstore? Did I ever go to the Chelsea drugstore? We used to live in the Chelsea drugstore. It's a McDonald's now and has been for years. He says, I went there in the 70s. Oh, we used to go there all the time, John. They were making a movie called Z & Co. with Elizabeth Taylor and Michael Caine. Yeah, it was because I was going out sharing a flat in London with 3 go-go girls. And one of their gigs, they used to do 2 in the King's Road. One was at the Chelsea drugstore, and the other one was a little bit further up. And I can't remember what it was called, actually. It'll come to me during the course of the programme, and I shall just blurt out the name of it. And they would go there, and they would change into their sparkling bikinis, and they would dance under these lights that moved round. Of a Sunday lunchtime, very popular at the King's Road, and everybody went to the Chelsea drugstore. It was the place to go to. And then the other, what was the name of this other blooming place? A little bit further up. It's still there. It's still there. And the girls used to get, if they went topless, they got 10 quid. I mean, that's how cheap it was in those days. I think 8 quid was for see-through, which was a bra which was see-through. But most people wanted to go topless. And what was the other one? I think they used to get £6 or £4 if you just wore a normal sparkly bikini, and then you just dance. They would come along and they would tell you the records they would dance to. And the girl that I knew very well, Diane, she used to dance to Faith Healer by the sensational Alex Harvey Band, which actually you'd like, Jack, because that was a bit heavy prog rock, which was very. Do you know the song Faith Healer? So you check it out on YouTube. The sensational Alex Harvey Band, Faith Healer, and they would dance to this with these lights flashing above them, and happy days. Happy days. Steve in South London says, when do I plant daffodil bulbs? You can plant them now, actually. You can plant them now. They're all out in all the garden centres. They don't seem to be affected with sort of, being affected by the cold or something like that. You can buy pots of little ones. I only buy the miniature daffodils. I don't want big things that get limp and then sort of go over. And are you listening to the music? Can you hear it? Oh, you should listen to the music. Don't play it to me. You play it to yourself. But it was very good, very good. And they were done. And it went on. It was a long track. It might have been 7 to 10 minutes. Very good. They used to dance to all these things. Another one was by Marsha Hunt called Oh No, Not the Beast Day. It was anything where the girls thought they could gyrate into it, and people would stand there with their pints. Or in Jack's case, a cherry bee. And he'd be standing there going, yeah, babe, yeah. Jack. It's my phone number. I know it's a phone box, but call it anyway. In those days. So, yeah, you can plant daffodil bulbs now. Somebody says, was the pheasantry in the King's Road? Certainly was. Halfway up. Still in the King's Road. Hasn't moved. It's still there. And somebody saying, Daisy May Cooper was in this country. She featured in The Witchfinder General. Very funny, says Julie. I've never heard of either of those things, unfortunately. Doesn't what? What's the matter? You Googled. That's right. We still weren't any the wiser. I mean, I've never heard of either of those things. Glyn says, won't you the model for Barbie's Ken? Certainly could have been. If they'd asked. I wouldn't... imagine getting the royalties for that. That would be pretty cool. What do you reckon vegans miss the most? To be honest with you... Sorry? Sausages? Actually, no. Topping the list of things that vegans miss the most... sausage and mash comes in at number 12. So that's way down the list. Fees. Oh, cheese. Yes, cheese is up there. A cheese toastie is at number 4. Who doesn't? Bacon is number 3. Bacon's number 3. Sorry? Steak. Thanks. Steak. No, not on the list. Not on the list at all. Number 5 is a full fry-up. That's what they mean. You see, I always think to them, to myself, if you're vegan and you want to eat it, just don't tell anybody. Be secret about it. Toast with real butter, as opposed to any one of a number of spreads. A cheesy pizza at number 7. Roast chicken at number 2. And the number one thing that vegans miss the most, and this is ridiculous because you can buy this, because I bought it for our Hillary on numerous occasions, chocolate. You can buy vegan chocolate. You can go onto Amazon and buy vegan chocolate. There's, I bought Hillary a vegan cake. She hasn't got it yet. I've still got it. But it's a vegan ginger cake, and it's suitable for vegans. So garlic bread they miss. They can't have garlic bread. There's no advantage to being vegan, is there really? All the stuff I like. Late night kebab. If you're a vegan, you won't have that. Sausage sarnie, scrambled eggs on toast, tea with proper milk. Can't have any of these things. Ham sandwich, tuna mayonnaise, smoked salmon and scrambled egg. I thought you could have that, but you can't if you're vegan. And jelly sweets. We like jelly sweets. We're very impressed with jelly sweets. Thank you very much indeed. Uri Geller wants to blast a Pokemon card into space. He claims the Kadabra card was modelled on his image as it carries a spoon and is magic. He says, I contacted NASA. He's mad as a fruit bat. Absolutely mad as a fruit bat. This is the man who claims he can bend spoons with the power of his mind. Why? I have no idea. I don't know what the purpose is of sort of but is that what I thought it was? Yeah, I think so. It'll be opening my door any minute now. What's he doing? Look at him. This is Ben who's got my ice cream, which actually is not a bad time to produce it. Come on. Have you noticed what flavour we got today?
Strawberry.
Oh, strawberries. We like strawberry, don't we?
We do.
Oh, it's a bit soft.
Is it?
Yeah. Is yours hard?
Soft.
That's okay. We can cope with things like that. Thank you very much indeed, Ben.
You're welcome.
Bless your heart. Oh, Ice Cream John makes our day on a Tuesday as well, which is lovely. Oh, do you know, I can never get the lids become more difficult every time on these things. There must be some easy way of doing it, but I haven't fathomed it. I had to get Jack to do it last time because I literally my fingers just kept slipping off the piece of plastic. And then I thought, if I twist... Oh, wait a minute. If I twist it to the side, it'll come... Have you got yours off? I'll just have to sit here and look at mine because it's not happening at the moment. I'll wait till it gets a bit softer and then it might just peel away. Ridiculous. The Trafalgar in the King's Road. Thank you. Yes, the Trafalgar was another place that was very famous for having go-go dancers. Go-go dancers were very big, you know, and somebody says, I've just listened to Faith Healer through my Amazon smart speaker. Is that an Alexa? Or is that something different? That's an Alexa, is it? Oh, right. You can send us a comment, Alexa. Send a comment to LBC. Is that brilliant? I love it. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, did you know that in 8 years, the 80s would have been 50 years ago, says Yvette? Oh, don't depress us all, for goodness sake. Some people say, oh, what do you remember from the 80s? And you go, I've got no idea. No idea. All I know is we didn't seem to have... Get this bloody lid off if it kills me. We didn't seem to have problems with sort of people being... Oh, Jack, you'll have to take the lid off. I've given up. But we didn't seem to have the problems with sort of drunk people and things. I don't remember people being drunk all the time. Nowadays, you see far more people in, you know, because the other pub in the King's... Thank you, David, in Putney, yes. It was the Trafalgar, and that's where we used to go. I'd sit there on a Sunday lunchtime waiting for the girls to finish their dances, and they would work for about an hour or so. And the pub would be packed. The moment the girls finished their dances, everybody left. It was hilarious. But it was good. It was good. Happy days, they really were. The only thing this vegan misses... There you go. It hasn't changed. The Trafalgar looks exactly the same. Exactly the same. The only thing this vegan misses is goat cheese and guinea fowl. Flora plant butter is tastier than the real article, says Daisy in Leamington Spa. How nice. Nice. None of these places change except the Chelsea drugstore. If you look at the Chelsea drugstore, which is now McDonald's, it looks completely different. And I wonder why they couldn't keep it going, because I thought it was really good, actually. What's your favourite reggae tune, says Jen in Notting Hill. Well, actually, I liked everything that was commercially available on the reggae labels. But my favourite tune was... I mean, it's really, not everybody knows it. It's called Train Tour to Rainbow City by the Pyramids. This train is bound for Rainbow City. All aboard. I loved it. I thought it was great. I like anything, actually. Anything reggae. Layla says, I love Steve Allen in the morning. Me too. Me too. How uncanny is this? We share the same favourite programmes. You know, wouldn't it be awful if we didn't like the same things? But I'm learning a lot by what's people's favourite places to go to. And thank you. Somebody else, can you please stop saying the word Alexa? I don't say the word Alexa. I hardly ever mention the word Alexa. I'll mention it maybe once in a blue moon. You know, if I mention Alexa on this program, you come right back and tell me that I've mentioned it, but I try not to mention it at all. But you can send a comment to LBC by saying the word Alexa. In front, there you go, first time. Alexa, can you send a comment to LBC? And Alexa will now say, let's have the LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. It's very nice to have your company this morning. Dawn Neeson, the lovely Dawn, says not entirely convinced it's still not Monday, as it was a particularly long day. But if indeed it is Tuesday, I'm writing the Daily Star column, listening to the Steve Allen Show and contemplating a 23-hour working Wednesday. I don't know where she gets the time for it. I seriously don't know. Honestly, she just pushes and pushes and pushes. But there again, as I've said to you before, if you like doing something and you love doing it and you get an awful buzz out of it, you don't look at it as work. I know it seems it to everybody else, but you tend not to do that. You just tend to go, this is fun. This is fun. It's lovely. And is there snow this week, says Albert? Well, they've said there might be. They've said them. I mean, I'm secretly hoping that there isn't going to be snow this week. Well, I really don't want snow. I really don't. Thank you for mentioning blood donations yesterday, Steve, says Chris. And then somebody else says, do you remember the hungry years in the 70s, Earl's Court? I do. Absolutely. And what did you think of Windsor Davison? It was Don Estelle. Fantastic voice. You don't hear the like of... Well, they're both dead, sadly. Both dead. Windsor Davis used to live in France. And I remember checking with somebody. They said, no, he's passed on. He was a very shy man. I bought that antique programme that he did called Never the Twain, which was absolutely lovely, actually. Absolutely lovely. And Steve says, Kevin the Milkman, there were definitely fewer drunks on the streets overnight in the 80s. The pubs all shut at 11. Everybody was home by midnight. I wish they'd bring that closing time back. I have to suffer drunks all night long in the West End, and I'd take my hat off to the police who have to deal with them. Well, it is because in the early days, on a Saturday, you would get to 11, and they would ring the bell. Last orders, and you'd be rushing to that. Double. I'll get you that one. I'll pay for those. You know, because we're going for chips afterwards with cheese and gravy. And you'd sort of buy the drinks, and then you'd literally have to drink up. They'd start coming around, putting all the chairs on the tables. And there used to be a pub just over the road here. It's gone now. It's part of they put up a hotel, I think, in its place. But I remember being in there, and the landlord, he rung the bell and started packing up the chairs and all the rest of it, trying to get people out as quick as possible. Bit of a swizz, so we all complained about it, and it was very unpleasant. And that's why. So all of a sudden the pubs have closed their doors. Now you get pubs who have, you know, lock-ins, or you can stay out. I mean, you can drink in London, I should imagine, if you looked around, nearly 24 hours a day. It can't be that difficult, provided you're prepared to pay for it. They will sell you booze. It's as simple as that. You know, you can go to clubs. I mean, I remember people telling me years ago, there are clubs that are open till like 5 in the morning. And then there'd be clubs that opened at 5 in the morning and they'd run all the way through. But who goes to clubs at 5 in the morning? Don't look like that. Did you go to clubs at 5 in the morning? No. I mean, I just used to think that was ridiculous. Some of them were under the arches. I mean, there were some very odd clubs, I have to tell you, that were open, you know, till the early... And it would be a club that opened all the way through till lunchtime. Imagine staggering out into bright sunshine after you've been in a dark basement. I can't think of anything worse, and yet I used to work some of these places, which was even more bizarre. And even I used to sort of come out and go, oh dear. And then you just go home to bed, and it just became quite normal. But now, I think you could drink 24 hours in London. You could go to restaurants and things like that, which would be open really, really late. And it depends how desperate you are for it, but it's so expensive. I really don't know. I've often said to my drivers as we come through Piccadilly Circus, I've said, what do these people do for a living? Where do they get their money from? Because it's not cheap. I mean, Jack, you know, if he was he did, what do we say, 70 quid? 70 quid on Saturday. And he's only drinking Coca-Cola and fruit juices. He doesn't, because his parents don't know he drinks, so we have to keep it quiet because they might listen. And, you know, because he's not old enough. Like Prince Harry, he was knocking back shots at the age of 16. Catherine says, I've just listened to your train tour to Rainbow City. It made me smile. I just thought it was a nice little reggae reggae number. Somebody says John Holt was my favourite singer. Yeah, John Holt was very good. And it was Donald Sinden, you're quite right, in Never the Twain. It was filmed in Cobham, says Catherine. I thought it was great. I thought it was really good, and I like watching things like that. I've recommended to Aaron, who wanted to pick up some films from the 80s and the 70s, so I've recommended The Godfather, thinking, you should watch that. The first 2, possibly 3 are good, and then it tailed off a little bit, went round the bend. But still a very, very good film. Very, very good film. When you sort of watched it, I remember seeing it back a short while ago. I also recommended Towering Inferno and a few other films for him, just to get him into. But The Godfather, I thought, would be a great introduction to, was it Francis Ford Coppola? I can't remember who did The Godfather. Whatever it was, I remember thinking at the time, woo, that was good. That was good. And 84850, Steve at LBC. Steve, I rave at 5 in the morning in Vauxhall. Wow. There you go. Al Pacino, 1972, Francis Ford Coppola, based on the Mario Puzo's book of 1969. And it had everybody. It had Al Pacino, who is just fantastic, Marlon Brando, James Caan, Robert De Niro, Richard de Castellano. I mean, mostly, the funny thing was, when you watched it, because you know that it was about Don Vito Corleone, who was head of a mafia family, decides to hand over his empire to his youngest son, Michael Corleone. However, his decision unintentionally puts the lives of his loved ones in grave danger. Andy Garcia was in it. All these people look as though they should have been in the mafia anyway. That's what I thought was so funny about it. They didn't need to put makeup on or anything else. They just look scary. And it was how it works. It was how it works. But the mafia have moved into other things now. You don't get the mass executions and people sitting there, sort of in the late night. Now they're into, the bin empires and the rag trade and things like that. And in the early days, of course, it was Las Vegas. They made their money out of gambling. And it became quite addictive. So I thought that would be quite good for him to sort of watch that. And I thought it was very good. I saw Belinda Kyle last night, says Paul. She was superb. Sounds the same as in the 80s. Still looking youthful, like yourself. I was dark. Is that funny? What's funny about that? I do look youthful. I so do. They're such disbelievers here, honestly. That's the try. Just because I'm working by candlelight, so because I refuse to put the electricity on because A, it's murderously expensive, and B, I don't look good under a 25-watt bulb, so I have 2 little candles. I used to work actually years ago on an angle poise because I thought it looked really good. It just meant I couldn't see anything. I'd sort of walk into walls and everything else. Ash says, when it comes to a little bit of reggae, nothing better than Judge Dredd. Oh, good Lord. Judge Dredd was a white English reggae singer who sang naughty words to reggae songs, very naughty words to reggae songs. Hey, day, diddle dum day. I can't even begin to tell you half of the words that he was singing about. But Judge Dredd was very, very famous. Steve, says Andy, am I the only person who thought The Godfather was a little bit boring? Yes. You are the only person who thought The Godfather was a little bit boring. And bit cheeky, says Ash. Bit cheeky? That was an understatement. It's like there was a singer called Max Romeo. And I can't tell you anything about the song that made him very famous, which was another reggae song. But Judge Dredd used to come on stage. He was a big lad. Big lad. And his real name was Alexander Hughes. And he was the first white recording artist to have a reggae hit in Jamaica. He sold several million albums throughout his career. He was second only to Bob Marley. And yet most of his stuff was rude. It was all naughty words, and I can't repeat any of them because we're not to that kind of programme. Steve, I'm very sorry, says Andy. I think I've woken up in a bad mood. How is this possible? You've been asleep, and then you wake up. How can you be but anything other than a good mood? You can't wake up in a bad mood. It's not physically possible unless something happened to you overnight. Like somebody said no. And, or something. I can't think of any other... Don't turn your nose up like that, honestly. Nobody wakes up in a bad mood. Everybody wakes up... You've got LBC on the radio. You've got a happy, chirpy little soul, struggling his way through the English language, coming up with usual facts and figures. What is there not to like about the world? Goodness sake, honestly. Steve. Another one here that says the King's Arms off the King's Road was another fabulous bar. I think it's still there. We used to promenade up and down the King's Road, says John. Everybody promenaded up and down the King's Road. Everybody. You know why? Because that's where you went for the fashion. You went to Lord John. I bought my first pair of Rupert trousers up there because I wasn't a fashion person. In fact, I was the last person to talk about fashion, as you can well imagine if you've seen pictures of me. I'm not a fashion person, but they were selling bondage trousers. They were selling all sorts of things, trousers that had buckles and locks and things all over them. And there you go, Rupert trousers. Whoopee! I used to have a pair of those. I thought I was really, well, I had them in that, the chino colour there, next to, no, the other one, go, that's it. I thought they looked good. They were really nice. And I had tonic trousers as well. The material used to shine because I thought I was a smoothie. A smoothie was not a skinhead, and you certainly weren't any of these rough-looking people, but we were smooth. We had Crombies, handkerchief in the top pocket, with a tie clip holding it in there so as people couldn't nick your handkerchief in your top pocket. We thought we were fashionable. You know, when it actually comes down to it, we probably weren't. Judge Dredd's cover version of Come Outside featured Wendy Richards, says Mark. I didn't know the Judge Dredd covered Come Outside. I thought that was Mike Sarn covered Come Outside, which was with Wendy Richard. Can't fool me on music. I know too much about it because it was my era. Janet Kay's Ring My Bell. Yes, it could be good. Could be good, actually. And Tom Courtenay. Great early film for King and Country. Thank you very much indeed. Take a shot. Can't believe it's 6 o'clock already. Can you? And it's still only Tuesday. It's fantastic. So we'll take more of your texts and emails the other side of the news. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It's very awkward, says Guess Who, the digger driver, because he wrote about me slapping his bottom. It was really cringy. I know, very cringy.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, and it's a birthday girl today. My brother's wife, Marion, celebrates her birthday today. So, because I've discovered the delights of sending things by post, it makes it so much easier. You sit there, you go on Amazon, and you order something, and you've got a list of addresses, and then you just send it, to them. So I sent her chocolate. She likes those Charbonnel and Walker chocolates, and I sent her a little selection. And my brother, I sent a gold bar to. I hope he realises it is a genuine gold bar. I saw it actually, and it said, people who buy this would buy this. And I saw it and I thought, I'll send him, I don't know, I must have gone mad. So I sent him a gold bar. So he just sent me a message saying, thank you for my gold bar. And then it was a question mark afterwards. And I'm not sure if he thinks it's real or not. But it's Marion's birthday today, so she can have a nice day. So many happy returns of the day. I wouldn't even be so rude as to inquire about ages, but they're coming to my show on the 26th, which is lovely. Let's hope we don't get a blooming train strike. That would just about kill it off, wouldn't it? Steve, Nolly is brilliant with very funny writing. Yeah, great reviews. And Steve, I spent most of last summer on the river in Hampton Wick. It's where George and Mildred was set. Mildred said when they moved there, but it could be worse, George. It could be Twickenham. So Sean. Yes, I remember seeing some of the houses. I know where they filmed it because the houses are still there. And I remember I'd drive past them on a regular basis. And I remember thinking, oh, that's interesting. I love George and Mildred. Of course, what nobody knew about poor old Mildred was the fact that she drank like a fish. And But I just thought she was great. They were of the time. A few weeks ago, Steve, at Joe Allen's, the cocktail of the week was, wait for this one, this sounds very lovely, lemon meringue martini. Now, I love lemon meringue pie. My mother used to make it, and it was delicious. Had real bits of meringue floating in it. Disappointed when we went back this week. It was no longer on the menu, but being a chancellor, I thought I might as well ask. The delightful staff were happy to make it for me. That's what we like to hear. And there we go. So Jason said the delightful staff were happy to make it for me, and hubby John. Next time you're in there, I suggest you try it. Sounds delightful. I love lemon. My mother used to make a really good lemon and meringue pie. But that's the good thing about Joe's, that when you go back there and you say, listen, you used to do this. I know it's not. Could you make one? They'll make it for you. You know, they'll make it for you. And that's why I've been eating there for about 35 years. It's one of those things, you know, you sort of go to a place. I've said this before, and Jason will bear me out, that you go to a place and you just feel comfortable somewhere. I mean, I don't mind staggering out tiddled into the street, which I have done on numerous occasions. Certainly wouldn't be ending up at a place that served chips with cheese and I wouldn't. Absolutely not in a million years. Somebody says, did you have a pair of loons? Did I ever? A pair of loons. These were like a linen trouser, very tight waist. You could spot religion. And they had big flares at the bottom. And they were about £1.99 for a pair of loons. They came in all different colours. They were advertised in the music press. And I thought they were the bee's knees, because that's what we had. Cheesecloth shirts. There were all sorts of different things that were sort of laughingly called fashion. We didn't think about them as fashion. We just thought that they were sort of clothes to wear. I had a satin jacket. When I first met Dale at the castle in Richmond, I turned up in a pair of black loons with stacked heels. I had stacked heels on the shoes, which made me a little bit taller, and a green blue satin jacket, which again was about $1.99 from something like New Musical Express. Steve, was George and Mildred in Man About the House? Yes. Well, in fact, the spin-off was George and Mildred. They had Man About the House, and then the spin-off, because the characters were so strong. They were great. There you go, loons. You could still buy them, unbelievably. But it was the bottom of them that they used to drag on the ground. So the bottom of them always became all manky and all horrible, actually. Matt says, who's on the Isle of Dogs, have you seen Madonna's new look? Yes, I think she looks most peculiar. I don't know why she's decided to sort of change herself. She looks as though she's been Botoxed, not so great. And Danny says, I've got a date this Friday with the wife. Any recommendations? Looking for something different than a boring meal. Go to a show. What? Yeah, you can go to Putin and have chips. That's Jack's recommendation. That's why he's single. You know, there's no chance you're going to win somebody over by going, hey, I'm going to take you to a place, babe, you're going to really like. We're going for chips. Chips. Somebody might as well stand outside the fish and chip shop. There's no difference. So, I don't know, date night. What would we suggest for a date night? They don't want to go for a boring meal. I thought a show, or, I mean, you know, you could always go to Christopher's just for cocktails. I mean, you could literally work your way through the cocktail menu quite easily, you know, and end up having a nice night just chatting. Because mostly people, when they go out, they've got nothing to say. You wait, Valentine's Day, restaurants will be having special meals on, and you'll see couples sitting in there just staring into the distance. Nobody will be talking. Yeah, they're on their phones. So we went to a breakfast place a while ago, and the husband and wife came in, sat down. They never said a word. He gets out his phone, then she gets her phone out. There was no conversation between them at all. And I remember thinking, what are you married for? You've got to have something to say. I mean, if I went, oh, maybe not here. You know, if you go out with somebody, you've got to have something to talk about. And that's why restaurants will be doing their aphrodisiac kind of meals. You know, this is oysters and all that kind of stuff. Whereas, in fact, she's looking at it going, I don't know, should I have 2 portions of prunes? I don't know. And let's see how we go. You know, and they do an erotic sort of menu, things to make you feel a little bit fruity. But if you've been married for 35 years, who in God's name cares? You know, so shall we go home and watch television? No, go home and have some crisps. What are you on about? Well, I thought perhaps we could go to bed early. Are you mad? Why would you want to go to bed early? What's the point of that? I'm not tired. That's how it works, isn't it? Which is a shame. Alan says, are you still friends with your go-go dancing flatmates? Sadly not. It was about 50 years ago. So the answer is no. That really would be quite an achievement. I know where they all ended up, after a certain time. But where they would be now, I have no idea. Steve, if you were a smoothie, did you progress to being a mod revivalist, says Tony? I didn't get to be anything like that. We just used to wear it because it looked smart. The Crombies I thought were beautiful. As coats went, I thought they were very nice. And the button-down Ben Shermans, we liked all of those sort of things. But we didn't go out on, in gangs and all that kind of stuff. Steve, I love hearing you talking about the King's Road. Takes me back to when I was the manager at the Chelsea Potter. Very different, says Lee, to a farm cottage back home in the Scottish borders. Oh, I thought London was always the most exciting place. Always the most exciting place. And we didn't have any money. We really didn't have money. But you didn't need money to enjoy yourself. We could go into a pub and just have a Coca-Cola or a soft drink or something like that. We didn't have to be drunk or anything else because nobody had any money. It's a bit of a treat to actually get a taxi or to get on the train or something like that. Steve, sorry. I used to add extra colourful panels to the bottom of my loon pants, making them so wide you couldn't see my platform shoes. That was the word I was missing, actually. I couldn't remember platform shoes. That, it made me look as I was sashaying along on wheels, says John. Yeah, but the truth of the matter is, John, you might have been. When you go to the Admiralty, Steve, says Joe, is a drinking establishment, still closed because of a fire, near Trafalgar Square. Oh, I don't know, actually. There's a Thai restaurant which seems to be very popular with the drinking brigade, which is just round the corner from there. And, of course, in Trafalgar Square, you're literally only down the road from Leicester Square. You could go to the Garrick Arms at the back of here. Well, there's loads of bars in Leicester Square. And then you could see our building, which is very nice, although I'm sure you must have seen it. Steve, have you tried baby Guinness shots? I've never drunk Guinness in my life. Never drunk Guinness in my life. It just doesn't appeal to me. Like I said the other day, beer, bitter, all these other... It just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. Perhaps I just never got the taste for it when I was younger, and the older I've got, I just sort of think, ugh, this doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Do you think today could be the last day we hear about Harry's little conquest in a field after a number of drinks? I'm tempted to say something, but it would be seen as being a little bit rude. Also, sending out the Ron messages, a visually impaired Love Island fan has complained over ITV's failure to include audio descriptions of the show. Honestly, everybody's moaning about everything now. They really are. I can't believe it. And one of the oldest English domestic clocks is likely to sell for up to 20,000 quid. It's a 400-year-old timepiece, among only 6 surviving, by William Bowyer. The revered clockmaker signed the antique, which he made in the early 1600s. It's a decorative weight-driven example known as a lantern clock. And they're going to auction it on March the 7th. Near Newbury, which is nice. So here we go. The people at the Grammys, some dressed up, some didn't bother. Some people looked a wreck. And Ben Affleck just looked bloody miserable. He couldn't have looked more miserable if he tried. And Sam Smith just went for the exhibitionist look. And Shania Twain looked like she'd wandered out of My Fair Lady. It was quite interesting. But, people love these sort of places, don't they? They love the opportunity to dress up and go completely over the top. So, have you all got work spouses? If you're at work, 3/4 of employees have a platonic work spouse, and almost half admit that they confide more in them than their actual husband or wife. Because I think that's quite good. I've got people here who will phone me up and say, what do you think about so-and-so or this and all of that? And people tell me things. And, as, excuse me, always, I am sworn to secrecy. Patsy Kensit, sorry, in EastEnders, what has she done to her face? I don't know, I haven't seen it. She's loving it, though. She's loving it. We've been to the Thai before. Thank you. We're having lunch at San Carlos in St. James's. Oh, right. OK. That's cool. Guinness is not Guinness. Maria and Bayliss, right up your street. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I used to enjoy Baileys. I could drink Baileys till the cows came home. And then they did strawberry Baileys, chocolate Baileys. They did all sorts of different ones, and I've found them a little bit sickly. So I kind of went off those, which was probably the best thing I ever did, because it was a bit too sweet for me. Not as good. Oh, I've missed me out time now. Look at that. 6:15. Let's get the news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 21 minutes past 6 is the time. And Steve, Bailey's used as a mixer with a large whiskey. I used to do it with brandy. I do Baileys and brandy, and then after a while it became quite lethal, so I didn't bother, actually. Steve says, Rob, I'm blind, and order description is life-changing. It's changed the way I watch television. A friend of mine was blind. He had a television, but not a screen. He just had a box. It was a box that he could change channels on and everything else. And another one which said, let's try and find some. I have a work husband, but he's getting very annoying. Trying to work out a work divorce, says Kirsty in Hastings. I've been to Hastings. Hastings is quite nice, actually. You highlighting the landmarks of King's Road takes me back to when we lived a few streets behind it, number 62 and 68. Dad was a policeman. Mum worked in Fifth Avenue. What an eye-opening place it was back there for a young child. Oh, King's Road was like, top of fashion. Top of fashion. It was, people walking up and down there wearing all these things. When you went right to the end, to World's End, that's where all the sex shop was, which was Malcolm McLaren, and they sold all of these clothes, and people loved it. It was all punks, in the early days. Steve, top of the morning, loving your show to the max. To the max. Lovely, I like that. Thank you very much indeed. Ring My Bell was Anita Ward, which was very, very popular. And Trudy says, love it when you talk about Cheeky Pete's and Brollies, because that was my youth. Used to get the actor mainline to Richard, my friend and sister, every Saturday. And then we progressed to Magnum's Wine Bar and the Chat Noir on the bridge. Yeah. Still there, the building. It's not Cheeky Pete's or Brollies anymore. In fact, it's now a very posh restaurant at the end. Very posh restaurant. But no, I mean, that's what, it's where you grew up, isn't it? That's where you sort of went. Sage green Oxford bags and 2-inch platform boots. That and the Markham on the King's Road Saturday afternoon. And have a great day and a big shout out to everybody, says Phil. To all the serving soldiers and veterans. He says, you seem to be in a rather good mood today. I'm always in a good mood. I don't have bad moods. I really don't. How can you have a bad mood? I can't think of anything that would... Well, you're irritating the hell out of me, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I don't have bad moods. Twice you've annoyed me. Yeah. I just don't have bad moods. I get sort of grumpy, but not when I'm working, because this is happiness. This is happiness. I can't think of anything nicer. What a great job. I can't think of a better job, actually, in the world. If somebody said to me, what would be your bestest job? It'd be here. I can't think of anything else. Annoying the hell out of Jack. That would be it. The more you can annoy Jack, the happier I become. It's the way it works. Steve, baby Guinness is Tia Maria with the Baileys on top, made to look like a pint of Guinness, says Jane. Of course, you would know that, being in Birmingham. And another one here. This is here. Oh, apparently. Interesting. Somebody says Baileys you can mix with just about anything. Yeah, you can. You just got to watch it, because it's just full of sugar, isn't it? It is just isn't it whiskey and cream or something like that? I can't remember. Whatever it was very popular, but you had to actually have it with loads of ice. It's got to have loads of ice with it. I don't have any drinks unless they're chock-a-block with ice. So we like the lemon meringue martini. That sounds very nice indeed. Bailey's Irish cream liqueur, an alcoholic drink flavoured with cream, cocoa and Irish whiskey. It's made in Dublin and in Northern Ireland. The original Irish cream invented by a team in 1971 for Gilbey's of Ireland. Now that was I seem to remember being a gin company. Interesting. Interesting. And it's all sorts of different bits and pieces. They say the formulation of Baileys was motivated partly by the availability of alcohol from a money-losing distillery. And also it included alcohol cream and the chocolate milk-based drink powder Nesquik, produced for Nestle. Who'd have known? But it sounds quite nice, actually. The declared alcohol content is 17% by volume. Which doesn't sound very much, does it, actually? I've got a bottle. Somebody bought it for me. Courtney bought it for me here. And it's a bottle of Jamaican rum. This can blow your socks off. I promise you. If you have a cold and you have like a teaspoonful of this stuff, all of a sudden, you don't have a cold anymore. It's fun. It's what? I don't know which one it is. I just know we brought it over here. And frankly, the bottle was almost burning a hole in the paper bag. It was totally... I mean, you take the top off and you think, dear God, how do they make this stuff? I thought it was made in a bath or something. Very, very, very powerful. Sid Cup Julie says, I liked watching Nolly, especially at the very end when you actually saw Miss Diane and Adam Chance clapping. Yes, I heard all about it. And Steve, our office is on the King's Road. Now, the building we are in had Judy Garland's wedding there. We found some old photos last week. There's a great history to it. Do you remember the Six Bells, now the Ivy Restaurant? So hi to everybody at Phoenix Bespoke Solutions for me. Well, if that building was on the King's Road, that was the old town hall, wasn't it? Which was where Judy Garland got married, I seem to remember. And Steve, there is nothing finer at Valentine's than curling up in front of the television. If I go out, I'd go for a meal, but Intelligent Conversation is found only on LBC. Oh, well, I would totally agree with you, actually. I don't know, I haven't checked with the boys what they're doing for Feb the 14th. I suspect nothing. But, you know, but it doesn't matter. The trouble is you don't have to go out. There's no point. Yeah, we're here anyway, aren't we? What day of the week is Feb the 14th? Is it I just want to make sure I don't want to miss out on anything, you know, because you get all the meals for two people. If you go to the week today, is it? So it's a Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. All right. Because you can go to Marks and Spencer's or Waitrose. In fact, every supermarket, they all do a meal for two, either for a tenner or for 20 quid. You get a bottle of wine, a rose, you know, and food and a pudding and things like that. That's quite nice. You know, invite somebody round. You could cook for them. No, maybe not. And no, we don't want to think about poisoning, do we, or anything like that. That could be a bit embarrassing. But no, I think you could. I always go out, and if they do a nice thing with steak on it, I might go and get that because it's so cheap to do it. So cheap to do it. You don't have to go out and sit in a restaurant staring at somebody you're not particularly interested in. You know, they go, "You're going to take me out?" You go, "No, I thought we'd stay in." There's a good docudrama on the history of the scone. Why don't we watch that? You know, that'll be marginally more entertaining. Or failing that, take them home and play Monopoly. That's a good game to play. Play that over a bottle of whiskey. Or failing that, you can do my other favourite game, which is you invite round somebody you really like, okay? You have a bottle of whiskey, you drink the bottle of whiskey, then one person leaves the room, then they ring the doorbell, and you've got to try and work out who it is. It's fantastic. It's a brilliant game. Anybody can play that. All you need is a bottle of whiskey. Works a treat every time. I love it. Steve, you were talking about one of my favourite junk foods, because I lived in Montreal. Poutine is a Quebec... Shut up. Do not jump on the bandwagon. It's a Quebec dish made of fresh-cut French fries topped with cheese curds and gravy. A meal by itself. It appeared in the 1950s, rural Quebecian snack bars, says Patrick, and it was widely popularised across Canada and beyond in the 90s. I haven't had one in years. My heart is probably grateful. And he comes from White Rock, Canada. But his evening is not complete without listening to LBC. So we didn't know what it was. We just thought it was some sort of cheap bit of stuff that Jack had discovered because he's too mean and stingy to pay for a proper meal. But a portion of chips, you know, with a bit of cheese on there and a bit of gravy is he's very excited. Seriously, you can't wipe the smile off his face. It's almost to the point of annoyance, I have to tell you. It's a case of, you're not being ganged up on. I've been ganged up on. Yeah, I'm not losing. I never lose anything, Jack, as you know. Just I'd mention that now, you know, just in case you were thinking it's 1-0 to me. Let's take a short break, shall we? 6:30. Let's get the news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Lorraine says, I have orders for over 100 oysters, 20 scallops and 5 kilo of king prawns. So I think you're right. Everybody is staying at home for Valentine's Day this year. So isn't it funny? That doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Look, I should point out Lorraine is a fishmonger. We have a fishmongers as well in Twickenham. Stuart and his team will be banging out oysters, scallops, king prawn. What else do people have as aphrodisiacs? I can't remember what else they have. Chocolates, yeah. Chocolates and roses and chocolates and booze and stuff like that. But if Lorraine has got orders for over 100 oysters, because people like, I can't bear them. I wish I enjoyed fish more because it's really healthy. I just can't get into it at all. But thank you for reminding us, Lorraine, how well you are doing. Very well. Steve. It's probably Ray and nephew overproof Jamaican rum. My mum and dad always had a medicinal bottle handy. All we know is that Jack first had it when he was 14, and he had two glasses of it and passed out. And that Grenaden rum. It's amazing, actually. He says that people over in Grenada can drink it as if it's water. I said, yeah, but they don't know what time span they're in. They've got no idea. Everybody's off their trolleys. You're talking about the King's Road. You know it's a continuation into the new King's Road. I do. I know the new King's Road very well. Very well indeed. Favourite pub was the Flower Pot just off King's Road, and favourite shop, Granny Takes a Trip. See, they had much better names then, didn't they? I think so. Steve, mentioning Judy Garland, says John on the King's Road, reminded me that Diana Dawes and Alma Cogan used to live around there, I believe. I didn't know that, actually. I did not know that. Steve, can you say thank you to my beautiful girlfriend, Louise, for giving me a lift up to London this morning in the fog, says Ashley. Oh, that's right, put her at risk. So she's got to drive up in the fog. Not surprised you're saying she's your beautiful girlfriend. My Valentine's night, says Sean, is slightly unconventional. We're going to the Yard in Coventry, which is a drag and a burlesque night. I shall be going in drag, and my wife is going as a drag king. There you go. I've been doing old-style drag for nearly 2 years. Old-style drag. Old-style drag. You can't tell me anything about drag. We used to go to drag shows all the time in London. All the drag pubs that were there, the Cricketers at Battersea and the Royal Oak in Hammersmith. Oh, there were just loads of them. You know, they were just... Drag was very good in the early days. Paul O'Grady was out there doing Lily, and there was everybody. It was just, you know, if you went down to the Vauxhall Tavern, and there'd be loads of places around there that did drag, and it was just an entertainment. It was really, really good. Really, really good. So you had good fun, Sean. I'm sure you will have. Another way you go old-style drag, as opposed to... Well, I suppose now, really, it takes the people who do RuPaul's Drag Race hours to actually get dragged up. And they're not really what I call the old-fashioned drag nights out. Have you ever tried Noilly Prat? It's a vermouth, Steve. Slice of orange, big lump of ice. Very sophisticated. Oh, it's not for me then at all, is it really? I don't think I've ever been sophisticated taking a drink or anything like that. But wait a minute. Sophisticated until you've had 3 and you start to slur your words. That's always the worst thing, isn't it? You know that you're drunk, and you can't pull yourself back together again. You have no idea what's going on in the world, and you just sort of kind of, oh dear me. Steve, thank God I switched you on this morning, says Paul. You've reminded me about Valentine's Day. I may well be prepared for once in my romantic life. When you say, I was watching a thing the other day. What was it? It was Celebrity Come Dine With Me, which had Anthea irritating Turner on it, and 3 other people I've never even heard of, let alone seen it. I looked at them and I thought, who are you? One of them was an influencer and 2 of them weren't. And that was it, and Anthea Turner. And she served up beef carpaccio as her first thing, which she just sliced the beef the butcher did for her, and she put some lettuce in the middle. quite clearly, don't go her place for dinner. You'll have to go and eat out afterwards. And Steve, please think of myself and my other half today as we head to the hospital in Worcester to prepare for the birth of our daughter. Well, you're both preparing for the birth of the daughter. How cool. How cool. Try Amarula, Steve. A creamier Baileys, says Viv. See, the trouble is I've kind of gone off creamy drinks. And mainly because there's too much sugar in them. But I haven't been drunk for ages, actually. It's not that I sort of make it a sort of a condition of working. I sort of think, it's Friday, I can get drunk. In fact, if anything, I've stopped drinking at the weekends because you just sort of think, I've got to have, give my body a little bit of a rest because my body's a temple. And, not many people are worshipped, admittedly, it has to be said, at its doors. But it doesn't matter, my body. So Madonna now looks completely peculiar. Taut skin, swollen lips at the Grammys. Perhaps she's worried about getting old. You're old. Okay, solved that problem. Now get over yourself, for goodness sake. Harry Styles could make a bit of an effort. Have a shave, love, next time. And get your hair done. Okay, it's an awards ceremony. And Sam Smith, God knows what you were wearing. You look like some sort of camp version of Dickens, I think. 10 yolks in 4 eggs. Finding one egg with a double yolk is pretty unusual. So imagine coming across 3 in a row. Chris Tully did that. Apparently, the Egg Information Service Bureau, 1 in every 1,000 eggs is a double yolker, whilst the odds of a quadruple yolker are 1 in 11 billion. Wow. Hoping they were on a lucky streak, the couple who had these 10 yolks in 4 eggs went out and bought a lottery ticket. They won exactly nothing. That was a little twist on it, a bit of a funny line there. Ho, ho, ho. Let's all go home and sew our sides up, shall we? Please, God, we don't go to war, because apparently we're not going to manage it, because we just haven't got any money to put into it. Let's hope it all just comes down to weather balloons. Didn't they find some more weather balloons from China? Somebody said, wait a minute, we just found another one of their balloons which was flying across somebody's country. And the Chinese went, weather balloon? And we're all going, well, you're very careless. You're losing them left, right and centre. There was another one. I'm sure there was another one out the other day. But there you go. But they are big things. They're not little. They are. Second one spotted over Latin America. The Chinese are just so nosy. What do they want to do? You don't need to listen. You don't need to put up a weather balloon. You really don't. They're seeing reports of a balloon transiting Latin America. It's another Chinese surveillance balloon. Perhaps they're bored. Perhaps they're bored. Decided to sort of send up a balloon. BBC hit more than 100 complaints after it let a trans radio guest accuse J.K. Rowling of transphobia without being properly challenged. Evan Davis, who should have known better, was hosting Thursday's PM show when Stacey Henley made the claims whilst discussing a new Harry Potter video game. Ms. Henley, a trans woman and editor-in-chief of The Gamer, a website for video games fans, accused the author of pushing transphobia in a campaign against trans people. There was no right to reply at all. So shame on little Evan. The BBC admitted, we do accept there wasn't sufficient challenge to the claims that were made and we fell short. Yeah, on so many an occasion. So many an occasion. And Fiona Bruce was found to have broken BBC rules after she inaccurately claimed that a Question Time audience wanted an immediate general election. After investigating a complaint about the episode, which aired in October, the corporation admitted her summary of audience opinion fell short of the BBC's standards of accuracy. She said almost all of the audience wanted to go to the polls, but a BBC analysis showed about half had not raised their hands in favour of it. They say Miss Bruce's summary fell short of the BBC's standards of accuracy, and this aspect of the complaint was upheld. Basically an idiot. Just an idiot, Why do these people tell fibs? Ridiculous, honestly. What else we got? Heads said don't keep parents in the dark over trans lessons. Didn't know they were having trans lessons. They're having trans lessons. It's interesting, isn't it? So you mustn't keep parents in the dark. And this is after Gillian Keegan was last night urged to clarify her definition of a woman after she appeared to roll back on her stance on trans women. It's been a nightmare to go to school nowadays. It's so complicated, isn't it? You wouldn't know. They had somebody on the television the other day who was a trans woman. In fact, I know 3 trans women, all perfectly lovely and wonderful and everything else. We don't have any problems with anything at all. But occasionally people start rattling their cages. Steve, Amarula in coffee. Yeah. Poutine is disgusting, Steve. The Canadians love it, says Jim in Texas. I know. I don't know why they like these things. No, sorry. Jack doesn't like you. He's given up with you. You're absolutely hopeless. And Margaret says, I worked at hospital in Harrow Road. We went to the drag show at the Royal Oak in 1970. Such fun. It was such fun. There were great people, who were working up on the stage and doing the best. Some of them were miming acts. Some of them were what I call patter acts. Talking of patter, let's take a short break at 6:45 and get the latest LBC News headlines with Thomas Watts.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Your reminiscences, Steve, this morning bring back so many memories of my own Saturday afternoons at Bieber. Bieber. Happy days, Barbara Hulaniki. And she took over that huge site and it was just fantastic. We used to go there a lot, mainly because the girls I was living with were into the floppy hats. They were into the purple makeup. It was, anybody will tell you, Bieber was the place to go to. Marie in Surrey says, hope your ice cream was good today. Ian only provides good ice cream. And today it was strawberries and cream, which was absolutely delicious. You don't even need to tell him it's delicious. He knows it's delicious. It's always very much and today it was especially appreciated because we just like it. In fact, it came as a surprise because I didn't know that it was going to be arriving, so it's even more of an excitement. So we always thank him very much indeed. We keep mentioning Rolls-Royce. It's getting us nowhere at all, I'm afraid, on that one. What have we got? According to Boris, good Lord, he's not coming back in again, is he? It does look as though he's coming back in again. And he says to Rishi, you must press on with the Rwanda plan. Well, that finished ages ago, didn't it? Didn't Priti Patel start it? And then Sula Braverman came up with nothing. Nothing at all. I don't really know why they've even bothered with it. It's quite embarrassing, isn't it? So the idea is people are going to come over, and then we were going to take them to the airport, put them on a plane. So we booked the plane. We gave the government in Rwanda all this money, and they sort of refurbished a hotel, and nobody went. So the plane basically sort of started up and then didn't start up again. It was kind of just a total disaster, but we could have told them that in the first place. What do we got? Birthdays today. Chris Rock, the Emmy and Grammy-winning US comedian, one of the smartest political minds to ever pick up a microphone, slapped on stage by Will Smith while hosting the Oscars. He's turned down an invitation to present this year's ceremony, joking it would be like returning to the scene of a crime. He is 58 today. And Chris Mears, the Reading-born diver who won gold in the synchronization 3-metre springboard at Rio 2016. He and partner Jack Law became Britain's first Olympic champions in the sport. 3 years later, he quit in favour of an electronic dance music career after suffering from a deep depression following his victory. Born on this day, 1923, the lovely Dora Bryan, the BAFTA-winning star of A Taste of Honey, was nominated again for her turn as June Whitfield's friend Dolly in Absolutely Fabulous. Dora Bryan, who claims still to be able to do the splits in her 70s, insisted she didn't mind being typecast, but in 1950 she received a telegram from her brother in South Africa saying, can't you find yourself a part in which you're not a tart or a barmaid? She was lovely. She was absolutely lovely. And what else do we have? Blondie were at number 1 in 1999 with Maria. And February 1980... ITV2 will not consist of more Coronation Street, Crossroads and quiz shows. That was the message from the government yesterday after the long-awaited publication of the new broadcasting bill. Home Secretary Willie Whitelaw pledged it will be quite different in popularity and character. The fourth UK TV channel was popularly referred to as ITV2. This is before Channel 4's 1982 launch. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, Ellen MacArthur, in 2005, fastest person to sail solo around the world in 71 days and under 15 hours. So, if you, as I say, celebrating your birthday for today, many happy returns of the day. A song by Dizzy Rascal has been removed from an official government playlist to celebrate the King's coronation of the musician's conviction for domestic violence. So he lost an appeal, Dizzy Rascal, last week after being found guilty in April of assaulting his ex-fiancée. So they've taken his song out of the coronation, which is obviously the right and proper thing to do. Fears grow about the shrinking military will get no extra funding in the budget. I mean, very shortly they'll have to buy their own uniforms, I should imagine. MPs are warned that amid the global crisis, Britain will be left all but defenceless. And what is Rishi Sunak doing? Nothing. Nothing at all. In fact, it was the other day, wasn't it? We were saying on the programme, why is he not sitting down talking with the nurses? What do I get yesterday? There's a thing that flips up on my phone. The nurses are saying, where is the Prime Minister? Why are we not sitting down talking about this? And the Prime Minister, I don't know, off picking bluebells or something, doing whatever he does. But it's certainly nothing to do with sorting out this horrible mess that we've got. Oh, by the way, he is planning a Whitehall shake-up with a cabinet reshuffle. We think there's only about a couple of jobs to shuffle around, actually. You know, others said to be under consideration. I think Greg Hands, Trade Minister, and Paul Scully, a Tech Minister. In other words, just another lot of people doing absolutely nothing at all. What he should be doing is sitting down with the unions and sitting down with these people and thrashing it out. Is he doing it? No. Is he having a meeting? No. And you do kind of lose the will to live, don't you? You start thinking, why is it taking so long? I don't understand why it's taking so long. You know, the biggest day of industrial action, because they had yesterday the staff at St Thomas's Hospital who were out there, because they're just down the road. And the Royal College of Nursing has a mandate to continue strikes until May. Perhaps he thinks it's a joke. Perhaps he thinks, oh, they won't do anything. What are they going to do? They just go on strike. In the end, we'll settle for, 2% or something like that. No. You've got to sort it out now. You've got nothing else to do. Goodness sake. Police cells on standby. Why do you think that is? No room in the jails. No room in the jails. They've only got, I think, 2 weeks before they have to say, I'm sorry, all the jails are full. There's too many crims out there. And so they'll have to use local police. God knows who you're going to end up with. Seriously, I've no idea. The Amazon boss, it's not Jeff, is it? Who says that robots will care for the elderly. I'm sure they're thrilled. The robots, that is, as opposed to the elderly. And a marriage that isn't happy is still healthy. So that's good. And I don't know why. And also, of course, it's very good if you don't want to catch diabetes. Because if you've got a happy relationship, apparently that means that you might not get diabetes. So I wouldn't be recommending anybody get diabetes at all, actually, at the moment. It's really an absolute nightmare. The birthdays which we celebrated earlier on, also Garth Brooks, the country musician, is 61. Who else have we got? Loads of sort of professors. And Eddie Izzard celebrates his birthday today. He's a marathon runner, a fundraiser, an entertainer, very talented young man. And he's only 61 today. Many happy returns of the day. Ashton Kutcher, the actor, is... How old is he, actually? I think he might be... He can't be. It doesn't tell you, actually, how old. It's the only thing it doesn't tell you. 45. Terry Marsh, the boxer and undefeated world champion, 65. And Ray Mears, the bushcraft expert and broadcaster, is 59 today. So that's a nice little lot of people. Oh, including James Spader, the actor for Stargate, The Blacklist. Crispin Truman is also celebrating a birthday today. And as I say, if you're celebrating, many happy returns of the day. Hope you get loads of cards and presents and stuff like that. And as my brother's wife celebrates her birthday today, luckily she hasn't opened the chocolates as yet, which is... but mind you, it's merely time, I suspect. It's merely time. Steve, were you pre-diabetic to start with? No. It came on some years ago, actually. Some years ago. Only because the reason is I was sweating in the middle of winter. For some reason it all went completely pear-shaped, but they sorted me out. Dennis says, we used to go to the Royal Oak in Hammersmith. The bar staff whizzed around on roller skates. And Marie says, I hope your ice cream was good today. As good as it's ever been. As good as it's ever been. Thank you very much indeed. And we should do it again tomorrow. I'm also going to be telling you more about that fantastic holiday which we have for you. Morning. welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to February the 8th. Welcome to, well, you've had the address of the nation from the man who looks like a Thunderbird's puppet. To be honest with you, when he walked in, I was surprised he was able to walk. He did look as though he'd been embalmed, poor soul. But anyway, that was all very good indeed. You know, it's nice while they try and decipher what a weather balloon does. And these things are so big. Absolutely enormous. We think they're sort of, little tiny. No, they're absolutely huge. About 15, 20 foot tall this one was, if not bigger. So God could be going gender neutral. But God is an entity. God is not a person. God is just, like a puff of smoke in the corner. It doesn't signify. It's not a walking, talking human being. And so they're now thinking, the Anglican bishops, because they've quite clearly got nothing else better to do, they're considering dropping the phrase, Our Father, who art in heaven. I think the Our Father bit should be dropped for the Lord's Prayer. It's all gone horribly wrong, isn't it, really? God knows, when I was going to church, it was just all fairly straightforward. We just assumed that God was sort of like a cloud. Jesus we knew about, and we knew about Mary and Joseph and the three kings, and we knew about the shepherds and all the other balmy mad people who were trotting around in those times. How you could ever start thinking that God, really isn't gender neutral, Who are we impressing with this? Who are we impressing with it? Answer, nobody. The Epsom head teacher who made a phone call to her sister minutes before she and her daughter were shot dead, which was embarrassing. By that time, it was too late, because it appears to be the husband who shot them. Although, strangely enough, somebody said to me yesterday, but they look such a normal family. I said, well, if the husband did commit this crime, and you don't have to apologise for it or even say allegedly because he's dead, it's a case of they don't advertise the fact these people are murderers. They're sick in the head. It's like, people who kill children, people who kill anybody, really, they're sick in the head. They might look normal. Why do you think Rose and her filthy, disgusting, thank God he's dead husband was so successful? They looked ordinary. Nobody realised what a bunch of perverts they really were. Over in Turkey and Syria, they're suffering badly. They've had the rains down and everything else. They're still finding bodies. They just don't have the facilities to move everybody out. So bodies are just lying in the streets covered over. They think the death toll could rise to 20,000 because since we first reported on the aftershocks and this earthquake, they've had about 2 or 3 more. And if ever you've seen, places that have been devastated by earthquakes, the worst place, China. They don't seem to have building regulations out in the suburbs, out in the countryside. So they build these flats, cheap housing, in-move people. They're literally held together by a lick and a promise. When these things come down, they just collapse like a pack of cards. The foundations don't go down deep enough. They don't build in the fact that you might get tremors, you might get earthquakes, there might be tsunamis. I mean, if you watch tsunamis on YouTube, you'd be as horrified as I was, but strangely fascinated. I can remember there were some people, they were swimming in the ocean. Somebody was filming them. Perhaps they were friends or something like that. And then you see in the distance this little wave, and it moves in slowly, and it looks as though it's just a little wave. And then by the time it gets to the shore, you suddenly realize the force which it moves in. And then I flipped to one that was in Japan, and this thing built up and built up and built up. And then the next thing, there's cars being swept along with it. I mean, it was just absolutely atrocious, so dangerous. So over in Turkey and Syria, well, I mean, I don't really know what the planning regulations are like, but judging by the way these buildings collapse, I assume that not too great. Faulty Towers could return after 44 years. Oh, please don't. Please don't bring it back. I like to remember it the way it was, actually. Basil. I just like that. I thought it was just fantastic. And especially with all the little bits which they left in, which should have been taken out in the editing. Because you've got to watch the editing. In fact, one of them, Basil's standing in the entrance to the set. And then obviously somebody goes now, and so he then starts moving forward. But they didn't edit it properly. They just sort of left it. And I got a bit sort of fed up with the thing. What do you want? God, it's like a caravan park, isn't it, this place? People just sort of wander in, park the caravan up, connect up the Calagas, get the old sausages on the go. Nice haircut, Connor. Very nice, I've noticed. Actually, very good haircut. It is, yes, but it's not a good haircut. Oh, you couldn't afford the sausages. I'll get you sausages. Don't worry. I like the haircut, though. I think the haircut's very good. How much do you pay for that? We were inquiring about how much people pay for haircuts the other day. Did you? £14? You gave a £4 tip. God, you're very generous. Surprisingly, Jack paid £25 for his hair. As you can see, it was obviously done by somebody with a huge sense of humour. And we've all enjoyed it ever since. £14. You see, I pay 11, but there again, I'm just a number one all over. I think that's what I asked her for. And it's always a revelation. You know, she sort of chats away in Polish. I don't speak a word of Polish, so it's a very short conversation. And then she does the hair, and I'm in and out in 3 minutes. I don't believe you need to spend time getting your hair cut. Not a lot of conversation. Well, they always say the same thing. They always sort of say, so how are you? And I go, I'm okay. I don't really want to go into the fact that I've just had the most raucous sexual, encounter that I've ever had in my entire life. So, in fact, I don't tell them anything at all, really. No, yeah, well, I bet, yeah. No, it is a good haircut, though. It takes years off you. Really does. It's very impressive, actually. Because I think when you had a haircut, I think all of a sudden people can see the outline of your face. And then people they go, good Lord, you are quite young, actually, aren't you? Because basically Connor's hair has been all over the place for years. It's like somebody who's been caught in a wind tunnel. You know, he sort of says it, and all of a sudden it's like, because you imagine he gets up in the morning. I can't imagine he does anything apart from a bit of water, like that, and then just leaves it. And just sort of lets it... Yeah, well, I put loads of products on. What difference has it made? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. I used to spend a fortune on mousse and hair dryer. I used to blow dry my hair to try and give it a bit of volume. And then I thought, there's no point, Steve. If you're going to be butch, be butch. And so I just got the number one all over. And the rest, as they say, is history. Steve says, Guy, I like to remember Fawlty Towers how it was. Overrated and racist. Well, it was of its period. It certainly wasn't overrated. It was absolutely brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, I thought he was mad as a fruitcake. Absolutely mad as a fruitcake, but that's what I liked. I thought that was what was sort of so interesting about it. I know that there were bits in it where you went, ooh, you wouldn't have them now. But then there are lots of shows like that on the television. I mean, I was watching On the Buses the other day, which comes up every day on my television, and it's the most sexist programme you'll ever have. You had the two boys on the buses, Reg and his cohort, and, you get a conductress there with a sticky-out bra and a very short skirt, and you go, we'll be parking up by the cemetery gates later. He said, we can be there for 15, 20 minutes. And the whole thing was based on their sex lives with the Clippies who worked on the buses, when you used to get ladies who worked on the buses doing the tickets and everything else. But nobody says now, oh, it's very sexist. But in fact, it was. It was very sexist. It all revolved around these two men who were looking to pull all the time. It's not unsimilar here, actually. I've noticed... that, and I only mentioned this one in particular. What was it? Oh, it's people who use dating sites. If you use a dating app, you are less likely to find love. Because you're not going to find love on a dating app. I think you can be in a bar and you can see somebody in a very crowded room and you can go, that's the one. That is the one. But unfortunately, they're talking to somebody and it's very difficult to try and get somebody's attention. And you say you sort of stand about, and then you sort of edge a little bit closer. I was telling the story that a friend of mine's finding it impossible to find somebody to go out with. Really, really difficult. Finding it difficult. Because they're not looking for a one-night stand. Okay, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. What they're looking for is a bit of a commitment. But the trouble is, if you go to bars, you're not going to meet people like that. People like that don't exist in bars. Having issues with. Oh, right. What's that mean? I don't even know what that is, actually. So with Zeta. Is it pronounced Zeta? I thought that was a football pools company. I had no idea. It's a machine, is it? Good Lord, it's like artificial intelligence, so we can't fire the brake. Oh, right. And this is likely to affect me, is it? I don't know. Oh, I've got to keep talking. Oh, my Lord. What do we talk about? What do we do? Anyway, going back to the dating thing. So you go there, and you think, I'll go out with my mates. on a Friday night or a Saturday night, and you have a few drinks in the pub, and that's where it all goes downhill. Because after you've sort of had a few drinks in the pub, you start leering. Hello. What's your name, darling? It is a bit... I was watching a very violent programme last night, and it was on the craze, and how basically Ron was as mad as a fruitcake. And he was gay at the same time. So somebody said to him, he bumped into somebody in a boxing club because he liked the boys, did old Ronnie Cray. And he said, I'm just going to the toilet. He didn't say it like that. He used sort of different language. And as he's going to the toilet, the bloke who worked in the thing said, oh, hi, Ron, nice to see you. And he said, yeah, mate, nice to see you as well. And he was obviously on medication. You could tell he was a bit vague. He didn't quite know where he was. And he said, how's it going? And the bloke went, well, it's, money's a bit tight. And so Ronnie said, well, how much do you need? He took a big wad of money out. He said, £5 enough? This was to get through the week, £5. Happy days, a £5. And so he gave him the £5, and he went, thanks. And then he made the big mistake. Ronnie Cray was standing in front of him, and he patted his tummy. He said, put on a bit of weight, haven't we? Ronnie knifed him. He'd only just lent him the £5 and he knifed him. He was so mad. He really was. And you think, that's all... if they'd had half a brain cell between the two of them, Reggie or Ronnie, they might have actually made something of themselves. But in fact, they didn't make anything at all. They didn't understand about gambling. They had no idea. They just thought you opened up clubs and celebrities went there. And they all went. Judy Garland went to the Craze Club. And there are pictures of Judy there, and obviously everybody knows about Barbara Windsor and all the rest of it. She was friends with the Craze, and they ran it to their friends. They were very good. But, if you weren't really a friend of the Craze, you kind of, they ruled one side of the river, the Richardson gang ruled the other side of the river, and it was a little bit of a free-for-all, a little bit. They were the last people to be sent to the Tower of London. Yes, I think people forgot that the Tower of London was used as not only a place of execution, but a place of where they would incarcerate people. And there was one bloke who actually managed to make it out of he broke out of the Tower of London. And when you look at how big the place, I don't know if you've been there recently, but it's very big. The walls are very thick. And he managed to get a rope, and they did it from the top of the tower that he was in all the way down to the banks of the river, and he literally slid down this rope to get away and was rowed away by a compatriot. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. There was a great film years ago called Escape from Alcatraz, and they said at the very end of the film there were only 2 people who ever escaped from Alcatraz, and they've never been found. And they say, so if you're watching this, because apparently I don't know if you've ever been to Alcatraz, but it's an island. It's you go to San Francisco and you can stand there and look at Alcatraz, and they do trips out to it. But the currents are really strong. So in other words, if you fall into the river or you fall into the sea, the chances are you'll be swept away and you'll never be seen ever again. A little bit like that lady who is missing at the moment. I looked at the pictures on the telly yesterday. That river that the police think, fell into, it's not fast moving. In fact, it's almost static. And that's why I was thinking, well, where's she gone to? They think now, because they're no closer finding her. I mean, she's literally vanished into thin air. They think there could be a third person involved or a second person. They don't know. It is one of the great mysteries. Meanwhile, other half and the kids are having sort of, the most dreadful time. It really is absolutely awful. So they've revealed that they're now questioning, is it 700 drivers, people who've been caught on CCTV in the area to find out what they saw, because people don't just vanish. They go somewhere. Gino D'Acampo, you wish he'd go somewhere, anywhere really. His latest business has just gone under with debts of £5 million, basically because he hasn't got the faintest idea how to run a business. So he owes money to HMRC, about £120,000 in tax. He owes £37,000 in staff wages. Does he give a toss? No. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. It's like somebody else's problem. So the next time you see his happy, smiling little face on the television, just sort of look at him and go, pay your debts, pal. Pay your debts back. I hate people like that. I really do. Claire Richards from Steps is going solo. after she went on and became knitting, or what it was, on that programme. And apparently Prince Harry will reportedly make a whistle-stop trip for the King's coronation. As long as it's whistle-stop and we don't have to see him, we'll be fine, actually. Prince Andrew, there's a movie in the making. They're going to... I don't know what it's going to be like or how long it is. It'll be probably about an arrogant, spoilt little child who sort of stamps his feet and becomes petulant. I didn't watch the musical. I didn't. To be honest with you, I'm not sure you can make a musical about things like that. Was it funny? I do like as you can well imagine. I am a showboy. I love musicals, you know, and I've always liked musicals, actually. But I can't remember the very first musical I ever saw. But my whole place is full of theatrical posters. In fact, there is not an inch of space anywhere. It's all theatrical posters, West End shows, all of them, all sorts of things. Old shows, you know, from years and years ago, and vintage posters and stuff like that. My favourite... I don't really have a favourite show. I mean, I liked everything. Wicked. I liked Les Miserables. I remember seeing Phantom, first time round, 42nd Street. I get different things out of them. And Billy Elliot. And we also went to see... who did we go and see taking all his clothes off? Harry Potter. We saw Harry Potter taking all it. We were in the front row, and Daniel Radcliffe took all his clothes off. The theatre was packed. You could have heard a pin drop. And he comes on stage, and it was very interesting because we were in the front row, not knowing what to expect much, and then he starts disrobing, and then this girl comes on. Well, everybody ignored her completely. I mean, she took all her clothes off, and everybody's sort of looking to the left-hand side as Daniel Radcliffe slowly disrobed. And the funny thing was, when the play finished, he'd left his boxers on the stage. And a friend of mine, who shall remain nameless, said, "Shall we nick 'em?" Well, I said, "I don't think we can, actually." It is a little bit, yes. I mean, you don't just leave your boxers lying on the stage. They were probably still warm. And so we sort of left the theatre. But he apparently, even at the auditions, he took all his clothes off. I'm thinking of auditioning for producers on this programme based on the same sort of thing. You know, don't shake your head. I tell you, you can find yourself relegated to another programme that doesn't expect that kind of thing. But I thought that was very brave of him to sort of, at the audition, David Pugh was the producer, and I remember him saying, we didn't need to say to him, can you take your clothes off? He just took his clothes off. Very brave. Steve, the Krays escaped from the Tower of London and were found the next morning having breakfast at their mum's house. I don't think they did escape. I don't think they did. Everybody knew where their mum lived because you go past the end of their road in the East End and their house, which they had, has been knocked down. I can't remember what their road is called. But anyway, no, I don't think they escaped from the Tower of London. They weren't bright enough. They really weren't bright enough, so definitely not. And Steve, this is from James in Clitheroe. Caught a little of your show yesterday, brought back lovely memories. The Hungry Years, had my first ever burger there. Bieber, the store, the Rainbow Room, the Roof Garden. Kings Road, saw the Rocky Horror Show at the cinema. The Rocky Horror Show was good. There you go, Valence Road, 178. Ain't there no more. That would have been a good museum, wouldn't it, to go in there if they'd left it all exactly as it was. The same furniture, images of their mum, Violet, and stuff like that. But Sorry? Used to do what? A Well, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, Ron just became a fat blob who was basically, you know, if you disagreed with him, he would basically take you out. I said, no, when I say take you out, I mean he took you out. Certainly not going dancing or anything like that. Because it was in a day when, and that was when he shot somebody in The Blind Beggar because they called him a big fat puff. And that was why. He was, even though he was, he didn't like it. You know, they were both very sensitive. But I'm led to believe that even in prison, Reg then played the other end of the field as well. Because if you're stuck in prison... but I remember that when their mother died, Violet, they had a big EastEnders funeral. They made a big fuss about, the Krays and all this kind of baloney. And they put the biggest detective they could find to handcuff the boys so that it made them look very small and petite. I think there was about 6'8" detective who was handcuffed to them for their mum's funeral. They were allowed out for their mum's funeral. Very interesting, actually. But I do remember, actually, the Rocky Horror Show, which was at the theatre in the King's Road. What was good about the Rocky Horror Show was that they didn't bother clearing up. So all the rubbish from all the show was just piled up in the theatre. There was dirty, empty ice cream cartons, sandwiches, crisps, everything like that. And so you went, because that added to the whole sort of genre of the Rocky Horror Show. And I thought it was great. We went to see it loads of times, and it was just one of those shows. It was fantastic, actually. But we did used to go to the best ever lighting store, Christopher Wray's, and we did go to the roof garden at Bieber's, right up the top. In fact, actually, Christopher Biggins and I had a bit of a scene up there. When I say a scene, it was beautiful. You went up in a lift, and it opened onto the roof gardens at Kensington and the High Street, and they had flamingos. They had there were grass. There was a bar inside. It was really lovely, and it was a good place to go to. But we went there one night. Biggins and I were there, and we didn't know, but on the roof there was a fire exit as well. So we didn't want to go back inside, wait for the lift to take you back down to the ground floor. So we decided to open the fire door and go down the stairs at the back of the building, so we could sort of then arrive back out on Ken High Street. So that's what we did. Unfortunately, it set off the fire alarm, and by the time we got down there were 4 fire engines sitting outside there. So Biggins and I went, wasn't us, and just sort of melted into the crowd quite well. There you go. There's an admission. Have you seen Book of Mormon? Yes. Love it. Steve, my sons are working on Wicked 1 and 2, the movie. Great stage show, says Terry the Cabbie. It is, but I'll tell you the one thing about that show, exactly the same as in Miss Saigon, the rake on the stage, because you think the stage is flat. It's not. The rake is like 45 degrees. It's huge. Absolutely huge. And on Wicked, how they stood upright, I've got no idea. And exactly the same in Miss Saigon, whereas not only was the stage on a huge rake, but there were potholes all over the place to signify the bombings in Saigon and stuff like that, which we couldn't see from the front. But again, fantastic shows, fantastic. Valence Road, says Mark, in Wiltshire and Bethnal Green. Yeah, if only their house was still there, I'd have loved that. I'd have thought that'd have been absolutely brilliant. Price of cheese has gone up, 50. But why are you still here, Connor? I'm just, what are you here for, Popsy? I mean, it's very sweet to see you. Well, that's very sweet of you. And thank you for sending me your photos the other day. That's quite all right. That's quite nice. Are you waiting for a car or something? Is there a shortage? You just decided to pop in. Going to get such a slap. This is the Steve Allen curb appeal. Yeah, Steve Allen show can make you not get your cabs. Yeah. That's why you agreed to do. So, do you know, honestly, we don't see enough of each other, do we? No, you're not getting paid. The last time we saw each other, actually, when we were out, was in Hyde Park. Do you remember? Yeah. I can't remember why we all met in Hyde Park, but because you were leaving the country. Really? It was Thomas. Oh, right. Yes, because we'd been out, Thomas and Corey and I, to some... I can't remember where we went to, actually. We went to some... It was something like Fortnum and Mason's. It was something posh. I think I paid, actually, but there again, I quite like paying. I'm quite good at paying like that. If it's thick enough drinking me, I pay all the time. I'm very happy to do things like that. So do you have your own desk in the office now? Have you moved from your place of residence? You're still similar sort of place. But where I used to see you, not your sort of... not your desk, because you've got your own desk now. Have you got a filing cabinet? Because I've got 2. You've got a whiteboard? Blimey, I tell you have arrived. Oh, is that yours? In the meeting room? We have a boardroom here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's very good. I was trying to decipher what was written on it. It's all these sort of different plans and proposals and everything. It's fantastic. Hieroglyphs. Yeah, there were some bit lower down. They were loweroglyphs, and they were very nice indeed. The old jokes are the best, I tell you. Where'd you get the old jokes? Here. We only know the old jokes. Steve. I too saw 42nd Street in London with Frankie Vaughan. There's a sunny side to every situation. There is, Kathy. We can take a break. I think we could take a break. Just gone 4:30. The latest news with Charlotte Morgan.
Hello. You've caught me at the hairdresser's, brushing up on the best business advice with my friend Deborah Meaden.
Well, Einstein, staying on top of your numbers is crucial.
Indeed, and a smart meter can help you track your energy use and costs over time, so you can trim and adjust where needed.
Meaning more control of your business budgeting.
Now that's sharp.
Search Get a Smart Meter for Business today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Lawrence is listening in Egypt, which sounds lovely. And Shane says Wicked is coming back to Sydney. I'm going to see it again. I loved it. I thought it was great. Absolutely great. You know what's coming into Sadler's Wells? Like a bat out of hell, keep on with the morning sun. Yeah, they're doing Meatloaf, the musical, which will be good. Steve says, Roger, 50 years ago, it was acceptable for busmen like Stan and Jack to chat up every woman, whereas today you'd be gone in a day. Absolutely. Well, in fact, I mean, you wouldn't find Clippies working on the bus. You find women driving buses. But I was going to tell you about the bus story from yesterday. At the back of our building here is the Garrick Theatre. Now, our building is so big, it is 2 buildings and it stretches from the Garrick Theatre all the way into Leicester Square. OK, it's 2 buildings, it's huge. There's more than 1,000 of us in this building because of all the stations that we own and the office staff and the sales teams. And it's mega. And anyway, they then decide at the back of the building, on the road outside the Garrick Theatre, to dig it up. To do what with, I have no idea, not a clue. But anyway, they dug it up. So consequently, it had traffic lights, temporary traffic lights put in to make sure that, 1 minute traffic comes up and then it goes down the other side and so on and so forth. And so the bus stop that I wait at, because it saves me having to walk a little bit further down into Trafalgar Square, they put a little cover over the top of it going, bus stop closed. Because obviously buses, it was a bit of an inconvenience, so they thought. And I thought, OK, fair enough. So I would come out of here, walk down to Trafalgar Square, do a left, wait for the bus there. And it was fine, exactly the same as it would do normally. In fact, it gave me a better chance of getting the bus because it had to stop either at the temporary traffic lights or the others. Anyway, they finished doing the roadworks over the weekend and the road is opened up and you don't have to sit there waiting at traffic lights anymore. It just flows backwards and forwards, and it was great. So yesterday, I'm sort of standing there, and I noticed that the bus stop has still got the sign on it saying bus stop closed. So, well, that doesn't matter, because it's been closed before, and the buses still stop there. And just as I said that, a number 29 stopped and disgorged a couple of passengers. So I'm thinking, that's OK, I'll wait till my bus comes down. And then one of my lovely listeners pulls up in his bus and he goes, I've told them about that, Steve. He said, I phoned them the other day to say that sign is still on the bus. I said, do you think the bus will stop, the 176? He went, I don't know. So I said, well, it should do, I said, because another bus stopped there a minute ago. So I see no reason why it shouldn't, unless the bus driver was a complete bozo. Anyway, as it turned, so I'm standing there waiting, and 229s went past me, and that's fine. And then my bus. In the meanwhile, some homeless bloke goes, here, mate. So, of course, I have to do my usual. I don't have any money. I'm on a card for the bus. He said, no. He said, there's no buses here. The bus, I said, yeah, it'll stop for me. So anyway, just at that moment, the 176 comes round the corner, gets past the Hippodrome. So I put my arm out, and as he goes past me, he points up at the stop saying, bus stop out of use. And I thought, you right little so-and-so. And I remember thinking, I mean, surely with half a brain cell, but he obviously wasn't that bright, you'd have pulled into the side of the road because there were no temporary traffic signals there. There was nothing at all. It was quite easy for him to stop by the side of the road, but obviously he didn't have a brain cell. He was obviously a bit Neanderthal, and so he just happily sailed around the corner. Luckily, I was able to get the 139 because they did stop, and that was fine. And so it was a case of, I mean, surely if he had a brain cell, he might have realised that bus stop was out of order because there were temporary traffic signals, but they've taken them away. So that's why I couldn't understand. So it'll be interesting to see today whether or not that sign is still on the thing. I mean, quite clearly, TfL are a bunch of idiots. All they've got to do is go round there and there can't be that many things they've got to do. Yes, you've got to take the sign off. It says bus stop not in use. What if I get the same bus driver? I'll recognise him again, I tell you. I will recognise him. You wait, I tell you. Whew, tongue on me like a viper. Jim says, I no longer live in London. Why do people tell me these things? He says, your tales of the roof gardens brings back many wonderful memories. Oh, it was wonderful up there. And somebody says... I'm sorry, I just wondered actually where the tea had gone. We're just sort of letting it cool down, are we? Did he just... He took my tea into your side and then left it. What is the matter with him today? Honestly. What, did you just sort of forget about me? Is that the same cup? Is it?
Yeah.
How many, is it got a fresh tea bag in it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Why did he walk in there and sit down with my cup of tea? What was the point of that? Didn't get that at all. Oh, well, at least we got the tea. Honestly, the staff nowadays. But, Steve, I had a haircut yesterday. Senior citizens rate's 12 quid, says Alan. I pay 11. I used to get it for free, but I don't... But, you know, if somebody's only charging, you know, 6 quid a haircut or something like that, you've got to pay them, haven't you? Really, I think so. Number one all over, says Alan, 12 quid. And that's a senior citizen rate. You see, I don't understand how they can... Well, I do, actually. We've just had a tattoo parlour closed in Twickenham. A tattoo parlour. Just as I was going to go in there and get some tattoos done. But I decided not to bother. And I did notice on the HSBC Bank's window, we're closing. And it is one of the hierarchy of HSBC who makes all the papers today. He said the reason we're closing all the branches, or most of them, is because that's what the public want. The public want us to close branches. He's either more stupid than I thought or he started drinking, because I just can't work out why the public would be saying we don't want the branches anymore. People are complaining to me all the time. Steve, tuning into your show to get from Worthing in West Sussex to Luton Airport as I start the first of 5 shifts, says Luke in West Sussex. You must be very young. It's a very young name, Luke. You don't find anybody over the age of 40 who's called Luke, do you? Unless it was Luke Skywalker, in which case that was a little bit, yeah. Steve came to town last week to see Tina Turner at the Aldwych, stayed at St Martin's with Hakkasands for supper. Great night, says Simon. Good show, isn't it? She's very good. I've seen her a number of times. Not the show, though. Not the show, but I have seen Tina Turner in concert. Rolling down a river. And then she'd go very slowly with the dancers. And then all of a sudden, the place would erupt. You go, and she spins round, and all the dancers spin round, and there's fireworks. You know, left a good job in the city. I could have been Tina Turner, I'll tell you. Voice is very similar, very similar. Steve, another one here, which a lot of people have been to see Wicked, which I'm delighted to tell you about, because I think it's a fantastic show. A lot of people telling me about Book of Mormon. Go see. Very, very good show. And Steve, can I call my vicar father if I can't say our Father in prayer? I think there's something the matter with them. I don't know why they would ever think that sort of God was he, she, it, they, them, or it's just an entity. It's an entity. That's all it is. It's not complicated. And I sometimes wonder whether or not we've all got the interpretation of the Bible correct. Did you ever read Lady Chatterley's Lover? Sadly not, no. I didn't read anything. The nearest I got to anything like that was Virgin Soldiers, the book that came out. That was considered in my day, when we were schoolboys, a bit racy. That talked about all sorts of things, you know, and we were going, whoa, good. I mean, it was seriously, it was considered racy-pacey. I don't know why, but it just was. I was trying to work out, actually, how... Unless they're both going to be blind, an amateur boxer. He is registered blind. He's preparing for a fight. And they've agreed that he can go for it. Now, I'm assuming the person that he's fighting must also be registered blind. You can't have a sighted boxer and a non-sighted boxer. How is that going to work? They've got to make it even. Because there must be people... There's a woman in a wheelchair who's in some of the papers the other day. And she was saying it's about time that the BBC allowed people in wheelchairs to compete in Strictly Come Dancing. And I said on the programme, bit blooming late. The programme's been going, 12 years, and they've only just we're looking for somebody in a wheelchair. Why didn't they do this 12 years ago? Why don't they do it 12 years ago? I mean, 12 years ago, you'd been hard pushed to find people of ethnicity on the BBC. BBC was terribly white middle class. Hello, welcome to Alexandra Palace. You know, there was no regional accents at all. Now you can't get enough regional accents. Steve, in 1974, says John, we went to see the first London production of Gypsy, which had starred Angela Lansbury, but we saw Dolores Gray, who'd taken over. A truly wonderful show. Before the show, we went to the Revolving Restaurant in the BT Telecoms Tower, but it wasn't revolving. Yeah, it's they closed the restaurant years and years ago. You can see the BT Tower; it's huge, but at the top of it was a restaurant. Now they use it; it's got signage that goes round and everything else. But it's big, very, very big. But the restaurant used to revolve very, very slowly. So in the course of your meal, you could see the whole of London. But then they had a few incidents, and they thought with sort of bombings and all the rest of it that they would stop people going to it. Steve, should we call Mother Nature they nature? Says Rob. Oh, I don't listen. I seriously don't know. I'm not sure if I should call the boys, by their real names. I don't know. They might have gender issues. I don't know. It's no good shaking your head. You might decide you want to be sort of gender neutral or something like that. I don't want to sort of get myself into trouble. I say sort of Jack, and he goes, "Excuse me, it's they," because I just don't know. I don't know where I am with it. I've never met anybody like that, well, not that I remember, and I wonder really how I'd sort of get away with it. The answer is I probably wouldn't. Sia, is dear Evan Hansen returning to the West End this year? Not that I'd heard of. Do you remember Leslie Crowther presenting Stars in Their Eyes? I remember Leslie Crowther, of course, absolutely. He did all sorts of quiz shows on the television. He was very good. He also did Crackerjack. He did Crackerjack on the television. Should we take a short break? It's 14-5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
What colour was Biden's face? When you watch the Address of the Nation, when he first walked in, I thought, well, he's going to be heavily made up because this is televised around the world. People will have been watching that. And you think to yourself, he looks as though he's on his last legs, which is quite interesting. People talking about who was their favourite president. I liked Obama. Obama, and I liked his wife, and I was hoping that she would have stood for it. I didn't do a lot of the other ones, but why did they pick somebody so old? Why don't they pick somebody young, for goodness sake? Then they stand a better chance of achieving something. But when you look at that, I'd like to see backstage at the Address of the Nation where they were sort of making him up and doing his hair and spraying it and all the rest of it, because they have to look perfect. I have to be perfect. Steve says, Roger, I don't remember Crackerjack, but I remember Jackanory. Is there a difference? Complete difference. One, Jackanory was just sort of stories, and Crackerjack was with Peter Glaze and all sorts of people. And it was a kid show filmed at the BBC Television Theatre, and they had games. One of the games was the kids would come up, they got a question right, they got a board game, and they would stand there with their arms out, and they would pile up these board games until they could barely stand up, these kids, but you got a free Crackerjack pencil, and every time somebody said Crackerjack, the whole crowd of all kids in the audience would go, Crackerjack! They loved it. It was fantastic. And Jackanory was just somebody reading a story, which wasn't so exciting. Steve, did you see the film Phil Stars Don't Die in Liverpool? It was on TV last night. I did see bits of it, actually. Kathy, little bit. It's all about the relationship of a Hollywood actress, Gloria Graham, and a young actor from Liverpool. Yes, I did see it. I didn't see all of it. I tend to, in the early hours of the morning or at night time, I tend to flip around the channels just to see if there's anything interesting on. And most of the time, I get God knows how many channels on my television. I remember Tony Blackburn years ago showing me in his house, which overlooked Freddie Mercury's garden in Earl's Court. He was in a Mews cottage, and I think Tony Blackburn was one of the first people to have a revolving satellite dish. He could pick up thousands of channels, literally by keying in numbers, and the dish would turn. It was like something out of a big Hollywood film. It was fantastic, and he could pick up all sorts of things. Me, I've never had a satellite dish in my life. No, never really wanted one, actually. Stuart says, I was lucky enough to see Phantom of the Opera on Broadway and Stomp in the East Village, something I doubt I'll ever get to do myself. So many I want to see, need to get myself to the West End. Well, you need to save up for the West End. It's not cheap to go to the theatre. It's not cheap. The easiest thing to do is go midweek because it's a little bit cheap. If you want tickets for Friday or Saturday and, you know, you're looking for a pair of seats, best, you know, you stand very little chance of getting something like that. Single seats are easy to get because they've always got single seats. Oh, Charlie Thomas died as well. I forgot to mention that at the beginning of the programme. Charlie Thomas. Do you not remember Charlie? Come on. If I give you a clue, he was 85. No? He was the lead singer of the Drifters. There goes my one love, da 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 da. Saturday night at the movies, under the boardwalk. They had a show at the back of this theatre, at the Garrick, which was very nice indeed. And Crackerjack says, Dave, did you get loaded up with cabbages? Well, it was just it was very simple stuff, but it just seemed to work. The kids loved it. They absolutely loved it. And so they should. There's very little stuff for kids on nowadays, apart from Blue Peter. They don't seem to cater. They don't know what, you know why? Because kids aren't watching the television. They don't watch the television. They're all on their laptops. They're on their phones. They're on everything. They don't go, oh, I must rush in and watch Blue Peter. You know, it's. I don't really know what age group Blue Peter appeals to. I mean, I remember going to see it when it was at the BBC Television Centre, and I went, you know, because I'd written to Biddy Baxter to say, could I come and have a look at it? And they were in Studio One. It was a huge studio, vast, absolutely vast, and they did it live. It was one of the few live programmes. So they used to do the, okay, studio and 10, 9, 8. 7, and they get to one and go dum 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 dum, and the presenters hadn't even sat down. It was all very sort of haphazard, and then they sort of made things, and people did, you know, things to raise money for charity. Oh, no, it was great in its day. Huge studio, and every Christmas exactly the same. We're going to make the Advent crown, which was 2 coat hangers wrapped around with tinsel, and then candles at the end. But it had to be flame-proof tinsel, and then they would light another candle on the Advent crown. It was, I mean, to be honest with you, Naked Flames always used to put the fear of God, you know me. Naked Flames and Steve Allen don't quite go together at all well. But it was lovely. Then they bring in the Chalk Farm Salvation Army band, and then they bring in local Cub and Scout and Brownie groups, and they would sing the Christmas carols. They'd have a fake fire, but in fact, if you check it out on YouTube, the fake fire set fire to the set. That's dreadful. They had to have the people in who were there manning the fire extinguishers. It certainly looked good in black and white, and the elephant and all these. Just great stuff, actually. Steve, what were you going to say about cheese prices? They've gone up. They've gone up. They reckon 50% for some cheeses. So, mind you, I don't know why we should be surprised. Everything's gone up. I mean, there isn't anything. Can you think of anything that's gone down? I can't. It's all just going up. In fact, sometimes I look at things, I think, I'm sure that looks smaller than the last time I bought it. I don't think I'll buy it. But I was a bit remiss the other day because I forgot to get. I didn't forget to get. I forgot to give a sandwich to Jack, and because you know they're good boys, they get a sandwich. It's like, you know, rewarding a puppy or something like that. You know, and it was only when I sat on the train going home, and I sort of opened my bag and went, oh, for goodness sake, Steve, what have you done? There were 2 wraps in there which should have gone to Jack, but I completely forgot. Well, I was going to send him a text message. I thought, no point. So I thought I'll buy him something as a bit of a cheery thing. So I bought him sweet and sour chicken and egg fried rice. So that's what he's having for tea today. And I said, all you got to do is empty them into a saucepan, put the lid on, leave them for, 10 minutes, medium heat, till it starts bubbling, and then just pour it out onto a plate. It's delicious. It really is. It's got pineapple bits in it, and not chicken balls. It's got actual pieces of chicken in there. You'll love it. Really healthy. Hugely calorific, though, but it doesn't matter. Goodness sake, if we started worrying about all sorts of things. Steve, if Michelle Obama became president, would Barack be called the First Lady? Says Steve the cabbie. Possibly, highly likely, actually. Didn't Tony Blackburn spin discs on Radio Caroline? Is it still in existence, says Roger? Is it? Radio Caroline is still going? Good Lord above. Those were the days, weren't they? You see, but I didn't do things like that in the early days. I didn't do music radio. So it was a case of I knew about it. I knew that people used to line their cars up on the cliffs and flash their lights out. Because didn't they do there was a film, it was called The Ship That Rocked, or The Boat That Rocked, or something. And that was the story about Radio Caroline. It was the early days of pirate radio, but they had to be 3 miles offshore. If they came in any closer, they could all be arrested. So they were ferried out to the ship bobbing around. Not my idea of fun, I tell you, but that's where it started. That's where the presenters came from. Shane said everything is going up here as well. My haircut was $15, now it's $20. It is. It's expensive, isn't it? When you think about it, they're not giving you anything. They're taking away. You know, in Jack's case, I should imagine the amount of hair he had on his head, you probably could have made quite a lot of, wigs for people who wear wigs. Can't hear you. It's no good talking to me. You should have asked for it. A lot of hairdressers, if it's long hair, they sell it. I mean, yours wasn't that long. It was just a bit it needed a bit of a going over, didn't it? It's always this great feeling of relief, if not coldness, as well. If you take away the hair, you think, well, that's been keeping my head warm. Because that's apparently, so they say, where you lose most of the heat of your body. It goes up through the top of your head, so you should wear a hat a lot of the time. But, well, in the summer, yeah... I like a haircut anyway. You just feel you think, oh, look, for a brief few weeks it looks a bit smart and a bit snazzy. And then you sort of go back to your shoddy. I mean, I'd hate it if my hair grew really madly. But it does go 2 weeks, and then you look at it and think, I need a haircut, just to keep it trimmed. I just like it. I could probably do it myself. Somebody said you can do it. You can buy these hair cutter things now, and you just sort of run it over your hair. But I'm always worried about the back. I don't know why you worry about the back of your hair. It's like in the hairdresser. You go there, they cut your hair, and then they get the mirror out and show you the back of your head. Like, I've never walked out the house and gone, oh, God, keys, handkerchief, phone. Oh, God, what does the back of my head look like? And then rushed back inside again. You don't do that. But they always want... I always used to say to them, for God, don't show me the back of my head, please. I don't need to see this. I don't want to know about it at all. And Steve, my local delicatessen, says Darren, raised his cheese prices up along with milk, eggs and cream. And I thought, how dare he? How dare he? Okay, right, you're barred. And... Steve, I liked Obama ever since he shook hands with the policeman outside Downing Street, showing respect to a working man. Didn't they do that with Trump as well? Didn't he get off the official helicopter, walked away, and somebody said, you haven't saluted the soldier standing at the bottom of the stairs, and he went back, and he had to salute because the man was an idiot. Absolute idiot. I mean, really, first-class loony. And he had to go back and apologise because, that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? Listen, that music indicates that we've got the news coming up at 5 o'clock. And then we take more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We've got Dawn Neeson's column to look at. And we haven't even picked up the papers and had a look at the front pages. What are they talking about? You will find out in about 3 minutes. If you have just joined us, I'm Steve Allen, with you till 7.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's, I nearly said award-winning radio show. I don't know what I was thinking of, just for a brief moment. But anyway, nice to have your company. I'm with you until 7 o'clock this morning for early break. We call it early breakfast because we start at 4 o'clock every morning. In fact, this whole building should thank me because I've managed to get in an early breakfast show on just about every radio station that we've got. We didn't used to have it before. We used to start at 5, then we started at 4 because they said, what time did you get in? And I've always been quite grateful because, in fact, a lot of radio stations' breakfast shows start at 6. I think there's a few that start at 6:30. Ours starts at 7. So, in fact, I'm doing breakfast, hence early breakfast show. which works quite well. So we kick off as everybody's sort of getting, ready for work and getting the trains ready and the buses ready and all the bits and pieces. And then we're here at 7 and we hand over to Nick Ferrari. So the High Street Bank boss who claims hundreds of branches are closing because the customers want it. I can't believe anybody would be that naive. Why on earth would you want to close? I mean, we don't have any banks now, or we won't have by the time we got rid of Lloyd's, but they were only open about 3 days a week anyway. And HSBC, we've lost Barclays, we've lost NatWest, we've lost Halifax, we've lost Santander. Nothing left. Nothing left. And even in affluent places like Marylebone High Street, Lloyds Bank closing, NatWest closing, all the other banks closing. But, it's apparently the way where you go. I've got no idea. It's an absolute pain, I'm afraid. England's oldest funicular railway could close. We talked about the funicular railway before. It works on water pressure. We tried to explain to the producer, Freddie, what it was, because he didn't know what a funicular railway was. And then I explained, he went, those ones. Greggs have embarked on a full-scale invasion of Cornwall. They want to sell Cornish pasties. And, of course, the people of Cornwall, you know what they're like, curtain twitchers. Only us Cornish folk can make Cornish pasties. We're not going to allow Greggs to make Cornish pasties. Well, we are going to, and they're going to sell them, and people will buy them, which is good. So we're very happy. I told you the other day I went into Greggs. What did I buy? I think I bought a couple of sausage rolls or something. Anyway, I was just feeling like a snack. And the young bloke behind the counter on the Saturday morning said to me, will you be going to the rugby today? I looked at him in disbelief. I said, no. Of course, if you do that kind of sarcasm with something, they don't understand what you're doing. So he was a bit nonplussed by it. So I said, no. I said, I work, I live in Twickenham. I said, I don't want to go to the rugby, do I? And he went, oh, all right, mate. Just like that. Silly boy, I thought. Loose Women are going to air a special month of soap gossip. Soap gossip. Of course, we've got to make sure that they're all still going to be there, because if you remember, there was that story the other day that they were going to walk, or some of them were going to walk, because they didn't agree with HMRC and this new idea that you can't be self-employed, you will pay tax, and you will pay tax at the full rate of 40%. Putin has forced the jobless to go to the front line. Life expectancy? 4 hours, I'm told. 4 hours. Not so good. And Kay Adams from Loose Women. Sorry to do another Loose Women story. I mean, she's not the most exciting person in the world. She did the dancing, but I mean, that was just rubbish, I'm afraid. And so they've done 2 pages in one of the papers today on the fact she's turned 60 and she's got a tattoo. I mean, I've never seen anything so boring in my entire life. I mean, why didn't they do 3 pages on her crossing the road as well? Making it marginally more interesting, I suppose. Ray Winston, the actor, says he'd retire if it wasn't for the tax man. I think we'd all retire if it wasn't for the tax man. I mean, I don't mind paying the tax. I'm always more than happy to pay what I owe to people. That's, the way, if you don't like it, and get out of the business. And somebody says, Steve, it's mad to think that when I was at school in the 80s, I remember being told, if you get a job in a bank, that'll be a job for life. Yeah. They used to say the same if you were a coal miner. That was a job for life. Job for life. I mean, very rarely nowadays do you find a job for life. I mean, I've not done badly, jobs for life. But truthfully, there isn't really anything unless you've got your own business. I used to think, perhaps a funeral director would be a job for life and death. And that would be quite although who the heck wants to be a funeral director? I mean, it's all right. Oh dear. It's all right sort of, doing funerals, driving the car and things like that. But I don't think you want to be involved in any of the other stuff that goes on. You really don't. I mean, it's not as easy as you think. People go, but you make loads of money as a funeral director. You think, listen, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. You've got to wait for ages for probate to be granted before you get your money. And an average funeral is about, $2,500, something like that. But you just don't want to be involved with all the bits and pieces. There used to be an air. I used to work in a place years and years ago, and they had their own funeral department. And the funeral director would walk around in his dark suit all day. I don't think we ever saw him smiling. Because it must be very difficult if you've got to explain to people you're going to look after their loved ones. And it's quite an art to do it. It really is. I remember they had a programme on the television a couple of years back, and it was about a young girl who worked in a funeral director's, and they were teaching her embalming. And I remember thinking, I don't think you'd ever want to do that. I don't think you would ever want to do it. It's not the kind of thing that you go, oh, today we're embalming. I know it's so clever, and I think the people who do it are fantastic, but I just don't want to be involved with it. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I saw an advert on Channel 5 last night. Says Winnie for the return of Challenge Annika. I can't wait to see it. Is she still doing it? Is we going to get a good picture of the cameraman following her bum all over the place? That's what it was, wasn't it? Didn't she win Rear of the Year or something? Mind you, I was watching a shopping channel the other day, and there was a person on there selling. She's quadrupled in size. This person, I won't tell you who it is, but they used to look slim. Very, very slim. Now, ballooned. There you go, Challenge Annika. Return to Channel 5. She's 63. And there were 2 specials and everything else, and so they've sort of released sort of pictures of it. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know. I quite liked it. Didn't she have Kenneth Kendall on there as well? And so she's been described as raring to go. Well, I think so. She's not had any work since. She does painting now, so that's completely different. And the statement says the first shoot is it's also got the return of Dave the Sound Man. At the heart will, of course, be Annika and a whole new generation of volunteers on hand. It was all part of the community. A friend of mine went out with her when she went to Romania to rebuild. Oh, no, that was Challenge Annika. Orphanages. I told you that this friend of mine was used to drive some of the lorries for them and all the rest of it. And he said you'd go into these orphanages in Romania. This was the revolting Ceausescu family. That was him and her. And these orphanages were just filthy places. The kids were standing in their cots screaming. There was nobody to look after them apart from, 1 or 2 people who really couldn't be that bothered. It was dreadful. And they clung on to the Challenge Annika team like there was no tomorrow. It was just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. But not as heartbreaking as it was for the Ceausescus, who got dragged into court for war crimes. And she didn't believe, Mrs. Ceausescu, exactly what was going to happen. She thought that they were still running the country, and they weren't. And they got the death penalty. And so she's screaming and ranting at them and all the rest, without realising they weren't going to put them in prison. Oh, that was Treasure Hunt, sorry. They weren't going to put them in prison. They were going to shoot them there and then. And they were taken outside, and they were shot. And I think the whole world went, wow, no hanging around on that one. Steve, do you think a bartender is a job for life? I don't know, actually. I don't know, a bartender. I suppose it could be, because bartenders are worth their weight in drink, aren't they? Which I think is actually quite nice. You'd imagine going, or a hairdresser, would that be a job for life? I mean, you could be a hairdresser. In fact, my friend Michael, his dad was a hairdresser all his life. Then he got dementia, but he still thought he was a hairdresser, which was, you can laugh at it now, but I would see him sometimes on a Sunday morning, and he'd say, "Morning, Steve," and I'd have to phone Michael up and go, "Your dad's in Twickenham. He thinks he's opening the shop." And he did. He would open up the shop, and Michael would have to drive down and go, no, Dad. And when he went round to his house, he'd picked up scissors, all sorts of. He'd just taken them home because he didn't know. He said, he would be cutting people's hair. Because that was his business. He loved it. But it was the fact that he didn't know. So he'd go and pick up his newspaper, then go back to the shop and open it up. And Michael had to drive all this way to come and say, no, Dad, you can go home. You can have a rest today. Difficult. Very difficult to say for anybody who's been there. Very, very difficult. Steve, I'm overjoyed to say I've got centre court tickets for Wimbledon. Oh, how lovely, Sophie. Why would you have things like that? You need to try Humble Crumble, the best crumble I've ever tried. I'm craving it now. I had yesterday rice pudding. And I haven't had rice pudding for a long time. Oh, it was lovely. I had it cold. And I don't have desserts that are cold. I normally will heat up the apple crumble or something like that, or the apple pie. It's got to be. It was delicious. It was just made with rice and cream. It was in M&S. And I looked at it and I thought, I think I'm going to have to treat myself. So I did. I treated myself. And as I was eating it, I've had to be. And then this morning, I discovered I'd got another 2 left. And I thought, shall I have Shall I maybe have another rice pudding? Oh, don't be so silly. Can't have a rice pudding before you go to work. Steve. Says Jason, in recent years, dog owners have been pretty good about cleaning up after their pooches, but recently I've noticed a marked increase in dog mess on the street. As a man with influence, could you please ask your spike of listeners to clean it up? Don't get me wrong. I love dogs. It's the owners I've got a problem with, says Jason. I know. The trouble is, what would you do? Because we have a couple in Twickenham of people who were on these mobility scooters with dogs. Mind you, the worst thing is you see somebody on a mobility scooter with a dog with a fag on. I mean, seriously, asking for trouble. But anyway, the dog messes. They can't get off the trolley and pick it up, so they just leave it. My friend saw somebody a short while ago, and he was crossing on the zebra crossing. Halfway across, the dog decided it wanted to go to the toilet. So the bloke just sort of let it go and then just walked off. Really, there's some right ignorant so-and-sos. So. I watched the Bob Lazar UFO documentary. It was fascinating. You should watch it sometime, says Martin. No, you know I don't waste time with things like that. I'm an adult, OK? I'm in the real world. Don't want to be doing all of these things. Tell you what we'll do. We'll look at Dawn Neeson's column in a moment in the Daily Star, busiest woman in journalism. And I think before that, though, 5:15, look at this on the button. It's time for the LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Do you remember the show Desmond's? Of course I remember Desmond's. Yes, very much so. And that was with, wait a minute, who was the main protagonist in Desmond's? He went into a show, he went into Black Mikado, which was at the Cambridge Theatre. Desmond's. Set in a hairdresser's, West Indian hairdressers. I thought it was brill. Absolutely brill. And who was the name of the guy? Because he came in to be interviewed by me, but he died shortly afterwards. Well, he couldn't have died beforehand, otherwise he'd never have come in. But yeah, he was in Desmond's. What the heck was his name? It'll come to me in a moment. Norman Beaton. Norman Beaton was very, very good indeed. I mean, it was a great little thing. I love the theme tune, but then he went into Black Mikado at the Cambridge Theatre, and that was the Mikado with an all-black cast. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But I think he became ill during that one. So, Andy, yes, I remember the show Desmond's very well indeed. Dawn Neeson's column today talks about how much it's going to cost you to keep the Met Police serial rapist David Carrick in prison. Dawn writes, this vile piece of filth is 48. We could be forking out for 30 years, which is about £1.5 million. She said, meanwhile, the 1 in 4 women who have been raped or sexually assaulted will face a wait as long as 18 months to access counselling, therapy and advocacy services due to a lack of funding. What a bitter irony is that our justice is represented by the statue of a woman. £48,162 a year to keep him in there. I mean, you know, you think of the obvious, don't you? But it doesn't do everything. Interesting, Madonna, she says, can do whatever the hell she likes to her face. We're just slightly worried about what she's going to do when Pete Burns wants his look back. And Sam Smith has upset everybody, again, by supposedly putting on a satanic show at the Grammys. This consisted of wearing a giant red cape thing with horns sticking out of their head. Obviously, I must have missed something. She says, because rather than the devil out to steal a soul, I was getting more Teletubby with his Tinky Winky caught in his flies. Did you see what Sam Smith was wearing? I had to look at it and go, what on earth do you think you were doing? Really? Just ridiculous. And also Dawn talks about the Prime Minister, ever since he became, this is Rishi Sunak, people are saying, is he up for the job? So this week he's been trying to prove he is by reshuffling the cabinet again. Blimey, not since the magic roundabout have we witnessed so much spin and spinning in every sense of the words. And the only people who even begin to understand what Florence, Dougal and Zebedee were up to back in the day were definitely on drugs. Still, if Rishi does find himself out of a job, he's definitely a shoo-in for one career. Deck chair arranger on the Titanic. And what was Matt Hancock doing at the Strictly Come Dancing on Ice fiasco that's on the television? Took his little girlfriend with him. I mean, why? Just get rid, for goodness sake. Tom Jones is definitely going to sing Delilah. He's decided he's going to sing Delilah, and he's going to do it in his first major concert in Wales for more than 20 years. He's going to defy the woke critic. Go on, Tom, you go for it. He's performing at Cardiff Castle, And he says the lyrics should not be taken literally. Well, that's the trouble nowadays. People, the moaners, little Ramonas. Oh, I don't know what. Oh, somebody upset me. Well, what did they say? They said I had sticky out ears. Yeah, well, you have. Okay, end of story. What do you do about it? It's a case of you just turn the other cheek. That's what I think the Bible said. Steve Desmond's pork pie was hilarious. I thought the whole thing was good, but pork pie was good character, actually. You're talking about the King's Road. Do you know of its continuation into the new King's Road? Yes. Yes, we know all about these things. We know these things. I have walked London. I have done all the tourist bits and pieces. I have queued up for buying tickets. I quite like giant octopus, or do they call them octopi? I don't know. Anyway, there's a guy called Stuart Selden who photographed this one when it came on a bit strong when he was swimming in the Browning Pass off Vancouver Island. He described it as curiosity-driven mugging and added the rare encounter was definitely the highlight of the week because it's got these suction cups and it sort of just attaches them, and this one decided to fall in love with him because I shouldn't imagine it sees too many divers, and so it did. It's quite big though. When you look at the size of some of these things, they're absolutely enormous. There are stranger things in heaven and earth. Oh, here we go. We've got the Great British Bake Off, and they've listed a few well-known people and then some other people, and for some reason they seem to think the star of the Great British Bake Off is David Schwimmer. They say the star of Friends. You think, well, how long ago did that finish, for God's sake? Might as well have gone round the cemeteries. But anyway, who is he joined? He's joined by Ellie Taylor. Do we know Ellie Taylor? Not too sure. We have to find these fast today, boys. You've got to find these fast. So while we're hunting up Ellie Taylor, because she's obviously a celebrity. Here she is. She's, what is she? Oh, she's born in Brentwood. Stand-up, television, radio. Numerous television, 8 out of 10 cats, Fake Reaction, MASH Report and all the rest of it. She's done, she's got a book and all the rest of it. She's a comedian, television I love the way they put she's a television personality as opposed to a television bore. Actress and writer. My goodness me, so multi-talented, but they've decided to use her. Colleen Nolan. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't imagine she being able to do anything in the kitchen. Paddy McGuinness. I bet his wife's spitting blood, isn't she? Joe Thomas. Joe Thomas is from the In-Betweeners. Lucy Beaumont. Lucy Beaumont. Is she somebody's wife? Mother? Grandmother? I don't know. Lucy Beaumont. She's not What's-It's wife, is she? Wait a minute. British actress from Kingston upon Hull. And, oh, she's married to John Richardson. That's who she is. She's John Richardson's wife. The third row, AJ Adudu. Gemma Collins. You can imagine how useless she's going to be in the kitchen, can't you? You can almost predict it now. I don't know what to do. All I was watching the other day just made me laugh. She was in the Big Brother house. It's because I'm claustrophobic. I mean, her whole life is a total disaster. Tom Daly, he'll be very good at cooking. I think he does it at the moment, so he'll be very good. Adele Roberts, she'll be fine. David Morrissey, actor, very good. Second row, Tim Key. Who's Tim Key? K-E-Y. No, K-E, yeah, Tim K-E-Y. Tim, I don't even know, looking at a picture of him, I've got no idea. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? This is supposed to be a celebrity version. Wait a minute, Tim Key. Go down, stop. Known for playing, he's known for playing Alan Partridge's sidekick. Simon in Mid-Morning Matters. So he's a, wait a minute, English poet, comedian, actor, screenwriter, radio personality, and right pain in the rear end, I should imagine. How can you be all these things? Jack of all trades, master of nothing. But anyway, no idea, but he was born in Cambridgeshire. So there you go. Jessica Hines. So I'm trying to look at their picture, and again, I don't know who they are. Mike Wozniak. Do you know who he is? Mike Wozniak. Again, I'm looking at a picture of him. I've got no idea, I'm afraid. Mike Wozniak. Why don't I know who these people are? You look at their sort of, there he is. Comedian, writer, actor. Notable work, Man Down. I've never even heard of it. You've heard of that, have you? Oh, you would have. It's always typical, isn't it? It's always the younger member of the team. Judy Love, not again, Judy. You've been on everything, dear. Give it a rest. Give it a rest, okay? Deborah Meaden, we like Deborah Meaden. Jay Blades, that's the one who gets all the publicity in the repair shop but never does anything. He doesn't do anything at all. He just goes, oh, what have you got there? Oh, we'll give you to our woodworking. Oh, God, very dreary. Rose Matafeo. Anybody on that one? Rose Matafeo. These are celebrities, by the way. You're supposed to know all that. Well, I'm supposed to know all these things, but I don't. Rose Matafeo. There she is, and she's a New Zealander. Writer and performer on a late-night comedy show in New Zealand. And in 2018, she won the Edinburgh Comedy Award for Best Show at the end. She must have a good agent. I can't think of any other reason why we're putting her on there. She's nobody in this country. David Schwimmer we know, but I mean, he must be in his 70s, isn't he now? At least. Jessie Nelson. Gosh, truth dear. Music career given up. And somebody called Tom Davis. Davis. Who is Tom Davis? I'm supposed to know these things, but sometimes, we sit here, there he is, and he's actor. Oh, he's been on the Keith Lemon sketch show. Oh, dear. He's also been on Plebs, Judge Romesh and King Gary. Right. So he's worked as a scaffolder, a bouncer, a market stall trader and a stand-up comedian. And this apparently is a celebrity nowadays. It's unbelievable, isn't it? They're all comedians. Well, everybody's a comedian except Colleen Nolan and Gemma Collins, because they're just they're not intentionally funny, put it that way, but we always laugh at them. Also, Carl Fogarty. He's a motorbike person. They say he's a motorbike legend. His daughter is going on Love Island. Oh, how tragic. And he's warned her he'll be furious if she bonks on the show. Class act, isn't it? Have you seen the daughter? You don't do Love Island, though, do you? You like her? Yeah. The trouble is she's a bit average, I'm afraid. But he says he hasn't really watched it before, so it's going to be a bit of a shock. It'll be a little bit more than a shock, sweet pie. Claudia is 28. Bit ancient to admit the fact that you can't find a boyfriend. You've got to go on television. She's determined to find a guy who will impress the main man in her life. And she says, he told me to be myself. Oh, God, honestly. You kind of lose the will to live, don't you? That's the extent of your daughter's talent. She's going on Love Island to find somebody. But don't worry, we've got somebody here who's interested in her. Yeah, but just don't go on the television to bonk. Well, don't worry, he wouldn't be going bonking. I mean, put it this way, you can't put our boy on television. He doesn't want to do things like that. He's not in... Oh, you do want to do that. Better get yourself a bit fit first. If I turn on the television in years to come, Jack, and they go, and here he is, this is Jack. What do you do, Jack? I'm a Romeo. I am a lover, not a fighter. Yeah, and I'll be going, I know him. I'll be selling the story straight away. I'll be telling him the truth. Definitely. Steve, my uncle, was one of the team of site architects on the post office tower. Being Irish, he was somewhat fond of the drink, says Sean. That's an absolutely disgusting racial stereotype. What are you assuming? He took me up to the revolving restaurant when I was a kid and was not amused when I remarked that the reason it revolved because they were all probably suffering from hangovers. Listen, you'd never have known it was revolving. It went so slowly. Went so slowly. So, but you can't say all the Irish are fond of the drink. I mean, Lord above, do not believe everything. What was that TV programme? Father Paddy, or what was it? Father Ted. You can't base everything on that, much as a brilliant series it really was, actually. Steve, I don't have a TV. And it says, and this is why, so many untalented people. Well, it's people we've never even heard of. And this is the celebrity version. But, I mean, you can bet your bottom dollar the drama queen will be Gemma Collins, because she's suddenly realised she can't compete with comedians who are funny, genuinely quick-witted, and can probably cook at the same time, because she can't do anything. She can't do anything. In fact, barely string two words together, so it should be quite interesting. And another one says, somebody else doesn't have a TV. I don't know how people survive without televisions. I could not live without a television. I really couldn't. It's 5:30. Should we get the latest news headlines for you this morning with Thomas Watts?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, there's a man in the paper today who's lost over half a stone despite eating 10 slices of his favourite pizza every day for a month. He's a personal trainer. That's why he's a personal trainer. That is the clue to this story. He said he's more ripped now than when he started. He's 35. He comes from Brixton. He wanted to show how calorie deficit diets allow people to lose weight without restricting their favourite food. Yeah, but in fact, you have to exercise. He's a personal trainer, you know, and he's been sort of eating this sort of stuff. So 10 slices of pizza every day for a month. So people go, oh, I can do that. No, you can't. It's because he's a personal trainer. He's working out every single day. And if you work out, you can eat whatever you like. But unfortunately, you know, the people who sort of follow that think you just eat 10 slices of pizza and the weight falls off you. It doesn't. It doesn't. You have to exercise. Says pizza is one of my all-time favourite foods. I mean, you could do the same with chips, or fish and chips, or fish fingers and chips, or steak and chips, or anything you like, as long as you exercise like mad. And if you're a personal trainer, then you're getting exercise every day. You go and see a West End show that's got dancers in, you won't find anybody who's overweight, because they all get a workout every single night. You know, whatever show you were in, be it Wicked or anything, you're getting workouts. I told you, Bonnie Langford, when she was in Me and My Girl, she would have the cast in on Monday when they came back, and they'd do a full, I think it was something like 20 minutes to an hour workout, so that you were ready for the show and you were pumped up and it was fit. You don't see any pictures of Bonnie Langford looking overweight, do you? You know, and all these people who go, oh, I've lost this much money and this much weight, and then they go, oh, I did it on the juice diet. And you think, well, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. You know, it's only temporary, the weight loss. Only temporary. You know, the idea is people lose weight because they've either been on one of these silly crash diets where they lose a stone in a day or something. You know, and it's just madness, because you're going to pile it all back on again because it's a regime. It's as simple as that. Another one here. Steve, my teacher, the octopus, about a man who lost his wife, goes to sea and strikes up a friendship with an octopus, says Terry. Oh, my teacher, the octopus. Well, didn't they have an octopus a short while ago? Couldn't it pick out balls or lottery numbers or something like that? Football teams. It predicted football. It didn't. Of course it didn't. It's a blooming octopus. It's got no idea what it's predicting. But they were going, oh, isn't it really, really clever? And I went, no, it's not. It's absolutely not. I'm interested by them, but I'm sort of so worried because I've seen them in the fish markets in China, where it's just waiting to be eaten. That's all it is. They take them out and they put, and it's, I just feel sorry for them. I don't know why. I don't have any particular sort of, you know, gravitational pull towards octopus. But it's one of those sort of things. So Loose Women are going to air this special month of soaps gossip. They've lined up people from Corrie, Emmerdale and East Enders. That's okay, actually. Nigel Harman makes his debut on Casualty, which we knew about. And Ruth Maddock filmed her final TV role for a new drama, Beyond Paradise. She died in December and she joined the cast. It was filmed just months before her death. I loved Ruth Maddock. She was so good. So good. So nice. And I still watch Heidi High now, because I like watching Heidi High, because I love all the I love the stories, and I thought the scripting was brilliant. I just every single thing about it. I couldn't think of anything I didn't like about it. I liked all the characters. It brought people out. They were allowed to sort of be fairly free. James Norton, actor, has attacked Rishi Sunak's plan to make children study maths until they're 18. I hated maths. I hated it. I can't think of anything worse at school. I didn't mind art. I didn't mind English. I think we did history. I can't remember if we did history, actually. But maths, talk about boring. Talk about boring. French I wasn't wild about either. It was okay. But, you know, it's nothing to write home about. What was the other one you had? Did you have one there? We didn't do Spanish, no. Did you do Spanish? Did you? See? Oh, There you go. Hola. No, what did you do at school, Jack? Here we go. Sat at the back twiddling your thumbs, I should imagine. Did you stare out the window dreaming of what life could have been like? You didn't do languages? No. Psychology? Wow. You did film? What sort of place were you going to? Film and psychology? You did law? Wow. I suppose that could be quite useful. But psychology, how has that helped your life in any way, shape or form? Really? All right. Good Lord, there you go. We could have done law, Freddie. We could have been up with sort of Jack, you know, he could have been doing that. We could have done films. We could do films. We could do stuff like that. And psychology. I think you have to be a bit of a psychologist if you're a radio presenter. I think that's how it's worked. You have to read people. I think you have to read people. That's how it works in the business, I think. Well, that's how I think it works anyway. I like to get to know people before I work with them. So if I come in and there's somebody new, I dislike them immediately. I absolutely can't stand them. They could do anything they like. You know, oh, hello, how are you? Oh, shut up. You know, what did you do for the weekend? You know, I don't care. Mind your own business. Yeah. I just sort of thought it was sort of one of those things. It's like, you know, I've got to get to know somebody first. You know, then you're a little bit better with them. But it's when they come in. I used to have a producer years and years ago. And the first thing he'd say to me is, so what did you do for the weekend? You know, and I turn it around and go, what did you do for the weekend? I wasn't remotely interested. Steve, the roly-polies were fab dancers, but on the large side, well, that was the whole idea. That's why they were called roly-polies, because they were all fat. And it was Les Dawson who had the roly-polies. Yes, they went on tour with him. Little Mo was the lead dancer on that lot. Steve, great show, says Kevin the restaurateur. Great show. Pleasantly surprised with today's farm breakfast. Here we go. Curried eggs in creamy mushroom sauce, potato hash, and crispy bacon. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it, actually? I think we could sort of cope with that. I'm not sure about curried eggs in creamy sauce. Curried egg for breakfast, does that sound okay or passable? Dawn Neeson says, brilliant start to a very cold Wednesday, being on the front page of I've lost it, front page of the Daily Star, and hearing the lovely Steve Allen show read your column out helps cope with the fact that won't be now back in bed until Thursday morning. Because she's got a long day, very, very long day. But I know that she will cope with it because she's good like that. Steve, I was at the supermarket yesterday, says Paul. Have you seen the price of salad stuff? I haven't. I don't tend to eat a lot of salad. Does that make me a bad person? Probably. He said cucumbers up 50%, tomatoes up 50%, and lettuce double in price. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. You're barred. You're barred. You're not coming on this programme ever again. I can't believe it. I still can't believe that Kay Adams has vowed never to get a tattoo until a favourite saying of her late mum's whenever she was asked her age, over 20. So she's done... It's a 2-page interview on how to be 60. I mean, do these people realise just how patronising that really is? You know, so she's got, you know, pictures of her and her daughter. One's called Bonnie, one's called Charlie, and her late parents, who are called Kathy and Duncan. But the whole thing hinges on the fact she's got a tattoo at the age of 60. I don't think I'd better watch Loose Women again. I think the whole thing has deteriorated. Not very good at all. Also, Polly Hudson talking today about anybody remembering Dionne Warwick. Great singer, and she always seemed to make a hit with a Burt Bacharach song. I went to see her in concert, Dionne Warwick. And it is pronounced Warwick, not Warwick. It's Warwick. Don't ask me why, it just is. Joanna Lumley says, maybe our voices match. I've always believed that when you see a couple, somehow they have to look right together, but they have to sound right. I'm always amazed that couples, if you wear glasses, you tend to go out with somebody who wears glasses as well. If ever you see people in a restaurant and one of them's got glass on, you can look across the table and the other one will be wearing glasses as well. You know, I think glasses are great. I think, you know, I'm with Dame Edna. They are face furniture. Face furniture. How do I wear my glasses? Well, for reading. I don't need them for driving or watching television or anything else like that. But I must have about 20 or 30 pairs of reading glasses all over the place. All over the place. Got them in the car. But I don't need... So I need them for reading the newspapers. If I actually take them off, nothing. I can't read the words. I'm long-sighted. I can't... Seriously, I'm looking at it now thinking, this is a bit worrying. I really can't read it. I mean, somebody asked me once... I had to read out a number. It was I think it was something for the NHS. And they said, oh, can you read the number? I had to open the front door, find brilliant daylight, and say, OK, the first time it's 7, 1... And I was going through these numbers thinking, I'm as blind as a bat. But luckily, I don't need them for driving. I'm very good at... Well, I mean, I seem to be so far. And... but I just think they're really nice, actually, glasses. I think they're very attractive. I like big round glasses. I've got little glasses, but they always perch at the end of my nose so that I can see what, the guys look like. But if I'm reading the newspapers, I need to look down and then I can see them. Interesting. Steve, the Finsbury Park Empire... long since demolished, was used for the Cliff Richard film The Young Ones. I'd love to watch it again. If you've got it on DVD, you can get all of Cliff's films, all of them, on DVD. The Young Ones, darling. He still sings it in concert. Steve, will you be taking a trip to London this weekend? Oh, sorry, Steve, this is you. We'll be taking a trip to London from Yorkshire. We'll be visiting Joe Allen, solely on your recommendations. Shall I ask whatever Steve drinks? Which would be lovely Prosecco, says Dave. Well, apparently, we were told the other day, they do what was that? Lemon meringue martini, which sounded delicious. I haven't tried it. I will when I next go. But that sounded quite nice. But, I mean, can't beat a bottle of Prosecco. Seriously, if I was out in a restaurant, that would be my chosen drink, bottle of Prosecco. So they always, bring me a glass of champagne or Prosecco, and then I'll just go for the bottle. Then they go, how many glasses? And I go, just the one. So if there's two of us, bottle of Prosecco goes down very nicely. And then if you have a few sort of cocktails, that kind of chivies you along a bit. It's good, isn't it? Well, you have a nice time. But no, you'll like it. It becomes home. When people say about Cheers on the television, that bar, that's how I look on Joe Allen's. Exactly the same. I look on it as being the same place. You see people in there, somebody go, hello, how are you, and all this kind of stuff. It is a bit like Cheers. Everybody knows your name. Well, they do if it's mine. That's the way it goes. And you just feel comfy. I could quite happily slip under the table, actually, at times. Mind you, on reflection, I have slipped under the table. It's 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC travel for you with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's coming up 10 to 6. Well, it's another blooming freezing cold day. And yesterday, I ask you, what with the fog that came down, the 176 whizzing past me because the bus driver was a bit of an idiot. There was no traffic lights or nothing else there. He could have stopped quite easily. What are they going to do? Come and slap his bottom for him? Probably. There will be when I find him. Anyway, and it was cold. I got home and I remember thinking, I'd forgotten what fog's like. It traps coldness. And it was really cold, very, very chilly. And yet every time I see Chris Packham on the television and Michaela, they always look warm as toast. And I thought, well, of course they are, because they're sitting under floodlights. So that's why. So I'd forgotten about the Finsbury Park Empire. I like the film The Young Ones. Also, we did Latin at my junior school, Steve, says Glenn, as was Mass at our Brompton Oratory Church near Harrods. Yeah, well, there were certain parts of the service. In fact, I think at the Brompton Oratory, they do say this service is in Latin or whatever. And although hardly anybody reads Latin nowadays, they really don't. It's pretentious. Steve, listen to a podcast in German yesterday. The presenter was interviewing a mathematician. I felt completely out of my depth listening to it. Sometimes I worry those Germans are too good with maths. Perhaps I'm missing something on that one, actually. I don't know. You see, I never bothered with mathematics. I switched off. The moment I used to go into a maths class, I used to look at it, and they do algebra and and I used to look at it and think, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I have no idea. So I used to look out the window. So consequently, the maths teacher used to say, Stephen spends a lot of time looking out the window. And I did. Only because I just couldn't really be bothered with sort of... I just didn't see what was the purpose. I could add up. I could do my times tables. How much more do you need to know? I know how much tax I pay in the course of a month. What else should you need maths for? I wasn't going to go into a life of banking. I was always just going to be an ordinary person. I was going to go out there and work and earn money. You don't need to, I don't need to do maths. Some people are very good at maths. I'm not one of them. I'm definitely not one of them. So obviously this Carl Fogarty's daughter, 28-year-old, she's fairly ancient not to have a boyfriend, Claudia, is entering the villa. And she says, my dad will be proud to watch me. He's obviously never seen this programme. Seriously, Dave, you're trying to sell it as if, you must be really desperate at the age of 28. If you have to go into a programme, like, get your dad to watch it, then see if he still wants you to go inside. The language alone is absolutely atrocious. She says, he says he loves who I am and everybody else will love me. Really? You're obviously talking about the wrong programme here. We're talking about something completely different. She says it might help if they can ride a motorbike. If I can find somebody that my family loves too. What are you seriously telling us, Claudia, dear? That you can't find anybody in the world outside, so you have to go on to a pretentious programme full of the most ghastly people, and you want to be one of them? Oh, my Lord above. Anyway, code breakers have cracked the lost letters of Mary, Queen of Scots. This is more than 430 years after she wrote them in captivity. They are enciphered letters uncovered in a French library, decoded by computer and manual means. Mary complains about her health, conditions in captivity, her doubts over negotiations for her release, the distrust of Elizabeth's spy master, Sir Francis Walsingham, and her animosity for Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, and a favourite of Elizabeth. She was held captive for 19 years because she was seen as a Catholic threat to Protestant Elizabeth. She was executed in 1587 at Fotheringay Castle. Decoders, George Lasry and all the other people, only realised Mary was the author after solving her sophisticated cipher system. Amazing, isn't it, really? Amazing. They've got a ring that she was wearing when she was executed and other things like that. So there you go. 430 years she wrote them, but 19 years she was in prison. And then the ultimate, sacrifice at the end, she was beheaded. Greg's making fresh forays into Cornwall, home of the Cornish pasty. The northern-based bakery wants branches at service stations, and that would give them five. They had one in Saltash, but it closed in 2019 after 9 months due to a lack of trade. Bit like anything that Gino D'Acampo touches at the moment. £5 million in debt. Have you got any comment, Gino? Nothing at all. And the new expansion has angered some locals. One said, this is what they're like down there, what they're like in Cornwall. It'll be a cold day in hell before you ever get me in one of them. Well, don't go there, dear. Don't worry about it. Nobody cares whether you go in or whether you don't. You're obviously a bit sad. I don't believe they really exist, do you? Also, Claudia Winkleman scored big with The Traitors and now hopes to hit the right notes with the Channel 4 The Piano. It's a programme where they're going to pick stories of people who can play the piano, which is, rivetingly dull. I can't play the piano, so you can imagine I'm highly jealous of anybody who can, especially people who can play, but they just seem to have a natural gift for picking up a tune. They can transfer that tune to their fingers, and they can play, and it was brilliant, actually, absolutely brilliant. Steve, lovely hearing your voice on an icy Margate morning. Just the very mention of Heidi High fills me with mirth. It was and still is a joyous slice of televisual joy. If only we could go back to the days of TV shows that made you smile. Nobody's got anything to smile about nowadays. They said that we don't smile as much as we used to. Think about the last time you actually sort of laughed out loud. Or what? What's the matter? You smile all the time. Yes, but yours is because you're on medication, Jack. That's why it is. It's not so much smiling. It's called wind. Okay, and that's what it is. It's it's a case because Jack does smile, but sometimes it's in a kind of maniacal kind of a way. It's the sort of thing that sort of you make a mental note to contact HR and have a quick word with the local constabulary. Hello, Steve. And you go. Yeah. It's so good that we all get on. Well, we don't really, but you have to say that, don't you? It's called it showbiz. We all get on so well together. Yeah, come on, let's all go out and get drunk. Whee! I don't think so. And, they phoned again. Call the police. Oh, look, they sent a photo through. Oh, my God. So it goes. Life is very interesting, I think, at the moment. I think it is, actually. I think radio must be one of the very few businesses where you it's if you're working in a factory, you don't kind of make friends that quickly. You're sitting there doing a monotonous job. But, if you work on radio, we have to talk to each other. Well, we don't have to, but I mean, I feel it's necessary. Otherwise, they're in total isolation. Just make them feel as if they're part of the team. Come on, we're all mates together. Let's have a sandwich. Let's go on, let's have another cup of tea. And they're thinking, how many bloody cups of tea are you drinking in the course of a day? The answer is, I've lost the thing again. Where's he gone to get the cup of tea? Oh, Lord above, honestly, you hardly have to mention it nowadays. And they make an effort. They make an effort. Otherwise, we would be in a terrible situation, as you can well imagine. So what else do we have? So Carl Fogarty. She must have an agent. I mean, she's nobody apart from being his daughter, so that's her claim to fame. And she's 28. I could understand it if the programme sort of served any useful purpose, but it doesn't really. But I can't believe he's never seen it. He needs to watch a few episodes to find out what he's letting her in. And also, is there any guarantee she's going in, or is she sort of desperately clutching at straws, going, oh, please put me in, I want to be somebody? That's the way it goes, isn't it, really? Another woman walking a dog, a cockapoo, through a field with, wait for it, cows. What did they do? They killed her. She died. As a result, I don't know how many times you have to tell somebody, don't go near cows in a field with a dog, because if they're protecting calves, or if they're, pregnant or anything like that, they're going to attack. Do not think they just stand around waiting for somebody to milk them. Okay, they can, I mean, how many times have we run stories on LBC about cows that have attacked somebody and they've died as a result? These are huge animals. I don't know, you might have seen them on the television, you might have seen a picture of them in a newspaper. And then you should sort of go, oh, right, they're really, really heavy. They're huge. They're huge things. So this woman goes out walking a dog, probably in a place she shouldn't have been, and the cows attack. And it's as simple as that. There's nothing you can do about it. Ray Winstone, lovely actor, says he'd retire if it wasn't for the tax man. He must be paying off old tax then. Must be paying off old tax. That's the problem, isn't it, really? That once you start working, you go, oh, this is great, I've got all that money. Wait a minute, how much have they taken in tax? And you look down and see how much they've taken in tax. You think, but what have they done for it? And the answer is nothing. Nothing. They haven't done anything at all for it. They just sit there taking it in. So I always make sure I pay. Oh, good news is, and I don't know why this fills me with glee and happiness, but Amanda Owen has been trounced by her ex in the ratings. And if you don't know who she is, you will find out after the news at 6 o'clock. It's a Wednesday morning. It's another cold one in town. So it's probably freezing cold where you are out of town. And let's hope things warm up a little bit. Nice to get some spring, wouldn't it, really? It's February the 8th. I'm with you till 7, so we've got another hour together. More of your texts and emails, 83850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We don't leave anything out. We mention them all, which is very good of us, really. You know why? Because we're very benevolent in that department. Here's the news back in 3.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to... Oh, I hope it doesn't snow. I don't know why. I've just got this feeling, because we had this freezing fog yesterday, and it really was freezing fog. It was noticeable. It kind of bites into you a little bit. Today was marginally better, but they've said, well, they said last week, they said we could have snow this week. I'm hoping it's going to be up north and not affect us down south. I don't like things like that. So if you're waking up, well done. And secondly, what are they talking about today? Well, they're talking about Biden's speech and how it was mercifully under the hour. How God could be going gender neutral. Apparently the Anglicans are going to have a bit of a meeting today. The bishops will be sitting around having a chat over a cup of tea and a rich tea biscuit on whether we should drop Our Father. from the Lord's Prayer. I don't know why, seeing as that God can't be gender neutral. God is gender neutral anyway, by the very fact it's not a living person, it's not a human being. Half of us can't recall the last time we laughed. Obviously not heard LBC. I mean, goodness sake, we have laughs every day. I bet more people laugh on this programme than any other programme in living. Everybody does. Everybody laughs. What was the other one that I quite... Oh, Rishi's surprise reshuffle, which sort of just moved a few people around, but the goalposts remain exactly the same. The death toll in Turkey and Syria over these earthquakes, and there's been quite a few tremors now, could rise to 20,000, mainly because they have footage of a building that wobbles a little bit. You can see them on YouTube, and then just the whole thing collapses. And yet, strangely, leaves the buildings either side standing upright. The secret letters of Mary, Queen of Plots. She wasn't happy, but mind you, she had 19 years to write these things. Amazing how they would even write in code, even in those days. But because I mentioned all the people involved, because I've seen all the history programmes on the television, you run off with their names, and you seem to know who these people are, even though I probably don't, actually. The High Street Bank boss, he's from HSBC, claims hundreds of branches are closing because that's what you, the customer, want. Have you heard of such a stupid thing? Why would you want to close a bank branch? Why would you want to do that? I can't believe it. A lad of 14 killed in a stolen car police chase. You do see these cars and they take off and the police will, try and bring them down, but they're not interested. They're mainly on drugs and drink and stuff like that. It really is absolutely appalling. People in this day and age still doing them, and the police have to trail them, and then they must get to that stage where they go, it's just not worth it. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. Fawlty Towers could return after 44 years, but not really. It's only because it's John Cleese writing it, so it's not going to be Fawlty Towers. It might be, what Basil did next, as it were. A safety alert for patients who've had cataract operations, and the blood test that is 92% accurate at spotting the signs of prostate cancer. Big killer of a lot of people, so people need to get themselves checked. Gino D'Acampo leaving a very nasty taste. His company has collapsed, one of his companies. The other one had an injection of 12-point-something million a few years back. This latest one's collapsed with debts of 5 million, mainly because he doesn't look to me or sound to me or give any indication to me that he's got the faintest idea about business. He owes, I think, about 120,000 to HMRC. And I think about 37,000 to staff who, basically, he's not said anything at all about it. So if I see his grinning face on the television, it'll be a quick with the off switch again. I wonder if they'll mention it, because when he appears on This Morning with, I would expect Phil and Holly to say to him, so your business has collapsed and you owe money to HMRC. But do you think they'll be doing that? I shouldn't think so. Of course they won't. They'll be pandering up to him going, oh, you say, what are you cooking today? As opposed to asking him the general question. There was another story about Susanna Reid could quit the programme she's on, mainly because there's been so many cock-ups with the backstage crew who don't know what date it is, don't know what time it is, they have no idea who the guests coming on are, they know nothing, and she's obviously got a bit fed up. I don't think she'll quit, but she's obviously laid down the law and started saying, listen, my neck's on the line. If I say something on the programme that isn't accurate, it's me that gets it. They don't get it. I get it because I'm the one who's repeated it. They don't know. That's why I always tell people. That's why I tell you who the producer and the assistant producer are every day, just so you're aware of the fact that I am perfection. And as the producer has just told me, today's Friday, so that's good news. So that means we're all going home. Yeah, wee! I wish. 8 minutes past 6 is the time. Dave in Italy says, I'd love a Love Island for the over 50s. You're in it, dear. It's called Italy. That is a Love Island for the over 50s. Because it's Italy. And Rebecca's starting chemo today. And I'm terrified. Don't be terrified. People do it every day. Every day. So you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. Listen, they so know what they're doing. They so know what they're doing, I promise you. So good luck for that one. Steve says, Carol, I took Latin for 2 years in high school. Loved it. It was very useful as a nurse, because so many medical words have Latin roots. And I play a Latin version of Wordle every day. There's a guy on YouTube who speaks Latin fluently. Wow. It's a bit clever, isn't it? I'm very impressed by things like that. And Emily says, it's my 33rd birthday today and I'm waking up in Amsterdam. Where did you think you were going to wake up? Did you go to Amsterdam, or is this a really heavy night boozing? And said, I can't wait to get up and explore. Oh, you will. It's not all sort of clogs and Edam cheese and canals and dikes and things like that and windmills. It's all cafes where you can smoke all this dodgy stuff, marijuana, and you can sort of talk to people in strange tongues. They have these marijuana cafes, and apparently they have a chart at the back. It's like you buy a cup of coffee, but you can buy different strengths of stuff like that. I mean, how bizarre, isn't it? Steve says, Paul, I love you every day. Thank you. Tony and Hazel are sitting and listening in Las Vegas. Saw this on the menu and thought of you. Oh. I don't have the attachment, so I don't get the attachment. The boys get the attachment. Hello, what have we got here? Oh, look, crispy balsamic Brussels sprouts. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Traditional bone-in wings, twisted tenders. They do all sorts of exciting stuff over there, don't they? Seafood cob, which has got shrimp, crab, Roma, tomatoes, cucumber, bacon, cheddar and peppers. But the crispy balsamic Brussels, balsamic glaze, spiced pecans. They saw it and thought of me. Can't imagine why. Probably because you're in Las Vegas. What have we got here? The weather today. Oh, it's gone. Oh, there it is back again. I'm just having a quick check, actually, see if it's got snow anywhere. No, it looks like it's rain. Rain on Wednesday the 15th and Thursday the 16th. Saturday, sunshine, cloudy, 12 degrees. Tuesday, 12 degrees. It's about 12 degrees on average most days. It's all right. But they have issued a weather warning for next week when it goes to the 6s and the 7s and stuff like that. But we don't worry about that. We really don't worry. Listening to you in Vegas, I've done that one. The cows in the field were not wearing jumpers. They must be Frisian, says Phil in Streatham. Right, you're barred. We know nobody left on this programme very shortly. And Jane says, my Whippet dog hasn't come out from under my bed covers since the beginning of December because it's been so cold. Where does it go to the toilet? Must come out sometimes. And the trouble is, Whippets, there's not too much to them. Is there really? I mean, Whippets are a little bit thin in that department. Abby signs for ITV, and what else? Oh, using dating apps may make finding love even harder for wannabe romantic. So say the psychologists. Well, we've got people around here experts in dating apps and things like that. It doesn't work. Although secretly, I think he's fibbing. I've just got a feeling this is a giant wind-up. Absolutely, he's on every dating app that there could be under the sun. I reckon he's on everything, under different names. Brian, sexy Brian, ex-policeman, that kind of stuff. That's what it'll be, Phil, lifeguard, previously worked in Auckland, New Zealand. Tim, own my own boat. That's it. All these different names. It's the same person. I learnt this a long time ago. I remember some years ago when somebody wrote to me something. It was a little bit uncomplimentary, but it didn't make any difference because in those days we didn't have the filter system, which we've had in operation for donkey's years now. And I discovered that this person had about 6 different identities. They were completely crackpots. Complete crackpots. I mean, nowadays you can suss them out straight away and you just delete and then they sort of disappear. But in the early days you couldn't. But they couldn't contact you unless they wrote to you. They had to write to you. And, of course, for some of them that kind of defeated the object because they weren't capable of writing. 500 lines of inquiry, 700 drivers hunted and miles of riverboat searches, but still no trace. Still no trace of Nicola Bulley, the missing mum. I mean, she just cannot have vanished into thin air. I don't care what anybody says. Divers, they've got the police divers out there. These are people who are specialists in looking for people who've fallen in and who've drowned. I mean, at some point, if you fall into a river and you drown, you're going to come up to the surface again because the body inflates with gases. So you're going to come up. And this water is not fast. In fact, it almost looks as calm as a mill pond, as they say. Experts are using sonar. And one search expert has been ticked off by the police for speculating about her disappearance. Peter Falding, the boss of a specialist group international, became involved in the search following a request from her family. He claimed there could be a third-party involvement and her phone left on the beach as a decoy. But Superintendent Sally Riley asked people not to speculate because it would be hurtful to Nicola's partner, Paul, and the 2 daughters. She said Mr. Faulding isn't included within all the investigative detail. We're not doing much blooming use at the police, are you? This isn't just something that's happened the other day. This has been going on for ages now. They say the police believe that she fell into the river whilst walking her dog shortly after dropping the 2 kids off at school. And I'm looking at this river, which is static. It's absolutely static. She was a very, very powerful swimmer. I just don't understand how it can go on. But as I say, sometimes the police are blind. They can't see anything. They just go, oh, this is this and this is this. Superintendent Sally Riley says, I do believe we will find Nicola, but nature is a powerful force. What does that mean, love? When you say, I do believe we will find Nicola, but nature is a powerful force, and you've just told off this sort of guy here, not to speculate, because it would be hurtful to Nicola's partner. What do you think you're doing? You're doing exactly the same. We do believe we will find Nicola, but nature is a powerful force. What are you saying? I think we know what you're saying. It's just that I don't think you know what you're saying. Basil Fawlty, seen grappling with the modern world as he runs a boutique hotel in the Fawlty Towers reboot, which we like. And then all that horror of the quake laid bare. It's amazing how many babies they've pulled. One baby was born and survives, and then another baby. And fathers sitting there holding on to the hands of their children who've died. I mean, absolutely heartbreaking pictures, the like of which you've never seen before. You can't just imagine the horror of what it must be one time to sort of be there in the flat, the next minute the entire flat collapses, and with it, the family. 6:15. Let's take the latest news headlines for you this morning with Thomas Watts.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's interesting, actually. They're running a story in the papers saying Tom Jones is going to defy the critics and belt out Delilah at his first major gig in Wales. I don't think there's a problem with the song. He can sing it. They just don't want it sung at the matches. They don't want the choirs to sing it. They haven't forbidden Tom Jones from singing it. It's just the Welsh Rugby Union chiefs have stopped it being played at the National Stadium. And, of course, everybody went against that and sang it anyway, which is great, actually. Who wants to be dictated to? Goodness sake. Tom has defended the song, saying, if it's going to be taken literally, I think it just takes the fun out of it. I'm not sure whether fun is the right word to put with Delilah. It was dropped for the Six Nations tournament, which began on Saturday. Even the police weighed in. Difford Powys Chief Constable Richard Lewis said, for context, approximately 2 women a week are murdered by a partner or ex-partner. But, I mean, you ban every song then. Every single song has got some sort of connotation about something in it where you sort of think, oh, somebody's going to find offence in it. You know, the more you draw attention to it, the more people go, oh, we definitely don't want that then. We don't want that, you know. I mean, there's going to be arguments over the next few days in the newspapers about whether God is he, she, they, them, it. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. Nobody's ever satisfied with the way things turn out. Steve, and I listened, says Kelly, to your In Conversation with Ian Dale for the second time last night. Wow. For those people who haven't downloaded it, you must. You can find Ian Dale can find it. I can't remember where it is now at the moment, but it's very good. It's on Global Player, and you just put in Ian Dale, All Talk. Okay. And it runs, I think, nearly 2 hours. I don't think it was meant to run. To be honest with you, I can't remember. We did it in this studio here. But I think that, let's have a look. So we've got it here. And I'm trying to find it, actually, because he's got so many. Seriously, he has even more than I imagine. He's got like 4 times as many as I have, but he does have all of them on there, and you can find me. I think you just go to his All Talk podcast on Global Player and put in Steve Allen, and I think you will then find me, because he did quite a number. I know that I was his #1 download out of all the podcasts that he's done, and he's done. So there you go. Albeit about his life, career, celebrity, and much more, an emotional 2-hour roller coaster. It was an emotional 2-hour roller coaster. Not only did we both laugh, we both cried. Honestly, what wusses. What are they employing on the radio nowadays? Presenters who cry, for goodness sake. Mind you, I do it all the time. You know, I do cry at films still. I don't know whether or not it's a normal thing to do, but, you know, I find... Did you cry at films, Jack? Oh, I'm not sure Jack cried. Oh, here we go. Maybe not, Steve. I don't think so. It's not butch enough, is it? You know. You know what? Marley and Me. Yeah. Is that the one with the dog? I know. People like that kind of thing. I don't know why. Certain things that sort of affect me. I can cry at all sorts of things. I can, you know, watch a television programme and I can almost force myself. It's like the bloke in E.T. who played the, you know, the boy star in it. And the reason he got the role is he could make himself cry. He could literally, and during his audition, they said, right, this is a situation, you've got so-and-so, and you can't, whatever it was, I can't remember exactly, but he said, oh, and you don't get this back, and you go, but I wanted that back. And he starts crying on cue, and I'm thinking, well, you've got the part straight away. He was absolutely brilliant. I love stuff like that. But I'm glad that you liked it, Kelly. It was very good. And we're also delighted to be number one in his chart, which was good. Up against some real... I mean, we had some hot competition, including Sir Keir Starmer. And, Steve, do we ban all the films that depict domestic violence as well then? No, we just grow up, says Angela. I know. It's turn the other cheek. Oh, I'm offended by somebody saying this. Grow up. Get over yourself. Nobody gives a 4X, really. No. Steve, I've got buttered kippers for breakfast. Do you enjoy it? No, I can't bear stuff like that. Makes me feel ill thinking about them. I can see what they look. See, we used to get haddock at boarding school, haddock every morning, and the smell of it haunts me to this day. I can still smell it. Still smell haddock. And I remember thinking to myself, God, I hope I never eat haddock ever again. But one of the odd occasions I've had it, I quite liked it, which is odd because we used to dread it. But my favourite was Sunday, because for Sunday breakfast, we used to get coffee, jugs of coffee, and hot rolls. Crispy, crunchy rolls with butter. And that was my favourite. I mean, easily pleased. We never had cornflakes, just easily pleased, I think, actually. So buttered kippers, you can keep them. Thank you very much indeed. Not for me. Lucy says apparently the marijuana chart thing you mentioned in the coffee shops is referred to as a menu. Yeah, they actually put it down on the menu. You know, you can sort of and I just don't get it at all. Luckily, I was around during the 60s when, you know, people did smoke dodgy cigarettes. And in fact, actually, when I came out this morning, there was somebody in the car park who was, I think, visiting one of the people there, and they were smoking dope. And the reason I knew that is because when I went to the car to get some stuff out, I could smell it. And I remember looking around going, I can smell dope. I can definitely smell somebody smoking a marijuana cigarette. And then I saw them. They were standing by the back door, and I remember thinking, you're smoking dope, because it just drifts. And you can smell it. We used to have a woman at LBC years ago, and people thought she was smoking these marijuana cigarettes, but it wasn't. She was smoking herbal cigarettes, and they smelt exactly the same. And I remember thinking then, oh, poo, don't like the smell of things like that at all. The big day has arrived, says Chris Allen, 65 years old. Oh, Lord. Tucking into a good English breakfast. Eggs, toast, pork sausages, bacon, tomato, hash brown. Sadly, no black pudding. Oh, thank God for that. That's the only thing I wouldn't want. But I quite like eggs. It's got to be 2 eggs, hasn't it? Toast, yes, please. Pork sausages, bacon, tomato. No, tinned tomato I'd go for. I know it sounds a bit naff, but tinned tomato and hash browns, definitely, but definitely not black pudding. Chris Allen, without doubt, your most loyal viewer. That's what we like, loyalty. We like loyalty. And Chris in Chelsea says that my wife and I love Joe Allen's. I'd been working abroad and hadn't been in there for a year, and when we went in again, they remembered who we were. Fantastic place, and the staff are lovely and superb. Our other favourite is Rules. Yes, Rules. Difference in price, I suspect, but Rules is lovely. I've been in there quite a number of times, actually. I like Rules as well. But Joe Allen's I had an affection for years ago when we were based in Fleet Street. Andy says, after everybody making a big deal of it, I listened to the words of that song, and it's pretty heavy exclamation mark. I know it's only a song, so it shouldn't really matter. But then you might as well just close everything down. You know? I mean, it's what was somebody saying to me years and years ago? We had a discussion on whether or not you should go to church at Christmas. And there were people who phoned up who were fuming that people would go to church only at Christmas. They would be going to the church this person who phoned up, and they would be going every week, and they knew their pew, and they would sit in that pew. Christmas time, to sing the carols, they get there, and there'd be other people in their pews, and they were furious. What are they doing there? And I said, well, they're going to church to sing the carols. They said, but they don't go every week. Like, going every week is a God-given right to keep that pew. And they got really angry about it. They were angry that somebody else would only go to church at Christmas. And I said, well, some people talk about Christianity and they've never been to church. They just talk about it, you know, which makes them a little bit naive, I suspect. 6:30 is the time. Let's get the news headlines with Thomas Watts.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, we're clearly going to need a trigger warning on the Bible. Oh, on all of it. I don't know whether or not we should be talking about it, which is a bit embarrassing. And Steve makes me laugh Monday to Friday. And then somebody says, I found a £20 note outside the supermarket yesterday. Feeling guilty, I wondered, what would Jesus do? So I turned it into wine. I think it was quite good, actually. I quite like the idea. It was like, wasn't that, you know, a thing, and all around it became Wednesday or something like that. But fine. What would you, if you found a £20 note on the street, would you keep it? See, I have a horrible feeling I might keep it. If it was just a £20 note on the street, I would. But if I found a mail bag with thousands of pounds in it, I think I'd have to give that in. Oh, I don't think I'd give it to a homeless man. No, absolutely not. No. That would just be a waste, because they're not going to be able to do anything with it. You know, it's a £20 note. You can't, you know, no, I don't think so. No, I don't know what I'd do with it, actually, on reflection. Perhaps I remember once going to Waterloo Station when we were doing the poppies, and I folded up a £10 note to put in the collecting box, which I thought was quite nice. But then I thought, I'm paying so little for actions by some people which amounted to so much. So, Steve, whoever they are, don't tell us taffs what and what not to sing. Not tidy, says Taffy Nige. Yes. You're quite right, actually. I don't want to be told either. And Jackie says, I was once told to move in a church because I was sitting in somebody's seat. You see, at one time in churches, people had their names on their hassocks. You know, those things that used to put on the floor. I can't remember, we used to have hassocks and you'd kneel on them. People had knitted them and they'd put their name on and stuff like that. And sometimes you got family pews. Family pews. And I remember thinking that was something that was really quite nice. I used to love those little country churches. And I used to think they were really great, and they had all this. There was a certain smell that went with little churches. But to start talking about, you know, whether or not God is he, she, it, they, or them, I really don't want to enter into things like that. I think there are bigger things in heaven and earth that we wonder. So, in fact, I'm going with clearly, Philip says we need a trigger warning on the Bible. I mean, because it does contain gender-specific language and graphic details of murder. And at the end, of course, it doesn't have a happy ending because we crucify somebody. Nobody's changed that bit around, have they? Steve, me, Keith and Mo are going to Joe Allen's before we come to see you on the 26th. Can we mention we know you for the discount? If only. Oh, dear, I love it. Steve, the covering's been taken off the bus stop, so you should be good to go today, says Ice Cream Ian. Thank you, Ian. You see, you can always rely on Ian. Always rely on Ian. But yesterday, when it sailed past, and the driver had the audacity to point out, and I thought, well, wait a minute, you're not stopping at any traffic lights here. Surely you've used your brain cell. Obviously not. Obviously not. Steve, I found a £20 note last week in the street, but I bought myself a lovely takeaway with it. That's what he'd do. Jack could do that. Jack could buy a takeaway with it. But he doesn't need to bother because he's got sweet and sour chicken today. You'll like it, I promise you. It's really nice. You'll say to me tomorrow morning, that was really nice. And have you got a microwave? Because you could either do it in a microwave or I just do them in a saucepan. You don't. You could just do it on a saucepan. Have you got a lid for the saucepan? Yeah, okay. Just checking, you know. I'll make sure that you've got all the accoutrement. You've got knives and forks? Okay. Or you just eat it with chopsticks? hands. Yeah. Ooh. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? 84850. So, Ice Cream Ian, thank you. So nice when you've got people who can check things outside. You know, you can... I've often wished that the bus stop was near a Greggs on the Strand, and then I could maybe get a bacon roll with extra bacon, just to sort of get me over Waterloo Bridge. Steve, very cold and foggy morning, says Heather, my lovely Norwich nurse. She says, so please be careful, everybody on the roads if driving. I've just driven down an infamous Norfolk Strait where the fog was so thick I felt like Pip in Great Expectations when he found Abel Magwitch on the marshes. Well, I am old enough, Heather, to remember when London had the pea supers, and even out of town. I remember driving up by where now is Sky Television, and it's a junction, a big, busy junction on the Great West Road, and I couldn't see the car in front. I couldn't even see the colour of the traffic lights. The pea super was so bad, and I was frightened out of my life. Absolutely frightened. I've been on motorways before where all of a sudden the fog comes in. So 1 minute you're driving normally, then the next minute, hello? It's very dangerous. So heed Heather's advice. So, you know, fog very thick. Very, very thick. So be very careful, OK, please. But you still see people bombing along, don't you? Really do. Anne says, my late policeman uncle took me round to the police station to hand in threepence, which I found on the floor in Woolies. Nowhere to take a £20 note nowadays. The police station is gone. Well, do you know, of course, I'd completely forgotten about that, Anne. You're quite right. A lot of police stations have gone. They don't exist anymore. You have one police station which serves an area. So that's why. I remember finding... What did I find? I'm very good normally. When I was going to school, I found, I think, a £5 note at the bus stop. And I've lost money. I've taken it out of my, you know, pocket and money's fallen out. But I think it was a £5 note. And I put it into the police station. I went to the police station. I said, I found this at the bus stop. And they took my name and address. And he said, if nobody claims it in 2 weeks, he said, we will let you know and you can come back and you can have it. And nobody claimed it. So I went back and I got a £5 in those days was a lot of money. You know, like getting a birthday card. I mean, you never opened a birthday card and there was 20 quid in it. There would always be like, you know, £5 or something like that. In fact, if you got a £5, you were doing really well in a birthday card. A pound note was something the boys have never seen. They have no idea what this money means. You know, they don't even know what the pre-decimal stuff is. No idea at all. Seriously, I'm living in the past. I might as well be Charles Dickens and just sort of sit here talking about, you know, what the streets of London were like. Filthy, the streets of London. Dreadful. There's a Greggs in the Strand, yes. Is there Ronson Lighter Shop still in the Strand, says Dave? I don't notice it. No, I don't think so. And Steve, are you planning on doing any other live audience events this year, or are you only doing the one in Leicester Square? Only doing the one in Leicester Square for Globals Make Some Noise. That's the only one. That's the only one. We did our 2 shows at the Magic Circle just after Christmas. So we did 2 shows there, which went down very well indeed. And, Steve, I went to the Plough in Eynsford. Lovely food. Have a look at the scenery. You believe it's only 35 minutes from London. Pub food now is really good. Really good. Certainly a lot better than it ever used to be. It was always, you know, and I'm just as happy with a pasty and some chips. I don't really care, but they do fish and chip, beer batter, and then they do boeuf bourguignon and stuff like that, which is very nice. Steve, I think Joe Allen's will be full of spikers before your show, says Lisa. Oh, sorry. Lisa, Sid Cup, Julian, me, and another will also be there for lunch. I don't know what I do, says Elaine, with the unexpected find of 20 quid. Probably Prosecco at the pre-show lunch. Don't you turn up drunk to my show. Don't want any people turning up drunk. Oh, dear, we'll have to employ bouncers. People, yeah, whoa, Stevie, oh, mate. You tell it like it is. Well, we should do our very best. So, look at all these people. I feel a bit sorry for poor old Jesse Nelson. The musical career's going nowhere. And Jay Blades, who only wears his flat cap because otherwise you wouldn't know who he was. If he didn't have big glasses on and a flat cap, just could be anybody. Gemma Collins, right at the back. And poor old Tom Daly. And what have we got? Borderline. That was a hit, wasn't it, for Madonna? And they're saying now she prefers Frozen. Because when you look at her face, she doesn't want to age. You know, they've got a picture of her. They've got pictures from the 80s. And then they've got a picture of her now at the runway show in New York, September of last year. And she just doesn't want to age. But unfortunately, I'm here to tell her she's aging. She's ageing. Might not see it in her face, but I promise you she's ageing. We all age. It's the only thing you can guarantee. It's the only thing you can guarantee in life. Yeah, seriously, you will be. You are born and you start aging. Whether you like it or not. I mean, since Benjamin Button, but that was different. That was just pretend. But like Jack, since I've known him, he's aged. He's aged. He now looks a lot older than when I first met him. You're going to be young forever. You can't be young forever. Something happens to you. You know, you'll wake up one morning and you go, oh, wait a minute, lines. Wait a minute, bags under the eyes and things like that. It's going to happen. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't happen. I promise you, from the moment, let's face it, you used to be £6 3 ounces. Look at you now. You don't think you're changing. I'm telling you, you're changing very quickly. Steve, and another one. Steve, Minty and Stuart from Weymouth will also be at Joe Allen's before, which is good. Cool, blimey, this is going to be an afternoon to savour, isn't it? I think. Terry says, one Christmas Eve I found two £20 notes swimming in beer at a pub when I was doing the disco there. That night I blew a speaker that cost £100 to repair. Yeah, pubs are very good places, actually. I remember being in a bar once, going to the toilet, and there was £20 on the floor in a puddle. And I'm ashamed to tell you that I picked it up. I cleaned it and put it in my pocket. There you go. Jackie says, we could take a short break, but Jackie says, what is causing all this fog? Temperature, that's what causes the fog, and it's a mist, and it's not very pleasant, but take care if you're driving, please. 6:45, the latest LBC News headlines now with Thomas Watts.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you covered. Well, everybody's going to be going to Joe Allen's, it seems, before the show. It's going to be full of my biggest fans. Say Keith and Mo will all chip in, perhaps a pre-show drink. John and I, says Jane, will be in Joe Allen's. Jane was from Royal Tunbridge Wells, now moved to Tunbridge. Looking forward to it very much. Oh, good. I do hope so. We like people to look forward to things. And also because it raises money for such a good cause, and I keep banging on about it and keep saying how grateful we are at Make Some Noise to sort of get in the money, because it's always so useful. It's always so helpful for little companies that just don't have the funding, and they don't get any official funding. They have to rely on the good nature of people like yourself. And if you get something back in return, then all good news. Beyonce, do you know these tickets are selling like there's no tomorrow? I was talking to somebody a couple of days ago, and she sold more than 400,000 tickets in 5 hours. I think they've added something like another 3 dates on because they've sold so many. She's outsold Madonna. I mean, she was the biggest Grammy winner, and so she hasn't performed a solo tour here since, I think, probably about 2016, something like that. And somebody said yesterday, I managed to get 2 seats. You know, they're not in the best part, you know, but I mean, still managed to get 2 seats, which is very good. And I think the lines crashed and everything else. I think when the tickets first went on sale at 10 a.m, more than 500,000 people were in an online queue. You know, when it says you are queuing here and this is how many people are in front of you, it was something like 500,000 people were in the queue. I couldn't believe it. It's like going to a Steve Allen show, for goodness sake. And Steve, I found £40 on the doorstep of a local shop. I was thinking of handing it into the shop, but, you know, finders keepers. So here we go. We're having a quick look at Beyonce Renaissance World Tour. This is Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and we haven't got anything, I don't think. I can join a queue if I want to. But you know me and queues. And so when it's your turn... Oh, luckily, there's only 22 people ahead of me. You don't think they're selling tickets at this time of the morning, do you? You think so? So 22 people ahead of me. Now, whether or not they've actually got... When it's your turn, they say, we will take you through to choose a ticket. And I bet you're going to go, oh, I'll have one of these. And they go, actually, we haven't got any of those tickets left at all. Wait a minute. We've got seated tickets. Oh, look at this one. Pure Honey on-stage risers, front row. £2,400 each. I'm obviously in the wrong business. £2,400. Official platinum tickets go up to £536.80. Alien Superstar Riser. I don't know what these things are. That's £1,038. Wow. That's like an awful lot. That is an awful lot of money. Premium GA early entry package, £321. I'm definitely in the wrong business. If you manage to get them, well done. Congratulations. But very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. But, I mean, listen, people must think she's worth it. I've watched her numerous times when she did Glastonbury, and I thought she was good. And I bet she'll put 150% into it. 150%. There's a mum of two here who won an apprenticeship award after starting a new career at the age of 58. She now works as a learning and delivery officer at HM Courts and Tribunal Service, following years at call centres and on a burger van. Jane says, my boys were grown up and I proved to myself what I could achieve. She was named Hire Apprentice for the Year in Wales. Well done to her. Well done to her. Fantastic. And this amateur boxer who I mentioned before, his name is Thomas Serres. He can see only 3 feet in front of him because he's got severe congenital glaucoma. But the Rocky fan will take part in a charity bout next month, saying losing is not an option. He walks with a cane. He said, I've always wanted to box, but I didn't think I could until I joined a boxing gym. He's 23 and he's going to do it. He's got level 2 boxing certificate. He said, I hope he doesn't go on easy on me for being blind. If he does, I'm going for a knockout punch. Good for him. Good for him. Here we go, milking the fact that Vanessa's dumped her boyfriend of 16 years, Ben, and now they've got Ulrika Johnson to offer advice. But actually, as Vanessa Feltz is an agony aunt, I should imagine she can probably offer herself her own advice. And what they say is, turn to your pals, cry it out, embrace the pain and get a dog. I don't really see that happening at all, really, unless somebody else does. Also, Will Mellor, first big job since Strictly, will be as a host of a documentary series on crime investigation. Nigel Harman rushed to hospital, only because he's got a role in Casualty. And pop star Harvey has revealed his rumoured Strictly fling with Maisie Smith was one big showman's. In other words, it was a load of old rubbish. He said the pair played along with suggestions they had a relationship. His real name's Harvey Lee Cantwell, but they call him Harvey, H-R-V-Y. But I don't know. It's another one on a podcast. Boy band hunk Siva spent years dressing up and down as a member of The Wanted, but that finished ages ago, doesn't it? So I don't know what he does now. I have no idea. But he'll sort of pop back. It's all these people from ex-groups. I mean, that's why, you know, when you see somebody who's going into the Bake Off programme, who used to be in Little Mix, you know, and you think to yourself, so why are you doing it? Obviously, the agent's got to do something, OK? Can't keep rubbishing, you know, all these ideas about you've got a singing career, because it just doesn't happen, does it? It really doesn't. And Nick says, I wouldn't go and see Beyonce if she was free across the road at the local theatre. Well, she wouldn't play that pokey little place, would she? Goodness sake, can't she? She's Beyonce. She's absolutely, I mean, she's nailed it. I've never known anybody sell tickets so fast. Oh, apart from Bros, but then it turned out that was all a little bit of a hype, and they weren't actually selling tickets as fast at all. Rufus Sewell is the one who's going to play Prince Andrew in a drama based on the Royals' car crash Newsnight interview. A Victoria and a Knight's Tale actor will be wearing prosthetics to become the Duke of York. Gillian Anderson will be playing Emily Maitlis. Must be quite interesting. And the drama will be directed by Philip Martin, who's also behind the camera for The Crown. So that'll be it. Poor old Prince Andrew. Actually, poor old Prince Andrew. Who cares? Seriously, I don't think I've ever worried about things like that. I've just thought he was never pleasant, even a long time ago. But I love Ray Winston. He says he's only acting to keep the tax man off his back. He's 65 now. He said, I'd love to retire. I'd love to go and lay on a beach somewhere, but you can't. You've got to pay your tax. Do I want to get up at 5 a.m. and go and work on a film? Not really. He said, how much money do you want to earn? How much money at the end of the day do you really want to go and get? Do you really want to retire with 35 to 40 million in the bank? No. You just want enough money to live. But unfortunately, you have to remember, if they offer you £1,000 a day, you better take off 40% for tax. And you've got to remember that you've got to pay your tax, because they don't accept excuses, I'm afraid, at HMRC. They say to me, you know, not to me, they say, you know, you've got this much to pay, you will be paying this on such and such a date. And most people have just paid their tax at the end of January. The next time is at the end of July. And you're supposed to have saved it up. You can't come up with excuses, you know, and not pay it. I would like to think that Jordan has paid her taxes. I would like to think that. But as I say, we'll wait and see, shall we? Anne Widdecombe's column is out in the paper. And what else we got? I'm trying to think of something that would sort of make you smile just before the end of the programme. But to be honest with you, there's very little to make people smile at the moment, apart from the King has become the first monarch to feature on an everyday stamp without a crown, in a move lauded as humbling. All the rest of them wore crowns. Charles, no crown. And the BBC chair who said, I didn't arrange Boris's £800,000 loan.